Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Mashed Potatoes and Gravy Podcast.
Howdy.
The cheese dip is no more for the moment.
The cheese dip is gravy now.
The cheese dip is gravy. So before we get to the meat of the podcast, I'm going to talk about a few things. First off,
Potatoes, some peas.
your appetizers first, if you will. So I would like to address the OK Boomer meme that's going around.
Oh, do we really have to, though?
I love that one.
It didn't bother me until I encountered it in real life.
What?
Yeah. So when I was over at Walmart picking up my my Terminator 2 action figure, which is great, by the way. Like, I know a lot of people are gonna shit on me for taking it out of the box, but action figures are meant to be played with and put in cool poses and shit.
This is really a collectible action figure. It's a Walmart action figure.
They're made by NECA and they're cost like $30 for it.
I was kind of asking. I was
they're fucking legit.
Okay.
Yeah, they're legit.
I take it back a little
And
bit.
I still have. If it makes you feel any better, I still have the box. It's undamaged. I was very careful in opening it, so I can put things back in it if I need to and all that. But I don't plan on selling it. Anyway, so while I was there, as I was leaving the store, there was this kid. I'm gonna say he was like a senior in high school or just fresh out of high school, like in that age range. I'm assuming he was shopping with like his grandmother or maybe his mom. I don't know. But his mom was talking to some other lady, and the lady like asked the kid a question, and he was like fucking around on his phone and just like straight ignored her. So his grandmother/mother's like, "Hey, like, you know, someone's talking to you. Get your nose out of your phone." And then he just, in the most disrespectful way, was just like, oh, "Okay, boomer." And
I bet that was his first time saying it out, and he was like, "Oh, yes."
Like, I think that made me experience my first real instance of like
wanting to beat like a child.
Like, yeah, real dad rage for a minute. Because I just wanted to go over and just slap the shit out of that kid. Like, Jesus. Man, like, if anybody talked that way to, like, my mother or, like, my father or any of, like, the older members of my family that I actually like, well, we're fighting, and I'm going to do my best to cripple you for life. Like, your balls are coming off. I'm not allowing you to reproduce. Or
a little much for something you can teach people not to do.
I love the entire boomer meme because with how much, for how many years were you hearing these people call everyone snowflakes and trivializing everything you do, like all the fucking boomer comics where it's like, oh, how do I work this book? There's no screen and stuff like that. It's like, oh wow. Man, and so after all of that snowflake and stuff like that, just to say, all right, boomer, like, and it just instantly pisses them off too. Like, it's good. The perfect just, and the fact how mad they've been about it. All the articles where they're just like, this is basically the N-word. They're basically calling us the N-word.
Oh, what article said that? Oh my god.
Oh, there's been articles that have said that. I mean, Jesus. I can look it up right now.
Well,
I'm not going to, but
it's more of a rhetorical question, but just fucking seriously?
But it's boomers getting seriously upset about people calling them, you know,
all right, snowflakes,
what they've been calling themselves for decades. Yeah. But, you know,
like, I don't think it would have bothered me if the kid hadn't said it in such a disrespectful manner.
I think it wouldn't have bothered me if, like, the context of why he was told to get off.
Yeah,
so, like, someone's talking to you. Can you please get off your phone? Okay, yeah. Shut the fuck up. No.
When it's just like, you know, look at all these people standing around staring at their screens, and then, you know, back in the day, and everybody had newspapers or books. You're sitting there with. They'll, like, take a picture of people at a train station, and they're all sitting there waiting for the train on their phones, and they're like, wow, this generation's screwed. And it's like, what are they supposed to be doing?
Reading the news, just playing a video game,
talking
paying my rent.
to strangers? Like, you know, people back in the day wouldn't have talked to strangers as much if, you know, they had something to do, like reading a book or something that they brought along with them. And, you know, maybe our whole lives having don't talk to strangers drilled into our heads as well. Like, wonder why there were so many more serial killers back in the day.
Yeah.
It's a whole lot easier to get away with that shit.
Like, it's a weird thing, even, like, taking out the rudeness factor. Like, people like, oh, like, you know, you don't know how to operate this handheld computer device, boomer. And I was like, my 75-year-old mom operates a touch screen just fine.
Yeah.
Like, I had to.
There are the ones
Yeah.
that
Because at the very
don't.
least, the concept of a
And-
touchscreen has been a thing since
and
Star Trek.
Yeah.
Those are normally the ones that are like, oh wow, you don't use a fucking typewriter. Like, no, I have a computer.
Yeah.
That like what? You fucking idiot. Well, why do you need all this newfangled high-tech nonsense when you could just write it with a pen? Because I don't get hand cramps typing, and I can just save it on here. So that fuck you.
Also, this is actually cheaper than buying an antique fucking typewriter.
Yeah.
fuck off with your typewriter. But I mean,
Like, if I had a typewriter, I would just use it to save my progress.
I mean,
like,
I
that would be it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
If I had one, I'd fuck around on it, but I
Yeah.
wouldn't actually use it for serious work.
I don't know.
Like, I would either,
I'd like write something silly and be like, hey, this is a typewriter. And that would be like the
yeah, I'd
use it
either
again.
I'd either use it to save my progress, or I would use it to just write pages upon pages of all work and no play makes Jack a dull, and just have that sitting around for people to be like, what is this? I'm like, man, ain't you ever seen The Shining?
All right.
But so also I finished that game Control. Well, I say finished. I finished the story mode. Man, that like retro edit to my video game list. Like Jedi Fallen Order is getting knocked off the list, and Control is taking its place. Because holy crap, that game is good. Like it's. I could spend an entire podcast talking about it. I'm not going to, but right now that game has my vote for Game of the Year.
It won't get it.
Like no, probably not.
Was Red Dead 2 this year or was that last year?
I think that was this year.
Yeah.
But like just for my personal list, it's not my favorite game of the year. That's still going to be Resident Evil 2 remake, but speaking objectively, I would say Control is my game of the year. Like it's a game, like it starts out it's kind of
It's a game, huh?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah, it starts out it's like third person shootery with some like SCP overtones on it. But then it goes really
What that
deep.
means.
Jimmy could explain it to you
Okay,
later.
SCP is basically think / Men in Black.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that. And, like, Control has better force powers than the actual Star Wars game did. Like, it's nuts how fun that game is to play. It's just, so good. And, also, I watched Hellboy, finally.
Oh, you finally got around to it. Oh, it's pretty good.
I did. I mean, I have...
Wait, the original or the new one?
New one. I have...
Is it? Sorry. Keep
Yeah.
going.
I have 2 massive issues with it, but that did not stop it. Didn't stop me from immensely enjoying that movie.
Yeah, especially with the hard R rating. So
Yeah.
It just made it fucking gruesome.
Yeah.
All the demons at the end were dope as shit.
Yep. Like my issue, like one of my issues actually spawned the other one. They tried to cram a lot of story into that movie. It was a very, very fast-paced movie.
Yeah, which, I mean, I don't mind it being fast-paced.
No, it wasn't bad, but
Compared to some of my complaints about Hellboy 1, the original,
yeah.
Hellboy 1 has a lot of slow moments where I'm like, alright, Ron Perlman, are you done just cosplaying and talking for like 5 minutes?
Like that's the thing is I liked those moments. And
I didn't know anything about Hellboy before I watched the movie, so I was expecting some...
well, fair. But yeah, like the movie, like I was watching it while playing a game, and then like I missed something that flew by like really fast. So then I stopped playing the game, gave the movie my full attention. I still had to like pause and back the scene up a little bit to understand what they were talking about, because like starts out like Hellboy's in Mexico. He's looking for his partner. His partner got turned into a vampire. He kills his partner, who is now a vampire. Then he goes and gets drunk and goes back to like Boston or wherever the hell he's hanging out. And then he has to go and like
Kill another vampire and get drunk again.
yeah, like go and like join up with this British group and fight some giants. And then the British group betrays him, and then he has to kill the giants. Then he gets rescued by this girl, and then you get like one scene explaining why he knows this girl. And then he meets up with Mr. Ben Daimyo, and then Ben Daimyo doesn't like monsters, so he doesn't like Hellboy. And then they have to partner up. And then it's very, very fast. And because it was so fast and there was so much story crammed in, you didn't get the little moments. Like, my favorite scenes from Hellboy 2, or one of them is the one where Hellboy and Abe just get drunk off their asses on beer somehow. And then they're just, like, hanging out in Hellboy's room watching Liz sleep. And he's like, look at her, Abe. She's my whole world. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do without her. And Abe's just like, yeah, oh, the beer's empty. It's the last one. And, like, the scene where the princess dies at the end, and Abe's like, I never got to tell you how I feel, and they do like they're psychically like, I love those scenes. Those scenes are great, and you only had like one of those in the new Hellboy, which is like right at the end when his dad dies, and he's like talking to his talking to his dad's ghost room, and he's like, I'm sorry I was such a shitty son. Like, don't leave. But
Oh, okay. It's
Yeah.
just facts.
It's
Yeah.
no, it's literally that's all it is.
But shoving all my complaints aside, David Harbour as Hellboy, Ian McShane as Professor Broom, Johnny Gat as Ben Daimyo, Mila
Johnny Gat.
Mila Jovovich as the Blood Queen. Ugh. But there was enough story in that movie. You probably could have made 2, maybe 3 movies out of how much they crammed into that movie.
Yeah.
Like the scene where it's like, oh, by the way, Hellboy, you're a descendant of King Arthur, so you can wield Excalibur. That,
What?
yeah, literally came
Wait.
out of fucking nowhere.
I can see the connection now.
Yeah, like, he's like, yes, you must get Excalibur, and he's like, can I even use Excalibur? And then Merlin's like, well, like 500 years ago, like the last descendant of King Arthur went to church on the back of a demon, and then she married that demon, and then she fucked that demon, and she had you. And it's like, wait, what? Hang on. And then, like, Merlin summoning Excalibur there and then dying because he used the last of his magic, but it turns out Excalibur's just, like, under the British Museum the whole time anyway, so it made Merlin being there, like, completely unnecessary.
Other than just to tell him that he can use Excalibur.
And that it's Merlin telling him he can use Excalibur.
Yeah, but, like, you get Merlin in the movie for 5 minutes and then you kill him off, and it's like, if you're gonna do that, he could have just, like, gone to Merlin's cave, found Merlin's tomb, and then, like, some cave paintings could have explained his whole thing. It's just...
Yeah, some sort of something.
Yeah, but... And then, like, with, like, all the cool-ass demons in London, like, you didn't even get to see Hellboy fight any of them, because then they were gone, like, 10 minutes later.
Yeah, I wish there would have been some of that. That being said, the demons just had dope designs and stuff, so I just enjoyed
they were
them.
fucking great. Like I said, I loved the movie, but if I were gonna make that Hellboy movie, I probably would have, like, had Hellboy getting his crew being, like, the first movie, and then, like, Hellboy's quest for Excalibur being the second movie, and then, like, an entire full-on, like, Battle of London kind of thing being the third movie. Is how I would have done it. So I can understand why people...
I'm sure they're setting it up for... I mean, you already see at the end of the movie they're setting it up for a sequel, because they're getting... What's his name?
Kostya the Deathless.
The fish.
Oh, Abe.
Yeah.
Abe. Like, I also did miss Abe. Abe was just a great character all around.
Well,
but
he's definitely going to be in the second movie.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure that movie did pretty good at the box office, so
yeah.
But
still, yeah, no, great fucking movie.
What's his name? David Harbour?
David Harbour.
Yeah. He's going to have to re-lose all that weight and get ripped again after
Stranger Things
filming
season 3.
Hellboy and then season 3 of Stranger Things.
Yeah.
And then I wonder if he'll just film... Well, spoiler, he died at the end of season 3.
That was not confirmed.
Died. Yeah, so...
He's missing.
He's most likely going to come back.
Yeah.
But, because, I mean, it would be very, very wrong of them to kill him off.
Yeah.
Kill off Hopper.
But, yeah,
The
no.
thing about Game of Thrones taught me is if you don't see them die, they're not dead.
Yeah.
One thing that watching... And I lost it. Never mind.
Walking Dead.
No,
Watching.
So, yeah, watching Supernatural. If you don't see them die off... If you do know they died off screen, they're probably actually dead.
Yeah. But, yeah, still, despite my issues with it, Hellboy was a great movie.
Yeah.
I mean, it's David Harbour and Johnny Gat killing things to the sounds of Kickstart My Heart by Motley Crue at the end.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Yeah.
It seems a little too cashing in on the whole Kickstart My Heart song, which is...
Yeah, no, it's so, like hearing Johnny Gat speak in a British accent was kind of weird, but I got over that real quick, because it's fucking Johnny Gat.
Yeah.
Good old Daniel Day-Kim. And now I'm out of things to talk about, so now we can get to the main course of the podcast.
Okay.
Settle in, because this is probably going to be a long one. We're talking about our picks for the top 5 books or book series that people should read. Who would like to start?
Sure as fuck not me.
I don't know. I guess I will.
All right.
Let's see. So one of mine is The Road by Cormac McCarthy.
Oh, The Road.
Yeah.
I thought you were that was.
Oh, hell yeah.
I thought that was the legitimate title.
Yeah, I
I'm
was
like,
like, what weird fantasy
Road?
book is this?
Okay.
Road.
Yes. Starring Viggo Mortensen.
Well, no.
Thankfully.
His name's Frigo Morgenstein.
I mean, yeah.
Post-apocalyptic book. Very dreary, depressing book in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So not like...
Main characters are just the man and the boy.
Boy!
A dad and his son who are making a trek across country to try and find some sort of settlement or anything. They're kind of just wandering, really, and trying to avoid roving bands of cannibals and the like, which they have a couple run-ins with. Near the end, there's not a whole hell of a lot to say about it. It's very much an experience reading the book. You could almost just set a day aside and read it all at once.
Yeah.
But it's not that long, and it is a pretty easy read.
Isn't the book much more depressing than the movie? Like, there's not even a kind of happy ending. It just kind of ends on a neutral tone.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same.
Oh, okay.
Because, I mean, the ending of the movie wasn't... It has, like, the same ending where the boy... The dad... spoilers for all of these. The dad dies, and he gets sick and dies, and the kid ends up finding, like, a nice family that takes him in. Of course, you don't know if they're actually nice.
Yeah.
But they act nice.
They got a couple kids and a doggo, and not too creepy. They seem sincere enough, at least in this world.
Yeah, so... I mean, they might just want to eat them, though.
Yeah. And it's possible.
But,
You think they would have grabbed the body of the dad, though, if they wanted some people?
Well, I mean...
says they aren't going to.
Yeah, but also, judging off the movie, there's not a whole lot of meat left on the dad.
Yeah,
he's very skinny.
Yeah. I think it's implied that he had, like, cancer or some shit, because he was just, randomly
like,
coughing up blood. And just, getting
I mean, it could have
stuff.
just been a really bad, like...
Could have been, like...
viral infection.
Yeah,
flu.
like tuberculosis or some shit like that.
Yeah, it is kind of a depressing book and stuff, but it is a good read. Like it's a good story. If you like post-apocalyptic stuff, it's a neat one. It's not like, Fury Road apocalypse style, but
what is? It's much more depressing.
Yeah, or
like the world itself.
Mediocre.
Yeah, it's a more realistic type thing. I think it was bombs, some sort of bombs going off that started the whole thing.
Yeah, the movie.
Nuclear winter, I think.
Yeah, the movie actually had a lot of aesthetic similarities with like the Metro series when you like go up top into the world and shit.
Yeah.
Which also Metro Exodus is a very good game.
Although there aren't like monsters and beasts,
but same like gray ash everywhere, like everything's dead sort of stuff.
I like the whole the trees rotting to the point where even the big ones just like snap and fall down. It's like a natural disaster almost if you're in a forest and they start collapsing.
Yeah.
Like that scene in the movies, I was like, oh, that fucking sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. The road, it's very good. Very depressing, but very good.
Did you want to say anything else about the book versus the movie, or did the movie pretty much get it spot on since it was a short book?
The movie got it pretty well. I remember that when it came out forever ago. It was when we were living in that house on 4th, way back. And, like, it came out, and I was like, oh, I want to watch this movie. And I bought it, and, like, a bunch of people were over, but we weren't, like, partying or anything. I was like, I'm going to watch this movie, guys. Like, I don't know if you guys want to watch it or not. It's kind of a depressing movie. And they were like, oh, it's got fucking Aragon in it and shit. Sweet.
Right.
And, yeah, about halfway through, nobody was watching it with me anymore. They were just like, this is sad.
Yeah. I still remember the scene where they like find like one of the last unopened cans of like Coca-Cola or something like that.
Yeah.
And he lets the kid drink it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's like, don't drink it too quick. You're gonna fucking.
Yeah, my favorite part is with just their one night in the bunker where he's like, no, not Cheetos, Cheetos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're just fucking gorging themselves on shit that we consider trash.
Yep.
Yeah. No, they stay for a while in the bunker.
Oh, okay.
I think they stay about until they run out of food, or maybe some people end up.
No,
it has been a while since I read it.
In the movie, it's the father's like insane paranoia, like something bumps the fucking door, and they're like, "Okay, they know we're here," and then they just immediately leave. And
who cares? You're in a bunker that can't get you.
Yeah.
But it is a good book. I think if you aren't a fucking pussy, you should be able to read it and not just go into depression or good book. Neat universe. Yeah.
Yep. Yes, I'll go next. My number 5 pick, and I did actually rank these in order for once.
I did not, so
That's
very
okay.
disappointed.
Yeah, my pick for number 5 is Crisis Legion, which is the novelization of the video game Crisis 2, which also, retroactive honorable mention for my video game list would be the Crisis series. If you want a game that is like a perfect blend of Halo and Call of Duty, Crisis is for you. It's very, very good.
I say a blend of Modern Warfare and Far Cry is a little more applicable.
Well, I mean, but you're also a powered armored super soldier. So it's very Master Chief-ish. But
except if Cortana was trying to... No, this is your book, go for it.
yeah. So basically, the reason I picked Crisis Legion is it's not the best video game novelization out there, but it's probably my favorite. Because in Crisis 2, you get the first-person shooter syndrome where your character just doesn't speak, like, ever. And you find out why that is later, and I'll get to that in a bit. But in the book, you actually, like, it takes place from the point of view of the guy who is in the suit, so you, like, find out what's going through his head. And he has some of the best reactions to shit, like when he gets the nano suit and starts, like, running around, like, fucking up, like, the Cell Corporation, the paramilitary guys who are basically taking over New York. He's like, this suit is fucking awesome! And just, like, having fun, like, jumping 10 feet in the air, kicking cars over and shit like that. And one of, like, my absolute favorite scene is when you find out why he can't talk in the video game, because the main character, Alcatraz, wasn't the guy who was originally wearing the nano suit. It was the guy from the first game whose codename was Prophet. And he ends up getting infected by an alien virus, and he doesn't want to be, like, a super-powered nano-suited zombie running around, so he gives the suit to Alcatraz after Alcatraz got horribly wounded.
Doesn't that kill Prophet, though, taking the suit off after wearing it too long? Did he survive?
He takes it off, and he is alive, but he has to kill himself in order to break his link to the suit so it can use someone else.
Okay.
So you find out about... probably a little over halfway through the game, like, Alcatraz goes to this science facility, and this character you meet, this scientist guy, is going to, like, run a scan on the suit to find out what's going on, and you find out that Alcatraz is, like, his spine has been broken, both of his lungs are collapsed, he's got fucking holes in his chest, like, his throat is completely destroyed.
So he basically should be dead.
Yeah, he should be dead, but the suit is, like, growing into his wounds and, like, taking over bodily functions for him. And yeah, basically, if they take the suit off of him, he's dead, like, inside of a minute.
Specifically him, he's dead if he takes the suit off. I thought that was the suit's, like, you can't take it off unless you're dead or it will kill you or whatever. No.
Yeah, they're, like, real quick segue into some earlier lore. Like, soldiers that wear the nanosuit have to, like, wear this undersuit that basically stops the suit from, like, bonding with them. And, well, obviously Alcatraz didn't have one of those. So if you have the undersuit, you can get in and out of the nanosuit pretty much whenever the fuck you want.
Okay.
But he didn't have that, so, like, he gets the scan, find out he's horribly wounded, and the way the book is set up, at the beginning of each chapter, it cuts to Alcatraz, like, sitting basically in an interview room and kind of telling the story to, like, some people that are interviewing him through, like, I don't know, some weird nanosuit telekinetic shit or something like that. And then, like, throughout the whole time, he's been kind of, like, trying to, like, keep a good humor about things. Like, yeah, I was out, I was killing aliens, kicking ass, you know, that whole thing. And then at the end of the chapter where he relives the bit where he's horribly wounded, at the start of the next chapter, he goes into, like, full meltdown mode, and he's like, how did it feel? How did it feel? How do you fucking think it felt to find out that I'm basically a walking corpse? You do not understand what it feels like to comprehend that you haven't been literally breathing for the last 2 days! And he just loses his shit for like a minute and has to like calm himself down. He's like, sorry, I was freaking out. I'm sure you can fucking understand why. If you take me out of the suit, I'm dead. Period. That's it. And it's just like, oh, that got real dark and emotional really fucking quick. Like, damn.
Yeah, I like kicking cars around and, like, jumping 20 feet in the air, but... trauma!
Yeah, no, he's like, I can probably never see my family again. I'm never getting out of this suit. This is my existence now, and no matter what else I say about it, it fucking sucks. But, yeah, very, very good video game novelization. It's super great. It's another one you can read inside of, like, a day. And it's nice, even if you've never played any of the Crysis games, you can pick up this book and read it. you won't know what the fuck's going on, but that's fine, because for the most part, the main character doesn't know what the fuck is going on either. He was just a guy who was sent into New York City, and they're like, hey, Force Recon Marines, go find this scientist guy. And then bad shit happens. Like, oh, I have a nanosuit now. Fuck, what do I do?
Nanosuits are a thing? What?
Yeah, he's like, okay, and he's like going around, going through the events of the game, and the entire time he's like, yeah, like maybe I should like, go link up with some other Marines or something, but then the nanosuit's like, no, you must find the scientist Nathan Gould, and then Alcatraz's like, sure, alright, fuck it, whatever, fine, we'll go find that guy, the suit told me to, like, alright, whatever. It's like, I don't understand anything that's happening, but the suit said so we're gonna go do this thing now. Yeah. Super good book. I love it. I love the Crisis series. It's probably up there as one of my favorite shooter games. I hope they make more of them. They're probably not going to, but I hope they do.
It's been a while since the last one they made.
Yeah, Crisis 3 came out like at the tail end of the
2013, I think.
Yeah, the tail end of the 360 PS3 era.
Yeah, but can it run Crisis 3?
Yeah.
That's a whole meme, and I actually played Crisis 3 a few months back on my PlayStation 3, and it's still an amazing looking game. Like, the Crisis engine is... Keep using the Crisis engine. It looks fucking great.
Right.
Alright, Jimbo, what's your number 5?
As I said earlier, they're not ordered. I can't order books and series in the list. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, I basically threw off the big favorites of pretty much anyone would have. Like, Lord of the Rings is not on my fucking list. Most because I didn't read them.
Oh.
Well.
They're kind of hard to read, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that's what stopped me for the most part. I do kind of want to read The Hobbit, though, at least. Maybe they'll get me sucked into the actual other 3 books.
The Hobbit's a lot easier of a read.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's an actual children's book, from what I understand.
Yeah,
like, straight up for kids.
Also, real quick segue on the topic of Lord of the Rings. I found out something recently. One, I didn't know Sir Christopher Lee was dead. Count Dooku.
You didn't know he was...
No,
He's dead for a while.
I didn't know that.
Oh, he didn't... Not a while. I think it's been less than 10 years. It's only been,
Well, yeah, but
maybe less than 5.
I think less than 5, but that's still a while.
I mean, he was 90-something, so it's not that long to him.
Yeah. But, I found...
he's dead. Nothing's long to him. What?
But I found out that he actually read the Lord of the Rings trilogy once a year, like every year of his life, and he was like one of the cast members of Lord of the Rings who actually met J.R.R. Tolkien.
Yeah, because he's 90-something when he
Yeah.
fucking died.
Yeah.
Christopher Lee was badass.
Yeah, he was.
Anyways, Jimmy.
Yeah.
My number 5 pick, I didn't order him, of course, and it's Cirque du Freak.
Yep.
I don't know if it's a bit of nostalgia, and it's a bit of actually one of my favorite. Like, there is no such thing as an original vampire like type. Like, they're all like combinations of like ancient like legends and stuff. But this one is like KFC's mix of secret herbs and spices. The spices and herbs themselves are not a secret, but the combination is.
Yeah.
So these vampires are really dope. I'm not going to dive too much into the story, mostly because I can't like really remember a good part of like the middle beginning. And there's a lot of stuff that goes on that doesn't really tie into the
It's a
overarching
pretty long
story.
series, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's 14 books,
Yeah.
and most of them are about. They average out to about. I'm going to call this like 600, 700 pages.
Depending
less.
on the text size.
Yeah.
Yeah, normal text size. Anyway, they're not that long except for when you get towards the end. But it's basically about this this kid who has a friend, and his friend is really super. His friend's name is Steve, and the main character is Darren Shan, who is also the author.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's going to tie into theories. His best friend Steve is super obsessed with like old timey occult shit. Not like like modern like Wiccan whatever. No, he's talking like fucking old Dracula, Frankenstein, looking up like purported like seeings, sightings of like vampires and like ancient history and like paintings depicting vampires, and some of them look similar. And so Aaron Shan's into it too, but he's not nearly as like freakazoid about it.
Yeah.
And so they, while they're walking like basically through town from school, they find a mysteriously well-placed flyer that floats directly in front of them, and it's for the Cirque du Freak, which is obviously French for freak circus.
Yeah.
Or circus of freaks. And they're like really interested. Darren Chan's like, oh, I don't really want to go. And then this really, really freaky dude who barely really appears in like the first half of the series, but is almost holy shit, a major player in the second half. I think his name is Mr. Tiny, and he's like this really like rotund, short, plump man with a vaguely like English/British accent with these like those really gross tiny glasses. Not like Ozzy Osbourne, but like smaller. Like why the fuck are they that small? But anyway, he pulls up and is like talking to them and is like, yeah, you should go visit it or whatever. And they're both kind of creeped out, and they're like, wait, it's like early 2000s. Aren't freak circuses illegal? And so eventually they track down the first showing of the traveling circus, and they end up showing up. They see all the acts. There's a bunch of really cool ones. Like you've got the bearded lady, which isn't just a lady with a beard. It's a lady who can grow and ungrow her beard at will.
Nice.
Which is cool as fuck, even though it's useless. And you've got a guy who doesn't have any legs, but he can run faster than a fucking Olympic sprinter because he can run that fast on just his hands. And like they challenge people to come race him, and he always just fucking smokes them, just like with his hands.
Oscar Pistorius, the greatest runner with no legs.
Yeah,
Scary.
And there's another dude I think they call either the Plastic Man or the Rubber Man or something like that, because like his whole showing is that he can regrow body parts almost instantly.
Nice.
And so like his whole thing is he'll go over to the Wolf Man, who hasn't like had his like actual thing yet. He's still in his cage. And he'll like stick his finger in, like it was like a trick for the audience where like he accidentally like grabs the cage and it has all of his fingers like bitten and ripped off, and he's like freaking out and people are like starting to panic, and then like his fingers just grow back, and he's like, yeah, I can do this whenever I want. And he just like bites it right off and it grows back again.
Does he not feel the pain from it, or is it kind of like a Wolverine Deadpool type thing where they're just fucking used to it?
They don't really talk about it like in the first couple of books, but later on when you get to know this like side character more, like he said like, yeah, I don't really feel that much of a pain in my extremities, but like getting hit in the torso and the head really sucks. Like so he can bite off his fingers and he feels like a tingle/pinch, and it just grows back real quick. And that leads up to the man who can eat anything, quite literally. His stomach acid is like fucking insane. Like he will just gobble down like a fucking tire iron. Just eat a tire, like chew it and eat it. So that's really cool. They see this whole thing and it ends with Mr. Crepsley, who is not a vampire, but he does have a dope ass dancing spider that he controls with a flute. And this spider can paralyze and kill a goat with his bite. So it's like, yeah, this is really creepy. And he's controlling every movement of the spider with his flute. And Darren Chan, he freaks out when like the obvious freak out shit's supposed to happen and all this other stuff. He's reacting like a regular audience member, and his friend Steve barely gives a shit about most of that until he sees Mr. Crepsley, the guy who can control a spider with a flute. And they're both really, really, really like freaked out by all of this. But you can tell that Steve has now got an obsession with that spider.
Yeah.
That spider's really cool. And he thinks he might have recognized that dude from some paintings he saw. Big, like, frizzy red hair with a bit of a receding hairline and a very sharp pointed face with like cold eyes, I guess.
Yeah.
And he kind of recognized them, but doesn't really think about it. And they end up leaving, and there's some other like slow time drama shit where they're just like talking and stuff. And eventually, this is all taking place in the first book, which I'm going to gloss over everything after this. And eventually, they decide they want to go back, but they're going to steal a spider because that spider's really dope. Yeah, don't. Well, why would you steal a vampire spider?
Right.
Yeah. And I think Darren Shan has it for... Oh, no, Steve has it in his locker and escapes in school and causes troubles, and Mr. Crepsley finds out it's there. And he sneaks... He, like, takes his spider back from Darren because Steve gave it to him. Might be mixing up some minor plot points here. But anyway, they steal a spider. They get it back. Steve finds out that Mr. Crepsley is absolutely a vampire. And he goes to the the abandoned warehouse that it was being held in, where all the people are like sleeping and stuff. And like he demands that Mr. Crepsley turn him into a vampire. He humors him and he's like, "All right, come here. Let's check you out first." And he says, "Hold out your hands." And he holds him out with like the back of the hands up. He's like, "No, turn him over." And he does this, and he like the stereotypical vampire thing where you bare your teeth and you lift both fingers. Except then he just like pricks all like 10 tips of his fingers, and he does the same to his own fingers, and he like does a weird. It's not really blood magic, but it's insinuated that he can feel like a person's inner like like soul through it. Like he can tell if they're pure or corrupt or not.
Yeah.
And he does it for like a second, and he's like, "Oh fuck no, get out of here." Yeah, Steve apparently is not a good person, and this is exactly no. This is the first moment where it turns him into a very resentful person. Leaves, gets rejected. Darren Shan was there the whole time, because even though Mr. Krebsley knew they took his spider, he didn't take it. I messed up earlier. He did not take it back. Darren Shan comes back to return the spider, while unknowingly Steve came there to become a vampire.
Yeah.
And so Darren Shan witnesses all of this, and then gets discovered by the vampire. He's like, "Hey, you got my spider?" Like, other shit happens, and I think he like kind of goads Darren Shan into becoming a vampire for stealing a spider, or there's some other reason why he becomes a vampire. It's kind of forgotten to me, but there's a reason why they both kind of and don't want Darren Shan to become a vampire, but it becomes a necessity due to like Steve's now unceasing fucking obsession with it. And eventually, Krebsley has to help Darren Shan fake his death, and so he's like, "I'm gonna break your neck on this exact vertebra, and I'm gonna give you this serum that's gonna make you like have like 1 heartbeat an hour or some shit. Like you will be medically, professionally dead. They will not be able to tell if you're alive because your neck's broken and you just no heartbeat. And like I will dig you up like right when you start like waking back up and need the air. Like, yeah, I got this. I might have done this before once or 20 times, and eventually Darren Shan has to have his own death faked. Like it's very sudden to him because he knew it was going to happen. He just didn't know it was going to be on a Sunday night when he's waking up for school and it's the middle of the night. And he's like, "Yep, now's the time. You're going to fall off your fucking roof by accident and break your neck." He's like, "Wait, what? What do you mean?" And then, and then they have the whole the funeral and stuff, and he's conscious-ish during all of it, and so he can hear all of his family members talking to him like he was dead, and it breaks him. Anyway, gets dug up by Mr. Krebsley. They're about to like move on to a new town or something like that, but Steve is there at the graveyard, and man, best friend from childhood betraying you, fulfilling your dream that you couldn't, and probably thinking that he knew that he broke your dream and took everything you wanted, and it just at that moment instantly becomes a bad guy. Doesn't show up for like the next 5 books, but he does eventually. Yeah, mostly the first book is just how he becomes a half vampire. He becomes the vampire's assistant. Yeah. Which is the second book, and the first 4 books are probably my favorite, but the later ones are much more detailed about like the vampire culture and like social groups and like how they interact with each other. And they don't die in the sunlight instantly. That's like even Mr. Krebs is like, "That's fucking dumb. No, we just get sunburnt to death. Like it takes upwards of like 12 hours of sunlight to actually kill us."
Yeah, isn't there a guy in the book whose whole point is like getting better at being in the sunlight, and he shows us like, "I was out in the sun for like 48 hours," and they're like,
"Dude, that's Guyver," and he was super excited about being outside for 16 hours.
Oh, 16 hours. Okay.
Yeah, he was out in the sun for 16 hours. He's beet red and is not feeling so good.
He's like, "I fucking did it, guys."
He's obsessed with defeating the sun. That's his whole thing.
Nice.
Like it's the vampire's greatest enemy, and no one's trying to fight it except him. He's a bit of a goofy character, but it turns out he has a long backstory with the main vampire, Mr. Krebsley, and interesting. But yeah, they don't die in sunlight instantly. They also don't just suck the blood out. They cut you open with their fingernail, and they just suck some blood out, and they seal it up with their healing spit.
Yeah, that was...
It's a bit of a weird one, but it makes sense that they're trying to be really discreet about everything. Like,
yeah.
they're not trying to kill or hurt people. Like, vampires are trying to be unnoticed, which means don't kill people.
Yeah.
You drink a little bit of blood, and you move on. And that becomes a great schism between the two giant air quotes of vampire clans, because one of them aren't even really vampires. They're called Vampinese.
Yeah.
And you only vaguely see or have them mentioned in the first 4 books, except in the third. One of the main bad guys is a Vampinese, but you have no idea about the background of what that even means, other than like, yeah, they're like vampires, except they drain people fucking dry. Like, all of the blood fucking gone. They kill people every time. And yeah, the vampires are like the whole the way they work is really cool. They don't kill people. They all kind of reconvene at this strange mountain like every 20 years or so, which is one third giant party, 1/3 like State of the Union type deal with all the vampires that actually do show up, which is a lot actually, because that's the only time that vampires ever really meet up unless you're close friends. And it's like one part party, one part State of the Union, and one part tournament to the death. Yeah, fucking dope. And so most of the first half of the book is, you know, Darren traveling with the circus and like meeting new people and like crazy shit happening. The Vampanese are going crazy, and they really get down to a science. Like, vampires can't teleport. Mr. Krebsley literally laughs in Darren's face when he says, like, "Can't you teleport?" It's like, "No, dumbass. I can just move faster than you can see. Teleportation isn't real." And like even like he does a trick during the circus where he like unlocks a door from like a range. Like he just does this and it unlocks. Yeah, he just moves too fast for anyone to notice, and can also just snap his fingers and make it look like that unlocked it.
Yeah.
And doesn't suck blood through his teeth. That's really dumb. There's just a lot of shitting on a lot of vampire like stereotypes. Like, crosses literally don't do shit. I kind of sometimes like rowing on a boat through the river. I don't need to not cross it. Like, just other stuff like that. It gets really, really brutal towards like the halfway / ending like end of the series, because it's kind of like Harry Potter in that it grows up with its reader's audience, except since there are so many more books, like there are more steps of how much it steps up, rather than like kid, not kid, really not kid. It's more like child, adult, teenager, adult, all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
It's just hard to explain how much this book affected me and made me really like horror stories and vampires in particular, and really hate the shitty vampires like
Twilight.
Yeah, which to be fair is literally only because of the sparkle thing. That's it. The rest of it's pretty dope. Like, when you kill them, they turn to marble. They're not actually living cool, whatever. I've read the first book, don't ask.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just a really good read for someone who could be young reading from the first, but also shouldn't be watching this if you're young. But if you're a parent, this is a good book to, you know, introduce to your child when it comes to horror novels. You know, it's a really good breakdown of a very unique vampire type where they don't kill people. The sunlight doesn't kill them on the spot. No shit, a stake through the heart kills them, because it kills everything else too.
Yeah.
And just lots of other stuff that I would go more in depth about if it wasn't Evan's turn again.
Yes. Your number 4, Noodle.
All right. Well, since you mentioned vampires there, briefly.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
I
was way
fine.
too rambly, dude. Like, you should have wrote a script.
I
forgot to talk shit about the movie.
Mine will be Fever Dream by George R.R. Martin.
You were telling me about this one, weren't you?
I
Yes.
don't think I've ever heard of this.
It's just a one-off book he did. I want to say he wrote it in like '83.
Right before he died.
It's
Probably.
George R.R. Martin.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said J.R.R. Tolkien because he stole the R.R.
Stole my R.
Yeah. No, it's about this steamboat captain on the Mississippi River who is kind of down on his luck. He lost a couple of his ships during like the spring the season before, and he was one of the best like steamboat captains there was, but he's just kind of out of money now and all this stuff, and after losing the rest of his boats, he's down to like one shitty little tugboat. But this man approaches him and tells him that he'll completely fund a giant, the best, fastest boat on the Mississippi, because it was a big thing back then, steamboat races, where they get into races and people would want to ride on the fastest steamboat, partly because it gets you there faster, but also it was fun, you know, it was like a huge spectacle along the Mississippi. But this strange fellow tells him, like, fucking design one, like design the biggest steamboat, make it the fastest. My only thing is, like, money is no object. Like, my only thing is, I'm gonna ride on the boat, I will be the captain, but, you know, you're mostly gonna handle everything. Like, so technically you'll defer to me, which I know you don't like that much, but, because he's a big old, stubborn old guy.
Yeah.
But he just wants to be able to ride it up and down the river and stuff. So he's like, all right, shit, I can, that sounds awesome. It sounds fishy as fuck, and I don't really trust him, but he shook my hands and looked me in the eyes and
Yeah.
So of course, eventually, he also stipulates, like, don't ask about my friends that I bring on board. They're gonna seem odd to you, like the same way I seem odd to you. And I keep unusual hours. I like to be up at night so that I can conduct my business in private and stuff like that. And so of course, this motherfucker's a vampire. And you know,
this whole conversation happens at night.
Actually, it might have happened during the day because he's like a pretty strong vampire.
So it doesn't really. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It still affects him, but like there's a part later in the book where like so the crew is all just like, this guy's a vampire too because he only comes out at night. It's just superstitious shit that.
Yeah, they don't actually believe it, but they're like, yeah, this is a superstition thing.
The main guy,
totally a vampire.
The main guy is always just like, shut the fuck up, guys, leave him alone. Like, but then there are certain things to where eventually. He's just like, dude, you need to be honest with me. Like, what the fuck is up with you and stuff? And finally he does tell him, and he's like, and don't worry, I'm not, like, fucking killing people. The main thing is he was making, like, when they'd make stops at night, he'd have them stop at weird places during the day so that he could get off and go, and then he'd end up returning with one of his weird friends and stuff. And sometimes it would take him, like, days. And so that was pissing him off because he's like, I signed up to get this down to them in 6 days or whatever, and you just wasted 4 days out there and then just came back with this is going to be late now. Like, this is like my good name you're dragging through the mud and everything. To which he gets very angry with him and stuff and tells him like, hey, you said you'd do this shit, so that's your first good word, so fucking stick to that, motherfucker.
Yeah.
But, so they get at each other's throats. Eventually, he tells him he's a vampire, and he's like, but I'm not, like, a freaky one. We aren't going to eat the crew or anything. Like, it's fine. I can sustain myself otherwise. He has this, he had made a, like, synthesized blood substitute. It was like a wine, is what they always said it was, but it was like a blood substitute that they didn't need human blood for. And so he was recruiting vampires to where he could just be like, we can drink this shit, and then we don't gotta kill humans, and then humans won't want to kill us. Like, how does this not make sense? Like, come on.
Also, the grape economy will go explode.
Yeah. But of course, there's another group of vampires who are just killing willy-nilly and being ridiculous, who have a head guy of their own who's super strong and whatever. And when they kind of find out about vampires going up and down the Mississippi, they're like, fuck, we should go take over that boat. That's perfect. We can just go up and down the river doing whatever we want all the time. We'll be gone the next day. Like, and so they do. They end up doing that, and they like keep the main character vampire. I probably should have looked their names up again. It's been a while since I read it.
I feel you. No,
But,
that was
okay.
my Cirque du Freak struggle.
Yeah, my next one I'm talking about. I don't.
I think the
remember
captain's
name
name
of
is
the main character.
Abner Marsh, but so they come and they take over the ship, and they're just slaughtering everybody on it and like keeping some kind of as cattle, and it's just a death ship, and that starts going up and down the Mississippi, that there's this fucking death ship, which there'd always been rumors of ghost ships and stuff like that. Ghost steamboats, rather. But, so a lot of people pay it no heed. And yeah, they keep the main guy, I think his name was Jonathan, the main vampire. They kind of keep him, like, tied up and, like, just as a whipping boy, because
He's a bitch vampire, doesn't kill anybody.
And they're like, if you don't drink human blood, you're like, you're a pussy, and it actually makes you less powerful and stuff, and which he later disproves. Because this other head vampire, they do this thing where they have this, like, staring match type thing.
Are they trying to
it's
use
like a battle of wills, kind of.
Battle of illusions,
And Jonathan, or whatever his name was, beat the main one the one time. and like kind of took back over, but then he was pretty quickly, the guy got him back. But he had like a little bit there where he started to get things back under control, and then the other guy was just like, no, but he was always wary of him after that. It all concludes, they end up taking the boat and like hiding it back at the farm that they were at, and because there's like too many people catching on and stuff, and they got him there, and Abner had been kicked off the ship for a while, and he finally figured out what was going on, and he was like, that's my fucking beautiful, magnificent ship, and they got it there, it's not even on the river, and like all this shit. He's angry, so they go and have a final showdown. The guy, I want to say it was Joshua York, that was the main vampire's name, I'm pretty sure, but he goes, there's one final battle, and they end up killing him, and Abner gets to retire and live a normal life. It's because he doesn't want to be no damn vampire.
Yeah.
But it's just a really good book. It was really interesting. I like couldn't put it down. It was definitely an interesting, kind of weird take on vampires, I guess. It's like Steamboat Mississippi vampires. Like, it's kind of just random, but it is a great book, and it's really not that long or anything. So I mean, if you get a chance, I'd definitely pick it up and give it a read, because it's just one self-contained story.
Nice.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
George R. R. Martin is a good writer.
Yeah. That actually sounds very similar to my number 4, which is the Six Gun Tarot series by R.S. Belcher, which it is a genre that I didn't even know existed until I actually read this book series. It's classified as a weird Western.
It sounds like a Stephen King book, The Tower.
Kind of, yeah.
Or the Gunslinger.
The Dark Tower.
Yeah.
Isn't that what it is?
Oh, yeah, the Dark Tower.
Yeah, so, this book takes, like, Native American mythology, Chinese mythology, and Lovecraft, and kind of smashes it all into one thing.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it takes place, like, I think, like, 10 or 20 years after the American Civil War, or something like that. And it starts out with the main character, Jim, is crossing this area of the United States called the 40-Mile Desert, which I think is, like, Arizona?
Mojave.
Yeah.
Oh, a section of the Mojave, most likely.
Yeah, that area. And, like, 40 miles doesn't sound like a whole lot nowadays. Like, I pretty much make a 40-mile round trip whenever I come here, pretty much.
Walking through a desert.
But, yeah, like, back in the day when, like, they didn't even have railroads out that way yet, that's, like, going through the 40-mile desert is basically, like, a death sentence. And Jim has to go on the run through this 40-mile desert. He went from, like, Vermont and was trying to get to California because he killed a bunch of people. And also, this was like a 14-year-old kid. And the reason he killed these people is because his dad, who fought in the Civil War, lost one of his eyes. And sadly, some period-accurate slurs, some yellow boys, some Chinamen, replaced his eye with...
I like, for the first time on this podcast, you preface a slur, and it's one of the most outdated, non-offensive slurs that I've heard on this podcast.
Yeah, because...
Yellow man.
Yeah. Like,
Yellow man
yeah,
here.
slant eyes and like that. Like, because this was the time when a bunch of Chinese were coming over to, like, work the railroads and shit like that. So they gave his dad this glass eye, which you find out later is a very powerful magical artifact from Chinese mythology, and basically, like, it was fucking his dad up. Like, it was giving him constant headache. What?
Why did they give that to him?
Because prophecy plays a big part in this series, and they're like, we need to give this guy the eye because later on down the line it'll become important. So his dad ends up dying in a bar fight, and these people just straight up stole his eyes. Or stole his glass eye. Jim found out about it, and he's like...
I did?
What?
Sorry.
No, not you. Finds out about it, like, sees these people fucking around with this eye, and realizes, like, they fucking killed my dad. I'm gonna kill them and get his eye back. So naturally, because, you know, he gunned down these 4 dudes, there's like, you're wanted now, so he goes on the run through the 40-mile desert. And almost dies in, like, the first chapter of the book. Like, he's out of water, his horse is out of water, they're both horribly dehydrated, and they just collapse. And this Native American guy, who's... I don't think you ever really find out his real name.
No.
Everyone just calls him Mutt, because he's...
I feel like 40 miles still isn't all that...
when it's a desert though, and it's hard to keep track of a straight line. That's probably the issue.
I guess
and
that's
he
the
had like
biggest
no
thing.
provisions with him.
Yeah.
But I mean, especially on a horse.
Oh,
You're
that horse is gonna tire out and fucking die halfway through
You're
if there's no
talking
water.
10 hours most.
Well,
If you're
yeah.
walking, if you're going 4 miles an hour, that's 10 hours at the most. If you're just
If you're in a straight line on
if
a
you're
nice
doing
gravel
a
path,
somewhat stroll.
Yeah, this is like uncharted desert. Like, there's no roads through here. There's no railroads. Nothing.
Also, you don't want to leave the house when it's 90 out
No.
because it fucking sucks.
Yeah, but
Imagine
if I
walking
had
through an
just
actual
shot 3
desert.
people in the street, then I would.
But yeah, so
I
like
don't know,
he
that's why I
already
live in the
trekked
street.
across a good portion of the United States before he even got to the Mojave area.
Yeah, I was about to say he went from Vermont to California. He'd been running for a long ass time when he hit the desert.
Yeah.
Actually, the desert's almost his destination. Almost.
Yeah, but like, yeah, it's bad terrain, like no provisions whatsoever. Like, I think at the start of the book, he's like almost out of water. He's completely out of food like 3 fucking days ago. Has no clue where he's going and is spending all day in like 90 to 100 degree weather just trying to go somewhere. So anyway, this Native American guy they call him Mutt because he's only half Native American, ends up finding him, rescues him, and takes him to this town called Golgotha, which is like, it was a big mining town at some point, but then the guy who basically owns the town, Malachi Bick, is like, stop mining, we're not fucking with that mine anymore. Doesn't tell anybody why. He's just like, nope, we're shutting down the mine, I own it, I say so, it's done. So the town is like very run down. It's like basic middle of nowhere, old ass western town.
Yeah.
So Mutt takes Jim there, and
Where the prettiest hooker is the one that has more teeth than half.
yeah, pretty much. So like he takes Jim there, and he's like, so like what are you doing out in the 40-mile desert, dude? Like, why are you out here? And because Jim's a wanted man, he's like, no, I was just trying to get to California. So he's like, all right, we'll get you fed, get you some water. We'll go talk to like the sheriff and all that. So they go to the sheriff's office, and Mutt just straight up like sees a wanted poster of Jim like in the sheriff's office, and he's just like, nobody needs to see that, and just like pulls the wanted poster down, crumbles it up, tosses it in the trash can. And Mutt's like, why'd you do that? Like, you could collect a bounty on me, man. Or Jim said that, and Mutt's just like, well, you told me that you like gave the last of your water to your horse, so like you like animals, so I like you. Like, you're a good person.
He did give the last of his water to his horse?
Yep.
Nice.
Because his horse was like the one that his dad got for him. He basically grew up with that horse, so he loves that horse. And Mutt's like, yeah, no, like, you were willing to die for your horse. That makes you a good person in my book. So I don't want any bad shit happening to you. So Jim is like kind of wanting to leave, get on the way to California, but like Mutt was nice to him. The main sheriff, Sheriff Hightower, which weirdly enough is the one character you get no answers about. This guy just has scars on his neck from where they attempted to hang him like 3 times, and he just didn't die.
His neck was unbreakable.
Yeah, so people just like
The guard broke before his neck.
yeah, so like no, like you never get any answers about that, but you find out that he was like a war criminal during the Civil War, and people have tried to kill him, and it just
So a Confederate, basically.
yeah, just didn't take. And so basically Golgotha's like, wow, they tried to kill you 3 times and it didn't take. You want to be the sheriff? And he's like, yeah, all right. So Mutt ends up hanging around Golgotha for a while, and it gets really weird. Like, he starts seeing like a bunch of supernatural shit. Like, he was going through the sheriff's papers and he finds this note. It's like, okay, so there's this one grave in the graveyard where you have to have a ring of salt around it at all times. Make sure that salt line is never broken. And Jim is reading and she's like, what the fuck? Why? So it turns out, as you read through the story, the reason the mine was closed down is basically because there's an eldritch abomination sealed under the mine. And the guy who runs the town, Malachi Bick, knows about it, and he's like, yeah, just don't fuck around in there. That thing down there, we don't need it to ever get loose.
Wait, when did he find out about it? Like, how long after the mine was in operation? Did he always know, or?
He always knew. Like, I'm gonna kind of gloss over the story because it's very
don't worry, I did.
convoluted, and I'm gonna focus more on the really cool characters in the story. So, turns out that when God created the world, like, the world kind of already existed before God got here. Like, God came to our universe or whatever, and there was just this big eldritch abomination there. So he sent all of his angels to attempt to kill it, and it didn't work. So basically, they pretty much just knocked it unconscious pretty much and sealed it up. So God's like, I got this big thing sitting here. I should probably use it for something. I'm just going to build a planet around it.
Oh.
So
it's not under the mine shaft, it's under the crust of the earth.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, metaphysical bullshit, but the main thing that's keeping it sealed and asleep is the mine, pretty much. So then turns out that Malachi Bick, the guy running the town, is actually an angel of the Lord, and he's just been there guarding this thing throughout history under various different disguises.
Oh, dope.
Yeah, which this series is one of the coolest for, like, angel lore, for, like, figuring out how fucking powerful they actually are. Like, in the second book, the Shotgun Arcana, this other angel, which basically set himself up as a god of murder, because, like, the whole Cain and Abel thing happened, and God's like, hey, you, angel, guard Cain's skull, because it was the first murder, so this thing is basically exuding murderous energy. And he was guarding it so long that he essentially got infected by it. And he's just like, I'm just going to start up my own cult of horrible murderers. And
so this guy seems very hands-off.
Yeah.
Even though he's pretty hands-on at the same time. Oh, God damn it.
No, it's confirmed in universe that God is very hands-off and, like, borderline almost doesn't care about humanity. Like, when Malachi is, like, thinking about the old days when God is, like, figuring shit out and how to build the world, he just straight up says, like, if God doesn't like what he built, he'll just wipe it out with a shrug and a comet.
Damn.
Yeah. So angels are super powerful. When Malachi gets into a fight with, I think his name was Raziel, was the one who eventually became the god of murder. They're, like, in a straight-up fist fight. Malachi full-on breaks time at one point and creates, like, a stable time loop where he literally just punches Raziel in the face 1,000,000 times over, but has to hold back just enough so that the forces of his punches don't blow the atmosphere off the earth.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Whoa.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's
right?
that's like a weird flex, but okay.
Yeah.
type of moment.
It's a very, very cool series, and I'm kind of sad Noodle walked off because I'm going to talk about one of the other characters who is actually a Mormon. And they actually got the Mormon lore and the Mormon beliefs of the time exactly right. So the mayor of the town, Harry, is a Mormon, because Mormons came over across the desert to, like, help with the mining town and shit like that. But the problem is, he's gay. Like, he has a bunch of wives, and this is another thing they got right. Mormon men taking multiple wives because, like, women couldn't own
Or at
property
least
back then.
old Mormons.
Yeah,
it's
like,
illegal in the U.S. Sorry.
Yeah, like, back then, like, women couldn't own property, so, like, if someone's husband dies, this guy, like, another guy could be like, yeah, like, just, marry me, you can sign over, like, all the shit, like, the deeds to your house to me, and then you can just keep it. I don't care. Like, I don't need it. So, anyway, it turns out Harry is gay, and in these times, like, if you're a Mormon and gay, best case scenario, you're getting excommunicated. Worst case scenario, they'll fucking kill you.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, so there's, like, a whole thing where he has to, like, keep the fact that he's gay under wraps, and weird bit of Mormon lore, like the
first few.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, so, like, they actually brought a bunch of Mormon lore in here. Like, Harry's family basically has to guard this cave where they, like, keep the old brass plates, which, like, the original Book of Mormon was written on, and, like, a whole bunch of other fucking Mormon artifacts which aren't supposed to be out in the world. Like,
I thought they were gold.
Gold, whatever.
Sorry.
Like,
going.
gold,
They
brass,
weren't
whatever.
real.
I mean, they could have been. He could have made them himself.
Well, yeah, I think he did make some himself. No, he didn't. Because he never let anybody else see him.
False.
He read them out of a hat.
He did let other people see them.
Who?
3 other people? I don't remember their names. I'm not gonna dive into that at the moment.
Yeah, they were from another town. None of you guys would know them.
Like, one, stop dissing so much on my religion.
I'll stop. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So anyway, so he guards this cave of, like, artifacts, and, like, the whole thing is, like, if they find out he's gay, they're gonna, like, take that shit from him, and that would be really, really bad because whatever Mormon reasons.
Yeah.
But they actually have like a full-on weapon of mass destruction down there, which was
boy.
yeah, it's an actual real thing. There's a
Holy hand grenade.
A
Kind of.
super Gatling gun?
no. It was a sword. I can't remember off the top of my head who wielded it, but it's part of the Mormon story. Like, it was supposed to be like one of the first swords ever made, kind of thing.
Okay.
And like it's down there, and then like when Cthulhu shit starts happening,
Wouldn't that be kind of a shitty sword then?
But it's imbued with mystical first ever power.
Yeah.
Kind of like in Supernatural, where you know
Man.
the sword, the blade of Cain is just like a jawbone.
If there's a first ever power, think of how good Eve's pussy was, since it was the first ever pussy.
I'm actually thinking about how great those jerk-offs were when there were no women first for Adam.
Right.
Like that first, like, oh, that's a nice.
I don't think he did that.
Who the fuck knows?
Anyways,
So anyway,
They weren't real, Evan.
that's true.
yeah. So anyway, Cthulhu shit starts happening. So he actually like has to go and like get the sword in order to like help defend his town, and it's just like it's one of those weapons that can like basically kill anything because it is that sword.
It's Excalibur.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, yeah, that's straight up Excalibur.
Yeah, essentially.
Nice.
But yeah, so like
Did they have to pull it out of was it just on the floor? Was it in like a pedestal? Was it like just on a stand or?
it was on a display case, but the sword apparently was so powerful. Like when the Cthulhu monster woke up, because it was under a mine, big earthquake happened. The sword got knocked like partially off its stand, and then like a rock fell on it, and it just like straight split the rock in half.
Noise.
Yeah.
Kind of like in those old like Tom and Jerry cartoons where Tom is always testing his axe or cleaver by dropping a hair on the edge.
Yep.
And just splits it.
Yeah, that kind of shit. But yeah, and then there's like the whole Chinese community, and like one of the characters in the book, the leader of the Chinese community, is pretty much straight confirmed to be the actual like Chinese god of cities, because the Chinese have a
27,000 gods,
Yeah.
give or take a few thousand.
Yeah, so like when Jim gets to the town, and like the Chinese are like actually like living pretty well, like they're not like in dilapidated shanty towns or anything. And then the second book, when you find out that their community leader is the god of cities, is like, yeah, no, like I am the god who protects, you know, my people who live inside the city walls. That's just how it works. And it's like, all right, yeah, no, literal Chinese deity looking out for these people. Like, fucking right on,
Go.
man.
How come you're not in China? You should go back to where most of. Okay.
Whatever.
Those
Like,
people need more help.
yeah, like railroad workers and shit. But yeah. Anyway, that whole series, very, very good. Didn't know Weird Western was a thing until I picked up that first book. It's another fairly short book. I'm gonna say it's about like 500 to 600 pages. There's 3 of them. There's the Six Gun Tarot, the Shotgun Arcana, and the Queen of Swords. You could probably like read the whole series in like a day, but it's super fucking cool with how it deep dives into like Native American mythology and Chinese mythology and fucking Lovecraftian horrors.
Sounds nifty.
Yeah, it's a super cool book series.
Yeah, that does actually sound really cool. Like, because now that you say Weird Western, I actually saw a movie that is basically a Weird Western.
Cowboys versus aliens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dollarhide and Son.
No, actually, it was the first movie I've seen. My God. The Blade. Wesley Snipes. Yeah, the first movie I saw Wesley Snipes in since Blade 3.
Oh,
And
yeah?
it was called The Gala Walkers. And
Nice.
this is like,
Oh yeah, I've heard that one.
yeah, it's like early Western times. Like, this is like a Western town is like a glorified work camp. Because if you didn't know, basically prostitutes built the West. Brothels basically made work camps turn into towns. Basically, otherwise they'd be like, all right, we're done here. Tear everything down. Let's move on.
Yeah.
But no, keep these hookers here, make some money. City grew around it.
Yeah. But,
Yeah.
one last thing about the Six Gun Tarot. One of the smaller side characters got a basically Frankenstein doctor named, I think his name was Clay Turlow. Has one of the best riffs on religion that I've ever heard, which is weird that you can be an atheist in a town where a literal Chinese god is living. But this guy's like sitting there doing an autopsy, and he's talking to like this devout Catholic guy, and he's just like, yeah, like I'm real sad that like my friend died, and Clay's just like, well, you know, this God character seems kind of like a shitty engineer. He really should have built a better container for that thing you call a soul.
Oof. Oof. That's a nice one. That's a new one.
Like, I mean, just as far as burns on religion go, that's probably up there in my top 10.
You built a shitty holder for that soul thing you like so much.
Yeah. But yeah, very, very cool.
It's like putting one of your most prized Pokemon cards not in a paper bag, in a sandpaper bag. And then you shake it a bunch just to make sure it's lucky still.
I don't put it in a paper bag either. Just a paper bag?
I said worse than a paper bag. It's a sandpaper bag.
Oh, okay. Do they make those?
I'm sure someone has at some point.
Oh, yeah. At least one person who's dead or alive has made a sandpaper bag.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
But yeah, Six Gun Tarot by R.S. Belcher. Go check it out.
Shit, I might have to check it out. You have to send me a link to like an audiobook or something.
I
love weird westerns after seeing Gallowalkers. Oh, so good.
Yeah, I have the first book in paperback. I can bring it to you if you want.
Oh, yeah.
You still have to read fucking Mall Lockdown over there.
I also still have to read your Christmas present rather than the book you loaned me. So I
That's
might
true.
read that first. No.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, so what's your number 3, Jimbo?
My number 3 is, if he doesn't know about it, Noodle will be shocked to know that this is the entire basis the Halo franchise is built on. Ringworld by Larry Niven.
Yeah.
I'm aware. I don't know much about it, but
I don't want to say it's the granddaddy of sci-fi novels because it was written in the late 70s, maybe early. I'm going to go with late 70s, early 80s, but definitely late 70s for sure.
I think Starship Troopers came first. Pretty sure it did. I don't remember.
know more.
But anyway, Ringworld by Larry Niven is one of those like quintessential sci-fi books that like a lot of things after it just take out of it. I can't really give spoilers for this book, not because I don't want to. I don't know how. Like, there are no spoilers. Anyway, the main character is a man named Louis Wu, and the year is, I think they said it's like 22XX or some shit like that.
Sounds about right.
You were telling me about this one night,
Yeah, about Louis Wu, and he is a very old man, but he's physically like 35-ish, maybe 40. He's distinguished but not middle-aged yet quite, like that golden spot, And turns out he's over 200 years old because a long time ago they already mastered like keeping people alive for hundreds of years. Like, true immortality is not possible, but you've got a nice 300-400 years ahead of you.
Is this the same book where it starts out in it's like the character's birthday?
Yeah, and he's like at his own party and like just doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, he's like at his party and then he like goes to like a teleportation booth and like warps to another side of the world.
He warps to Moscow, Russia, and realizes that all the shops, restaurants, and everything are like the same because teleportation is so common. Everywhere is just conglomerated into the same shit, kind of.
Yeah, and he's just basically hopping around like behind the day-night line. He's like, well, it's still technically my birthday for another couple of hours in this town. Whoop!
Right? Yeah. He does that. And he was one of the first humans that popularized what they call a sabbatical in the book, which is you kind of just fly off into uncharted space by yourself for a good 5-10 years or so. You by yourself, since 10 years is no longer a tenth of your entire life. It's not that much time to throw away.
Yeah.
And usually, I think Louis Wu says he goes on a sabbatical like every 50 years, I think. I don't remember. But it's like a routine-ish thing, and he's the one who popularized it. And he's at his own birthday party, and he starts like, traveling around and all this other stuff. Basically, the first like fifth of the book is just Louis Wu just not giving a shit about anything on Earth. Yeah. He's seen it all, done it all. And like there's this really like peppy young woman who becomes like one of the main characters who like comes up to him during his birthday party, and she's like trying to get to know him and like trying to be flirty, and he's just like, you're 22. Not you look like 22, you are 22. I'm 200 and something. I almost don't care about what you have to say, like at all. Like it's just like listening to your favorite song for the 10,000th times. Like, no, what? Do you even know what you're talking about? No, oh god damn it. But this girl apparently she becomes a managed character when some plot shit happens and his birthday is way over, and since he was one of even though he's just like a civilian now, he kind of just like does his own rich person thing. He's kind of a celebrity for the most part. Very distinguished, by the way, because he's bald and his skin is gold.
Yep.
Not makeup. Skin is gold through some weird surgery or whatever.
Son.
I don't think nanomachines were even a concept when
Probably
this book was
not.
written. So they're not really, And eventually he gets contacted by like the Earth government or some bullshit, and they're like talking like, hey, you're one of the few people who just willingly just rode out into the middle of nowhere space for like several years, and you came back just fine. We saw some shit, and he's like, what do you mean some shit? Some real shit. Like it takes forever for them to tell him what's really going on, and they have this weird alien. Like this is one of the books where the aliens are truly alien. Like they don't make sense. Well, there's one race that makes sense, but most of them just don't. Like I don't even know what the race is called or the name of this thing, because it's a weird. What's that camel Pokemon from like Generation 3 or 4?
Camo?
Like the one that like evolves into like the weird turtle with the volcano on its back.
Oh.
Numel?
Well,
Numa?
Yeah, Numel
yay.
evolves into Torkoal.
Think of like Numel, like body stature with like kind of a bit of a torso coming out of the front and like two heads that are two separate personalities and 4 arms. And he is the one who contacts Louis Wu, and Louis Wu is like, hey, you guys are supposed to be literally terrified of spaceflight, because this species is all about like complete safety to every individual, like pain, danger, that stuff is just unacceptable. It can't happen. So it's like, why are you here, like, contact me about going on, like, this weird exploratory mission to where I don't even know? Like, you're kind of a bitch, right? And he's like, well, yes, but I'm also a fucking, like, criminal condemned to death by my race because I'm not kind of a bitch. And actually, I'm probably the bravest one you've ever met of me. And he's still a bitch when you just read the book. He's he's basically Scooby-Doo if Scooby-Doo was the least fearful Doberman.
Yeah.
Or not Doberman, Mastiff. And so they come and get him and like some weird shit, blah, blah, blah. They're like trying to figure out where they go. They're trying to select these very like significant individual members. Like, okay, the 2-headed weird camel, whatever that thing is there. And then they you meet at Tazikt. I think it's a Tazikt, which of the war between the humanity and these guys ended like only 20 or 30 years ago. So there's a little bit of a animosity still.
Yeah.
And they're basically just like tiger people. Like big tiger people with some like actual really different features that don't make sense to human biology or animal biology. But they're like the opposite of the first alien that Louis Wu meets. And he's a diplomat because he's the least aggressive of his race, and he is ashamed of it. So, like, even though he's a piece of shit hothead, he's basically holding these fucking, like, flesh-hungry monsters he calls his friends behind, for the most part.
Yeah.
Because they run into him at a bar, and they meet him there, and they're talking to him, and, like, Louis Wu, like, accidentally fucking insults him slightly, and the two people, like, his 2 guards, like, stand up and immediately are, like, about to kill people, and the dude's like, hey, fucking sit down for like a second. I'll kick his ass later. Jesus. That kind of shit.
Yeah.
And they recruit, though, the weird tiger monster thing that the Earth just got done with the war with, so that happens. And they're looking for the luckiest human on Earth. And there is now an algorithm that can determine your luck, sort of?
Yeah.
Ish. They got it down to a science, but they're implying that the science is only like... It's wishy-washy. They portray it as real science, but it's like, we're only half guessing, we're half right. And it turns out it's that 22-year-old that Louis Wu did not give a fuck about.
Nice.
Even though she was ethereally beautiful. Like, her skin, he said, was like the night sky with like stars in it and shit. Like, everyone in this world looks ridiculous. It's basically like 100 years after the fashion style of like the Hunger Games people in the Capitol. Like, if that kept going, yeah, it's that.
Nice.
And they all
It's
eventually...
like the Oasis in Ready Player One, where everybody can kind of, they can almost choose their avatar.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they eventually all like gather up on the ship, and they're going out to this thing. And it turns out it's a very peculiar structure way off in the fucking middle of nowhere. And it's the Ring World.
Yep.
And they don't understand how it got there. There is no sort of traffic or radio signals coming from it, but it's not destroyed or decrepit. And so, like, the reason why I can't spoil this book is that so much happens in like a 12, like maybe 1,000-word book, like about that big or so. And I was holding my fingers like 2.5, 3 inches apart.
Yeah.
And so much happens that it would be like, okay, you spoiled the story for like the first 6th. What about the next one? And then too many spoilers for there to be any spoilers, because there's so much stuff that happens towards the end. They get to the Ring World, and it really, like, what's the word? It really demonstrates the extreme scale of a ring type, like, station that circles a star would be in square mileage. And they eventually try to enter through like the docks, because like this is a high-tech station.
Yeah.
Nothing's on, nothing's broken, nothing's on. Everything is just not working. And they're really confused because this is obviously human construction. And there are no people here. And we've never heard of it, even though we just fucking came from Earth. What the fuck? And that's like the big twist, is that like there's this giant mysterious human construction out in the middle of nowhere. And so they end up heading there, and that's when like just you have to read it for me to even be able to talk to you about it. Like I will not be able to make sense. Like there's so much shit that happens without it feeling convoluted. It's just a very quick, natural flow of events.
Yeah.
Like turns out the Ring World was settled by a long forgotten like colony ship that was sent like hundreds of years ago, or like maybe 100 or so years ago, and everyone thought it was lost or gone. But it turns out, yeah, it still survived, and that's basically where I have to stop explaining the book without like going on for another 3 hours.
Yeah.
Because there's too much to explain. The book explains so much in so little, it's almost impossible just to say it. I don't know how to explain. Like they discover that there's like a whole like one small tiny patch of the Ring World is like 10 times the surface area of Earth. So it's like if you walk from like horizontally from one ring edge to the other without going the full circle, you would die naturally before you got there. You just would. It's too far.
Yep.
And it's insane. They find like a bunch of different like devolved feudal medieval societies and stuff, and they find like the remnants, the disgraced remnants of like the original people that were there. There's only like 1 or 2 of them who they're total freakazoids. Like I don't even know how to explain them. Like not even mean, rude, violent, evil, sadistic. They're just fucking esoteric, I guess, is the best word I could use. Like they're so far removed from what Louis Wu like sees humanity as. They almost don't make sense.
Yeah.
It's just if you want to get a nice book to introduce someone to the world of sci-fi, this book does it very well, succinctly, and with a very gripping story. Like I said, there's too many plot points to really talk about without one of them not making sense to the other. So read it. It's not a short read. I mean, if you're a power reader and you will like get home from work and read for 8 hours and then go to bed, you might almost finish it. And if you're a super fast reader who reads all the time, you might finish it one day. You fucking psycho.
Yeah. So
it's just one of the granddaddies of like modern sci-fi. Like it just is. Like especially the Halo series, it just ripped it straight out of Larry Niven's book. Just fucking took it.
Yep. So weird segue into only obliquely related to Ringworld, but I learned something the other day. So if you took the
also lots of nice fan service, some steamy moments, some really nice detailed smexy moments.
Yeah. So if you took Jeff Bezos, the guy who made
when was the last time you heard smexy, Evan?
Right.
I don't like this.
Yeah. If you took Jeff Bezos' money, the guy who made Amazon, converted all of his $108 billion into $1 bills, and arranged them all end to end, it would be able to wrap around the circumference of the sun 4 times. Just think about that for a minute.
Wait, real quick.
Not
I
surprising.
got a text from my boss. I'm sorry.
Oh, so Jeff Bezos, guy who made Amazon.
Yeah, $108 billion.
Yep, converted all to $1 bills and arranged them like end to end. It would wrap around the circumference of the sun 4 times.
Damn.
Yeah.
Did you know that if you took an uncountable number of elephants and stacked them one on top of each other from Earth to the moon, you'd have a bunch of dead fucking elephants to clean up?
I mean, yeah, that too. So anyway, Noodle, what's your number 3?
Right. The Lord of the Rings series.
Fair.
Absolutely fair. I only was joking when I said I didn't put it. I haven't read it.
It's something everyone should read at least once.
I should.
Yeah. It's one of the first real book series I can remember reading after reading The Hobbit, which was probably around 7 or 8 years old. So it was definitely a rough time, but I loved the characters and the stories so much that it's when I didn't understand something or didn't know a word, I always had a dictionary there, or if I didn't understand the wording to something, how the grammar was working, I'd ask my mom. And I've read the books, I don't even know how many times at this point. But classic shit.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong reading it. Everybody should read it.
You should.
I don't think I've ever met someone who was just like, oh, I didn't like the Lord of the Rings movies. So if you liked the movies, you'll like the books.
I feel like the worst thing any normal person can say about the movies is it's not my thing, and that's as bad as it gets.
Yeah.
If it goes any worse, then they're fucking making shit up.
Yeah. 'Cause I'm really not that into the medieval fantasy style of swords and magic, but I still like the books and the movies.
Yeah.
I don't understand how you can't not like Lord of the Rings in some form or another.
Yeah. Do we even need to talk about the plot?
You can talk about some mild to moderate differences between the book and the movies that are slightly relevant to the overall plot. Does someone do a thing they don't do in the movie, or vice versa?
He did a fucking amazing job of getting everything that was necessary in there.
Yep.
There's little things like, hey, there's no Tom Bombadil in the movies, which
well.
is a bummer because Tom Bombadil was a big old goofball.
Yeah,
big old goofball with the power of God.
It took me a while to understand the whole pay no heed to the nightly noises thing that Tom Bombadil said. That was him saying, hey, don't worry about the noises, just me banging my super hot wife.
Yeah.
It took me years to get that. Because I read it as a kid, and then after the movies came out...
Tom Bombadil has a wife?
Oh, yeah. She's hot.
You got a sexy ass wife.
Yes, sexy wife.
Is she also a weird demigod of some sort, or just some random mortal woman?
I think she was some sort of something.
Like a wood nymph or something? I don't know.
Yeah, something like that.
But no, I read the books as a kid, and then after the movies came out, I read them again with a more mature thing about it. And I'm like, oh, well, Tolkien spent a paragraph describing how hot his wife is, which Tolkien just takes paragraphs to describe everything. And then Tom Bombadil's like, pay no heed to the nightly noises. And I'm like, what is that? Oh, okay, Tom, I see what you're doing here.
Dropping the bomb.
Oh, yeah, no, they're... The one thing that they didn't show in the movies, which I wish they would have, because two of my 3 favorite characters...
Wait, Legolas is barely in the books, and he's a main character in the movies.
He's in the books.
No, you're thinking of The Hobbit.
Oh.
In The Hobbit, he's only, mentioned... I don't even think they mention him by name. They just
prince or
they
whatever.
just mentioned that the prince or whatever of the wood elves is there.
Yeah.
But I don't even think they mention him by name. And if they do, it's only for a second.
Yeah.
But
the great Prince Legolas never mentioned again.
That's what's wrong with the Hobbit movies.
Okay, I totally
the Hobbit
movies, Forgive me.
The Hobbit
section,
movies
don't murder
fucked.
me.
Yeah.
The Hobbit movies are fucked. They're still good movies.
Yeah, they're
fun to watch.
Yeah.
It's just holy shit. I'll say that the last one wasn't that fun to watch for me. The last one, it was oh, God.
I did
Look at Legolas jumping across this falling bridge.
Yeah.
Yowza.
Yeah, that's pretty yowza, too.
I did really like the scene after the whole battle was over, and it's just Bilbo and Gandalf, sitting down, and Bilbo's just like staring off into space. And there's like a 2-minute scene of like Gandalf pulling out his pipe and like trying to light it and get it to work. But no, the thing they didn't show in the main Lord of the Rings movies.
Oh yeah, Gandalf Pothead. That's one thing they didn't show.
But the 2 of my 3 favorite characters, Éowyn and Faramir, those 2 end up getting married in the books.
Yeah.
Which my 3 favorite characters are Éowyn, Éomer, and Faramir, because they're
a lot of ears.
You know, my problem with the books as compared to the movie is there's no Sean Bean.
Yeah, there's no Sean Bean. There's no Carl
there
Urban.
was. He's dead now, though.
Yeah. There's no Carl Urban in the books. There's no David Wenham in the books.
Who was Carl Urban?
Carl Urban was Éomer.
Yeah.
Carl Urban, he was in Doom with.
Well,
The
I
Rock.
know who Carl Urban is. What character do you play?
He played Éomer. He's the guy who got exiled from Rohan because Sauron took over his uncle.
Okay, yeah.
And he's the guy who shows up at the end of the Battle of Helm's Deep.
There's so many
Gandalf.
ers and mirrors that I mix up names.
Yeah, like the guy who in fucking Return of the King killed a fucking elephant with a spear.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
No, Éomer's just Éomer's
an elephant with a spear.
Yeah, Éomer is probably the most badass base human character in that series.
I thought Aragorn was purportedly to be because he's like 100 and something years old.
Well,
but he only looks
he's
like
not
middle aged. He's like a total badass.
Yeah, he's a Dunedain. He's not a base human.
Okay, I'm not going to open that can of worms. Let's keep going.
Dunedain are basically humans who have, I guess,
Dwarvish?
magic in their bloodline or something. They're basically humans who live like 2 to 3 times longer than normal humans.
Yeah. A little bit elfy.
Yeah, so there might be some elf.
So they're
in there.
humans that just live long. That's it?
Yeah.
I'm calling that a base human. Sorry.
Whatever. They're their own thing.
Lifespan does not. What?
Like the Dunedain Rangers, because there's not many Dunedain left, are all badass because they've managed to survive that long. That's about it. But yeah, Lord of the Rings.
Yep.
Absolutely belongs on the list.
Yep. Somebody had to say it.
Yeah, but I haven't read it. I was literally like about to write it down. I was like, wait, I've only seen the movies. I'm not piece of shit.
Alright, Noodle.
Yeah, so my number 3 slot is one that is taken up by 2 book series because despite the fact that they're separate, they're also very, very similar, and I couldn't bring myself to choose between them. One is the Dresden Files by Jim Butcher, and the other is the Nightside series by Simon R. Green. So the Dresden Files is about a wizard who operates in Chicago as a private investigator, and the Nightside is about a psychic who operates in London as a private investigator. They're very, very similar. I'll talk about the Dresden Files first. There's almost too much to talk about, but it's about a wizard.
Give a basic summary.
Yeah, it's about a wizard named Harry Dresden who operates as a...
You're a wizard, Harry.
Yeah, I knew that was going to come up. Which,
I knew that was going to come up from him specifically.
yeah, like I'll get to that in a minute.
That's my son.
Yeah.
You're a wizard. You're a hairy wizard.
Now I'm just saying Harry Potter quote.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But yeah, it's about a wizard named Harry Dresden, and he's has the distinction of the only wizard who advertises in the phone book. Yeah, because...
As like an actual wizard or like a ploy where it's like...
No, as
a tarot reading, but I'm an actual wizard and can actually see your future.
No, as an actual wizard. Like, because in
Most people just think he's eccentric.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, his thing is like Harry Dresden. He has business cards like Harry Dresden, wizard. Like lost items found is a specialty and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And like in the Dresden Files universe, like in pretty much every other modern magic-y series, Muggles aren't supposed to know about magic.
I'm guessing it's not nearly as strict as the actual Muggle world.
It is and it
Like
isn't.
from Harry Potter, where it's like literally no one ever, except for like the president or the prime minister, can know.
Well, in terms of that, it's a little bit less strict. Like, there's a mob boss, John Marconi, who knows about magic just because he's been around and
Or
he
he's
has
witnessed it. You know?
Yeah, he's been around. He has a lot of connection. He knows magic and the supernatural is a thing. But on the whole, the Council of Wizards is like, yeah, we don't want the normal person to know about magic. And because Harry likes to be kind of a rebel about that, he's like, okay, well, I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to put Harry Dresden Wizard in the Yellow Pages. But thankfully, it's just like nobody fucking believes that he's a wizard, so the council's just like,
You little shit.
like, yeah, all right, fine, whatever. And, like, do your thing.
Yeah, make some money, I guess, by
Yeah.
telling the truth while everyone thinks you're lying.
Yeah, so he is. Most of his books start off like someone will come to him for help and be like, yeah, like my husband's missing or something, and then that will lead to him getting embroiled in a whole plot which literally by the end of the series ends up with like apocalyptic level shit that he has to deal with.
Yeah.
But it's very cool. Harry's a great character. Like he wants to be Han Solo. Like he's a huge Star Wars fan. He's like I want to be like that gruff badass rebel kind of character. But deep down, he's just a big old nerd.
That scruffy looking nerf herder.
Yeah, he's just a huge nerd. He plays Dungeons and Dragons, and I can't remember if Harry himself said it or the author of the book series said it. It's like, in Dungeons and Dragons, Harry will never actually play a wizard because he can't stand all the things that Dungeons and Dragons got wrong about magic casting. So he just always plays fighters and barbarians.
Plays like a rogue or something.
Well,
since
how
he
does
wants to be-
magic work in the universe? You just do it and that's it? There's no requirements or, like, ingredients or...
Like, most wizards are born with inherent magic. Like, they don't need any, like, tools to really, like, focus their magic.
So, a sorcerer from D&D.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wild magic. They're born with it.
Yeah, pretty much. But normal humans can use magic if they, like, do ritual-style shit.
Yeah, but they can't be like fireball. They have to be like summoning circle type thing.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. So, Harry is, I'm trying to think of the D&D term. I think it's an evocation wizard, the kind that, like, slings fireballs and lightning bolts all over the place.
Yeah, evocation.
Yeah, like, each wizard kind of has their own specialty, like, in real life, how different people have different talents. So, like, there's one wizard who might be naturally good at, like, mind magic. There's another wizard who might be good at summoning shit. Harry's just fire, lightning, just fucking everywhere.
Yeah, DPS for the win.
Yeah, he is the DPS wizard. Like, he'll try to, like, lay out a plan for something that's gonna happen, and then the plan will inevitably go wrong. He'll be like, alright, fuck it, fireball, lightning bolt, just start blowing everything up.
He almost makes plans to make himself feel less bad about just going, slaughter him.
Yeah, pretty much. So, because Noodle kind of brought it up, there's been an argument going on the internet for, like, probably the better part of 10 to 15 years now as to who would win in a fight between Harry Dresden and Harry Potter.
Harry Dresden, probably.
Yeah, it's really...
Well...
It's not even a fair fight.
It doesn't sound like it would be.
Yeah, just because of the difference in power scaling between the Potterverse and the Dresdenverse. Like, I'm trying to think...
I don't know.
Harry Potter could use Expelliarmus.
No, I mean, Harry Potter could use Avada Kedavra and just instant kill it as long as the spell hits any part of his body, just dead.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're dead. Can't do anything about it.
He
No
could
blocking.
use Alohomora to get into his place and set a trap. Because that's the unlocking
I
spell.
feel like the only thing that makes this battle unfair is that if Harry drops his wand, he can't do magic.
Yeah, that's one of the things.
If Harry breaks Harry's glasses, Harry can use Oculus Reparo.
Oh,
and
no,
fix
Hermione
them.
uses Oculus
Yeah,
Reparo.
I know, but you think Harry doesn't know how to do that?
He never
at this
learned that
point?
spell. He
Yeah,
never learned it.
You don't know that. You don't know that in the end after he's working for the ministry.
No one knows it at that point.
He probably learned it.
He probably bought a good pair of glasses.
He probably learned it too.
Probably never did. I'm going with that.
I wish I could use Oculus Reparo.
Yeah, me too. But no, like
I'm over here sitting with my not glasses vision. I probably need glasses. I don't got them
in the
yet.
eyes with a cigarette.
Yeah, but yeah, the power scaling between the universes is just vastly different. Like,
I wouldn't say vast. Like, I'm saying, like, Harry Potter has an instant kill spell. That's a immediate catch up to whatever Dresden Files has. An instant kill spell.
Yeah.
With no defenses against it.
Yeah, but Harry wouldn't use that.
If we're talking bloodlusted, if we're going on a one-on-one battle in the style of YouTube versus battles, bloodlusted, I feel like it'd be a bit more of a.
Well, can't
a
you
struggle.
also block Avada Kedavra?
No, you can't block it. You can't block it. If you get touched by it, it kills you instantly. Basically, you better fucking hide behind a rock. Basically,
you have to use Expelliarmus, and then they meet in the middle.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
That's what that happens.
I know that
And your
happened.
favorite one, Goblet of Fire.
Well, that only happened because. God, this is about
Doesn't
to be a
matter.
whole
Doesn't
here.
matter. It happens.
No.
It's fine.
And it's never said nobody else could do
Just
it.
let me fucking
Yes,
finish
it
what I'm
is.
trying to say here. God.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Anyways,
It's
Dresden Files.
Yeah, so
Neat.
I'm trying to think of like
Night
the
Side.
most fucking like what guys help me out. What's the most impressive display of power that's ever been seen in a Harry Potter book?
In the book or in related materials?
Like any and all.
Entire towns just can't be seen by people or even acknowledge they exist.
I mean like
Like, you can't even wander into them. Like, if you wander towards them, you'll suddenly get the idea, like,
I'm
did I
talking
leave something behind?
I'm talking like in a fight, like pure destructive force.
Destructive force? That
Yeah.
might be a new one. Destructive force is not nearly as prevalent, mostly because of the statute of secrecy. So
Yeah.
they can't just go blow up an entire city. They can't cover that up.
Yeah. Like, just for me, because I watched the movies, like, last year, would be the scene in, I think it's Deathly Hallows Part 1, where Harry and Dumbledore have to go get one of the Horcruxes, and they have to do a thing where, like, you have to drink the water out of
That
the
makes you
basin.
relive your worst memories and
Yeah.
experiences. Yeah.
And that scene when
not
Dumbledore
that good.
conjures up, like, a fucking firestorm to, like, burn all the things that were coming out of the water.
Yeah, after he finally fucking recovers, he's like, Harry, no matter what, don't let me stop drinking this.
Yeah. And then he just burns, like, all of, like Harry does that, like, probably 10 to 20 times. Or Dresden does that, like, 10 to 20 times a book. That's, like, his go-to thing
Yeah.
for, like, sheer power.
But
I think generally Dresden would win, but sure, if Harry got the drop on him and was sneaking around and fucking Avada Kedavra'd him,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I mean, Harry can also teleport.
Yeah.
He can protect himself against magic with a simple spell that fucking, like, first years learn.
Yeah.
And I feel like literally the only reason why this is even like an argument is that Harry can just not have his wand.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if it was someone like Dumbledore who could just use magic without a wand, then
Yeah. I almost feel like a fair fight for Dresden would probably be, like, Snape or Sirius rather than Harry Potter. Like, a more experienced, more
nah,
powerful
Sirius
wizard.
got off by fucking Bellatrix, and Bellatrix is
Yeah,
We should
Bellatrix
move on.
got fucking killed by Ron Weasley's mom.
well, Molly Weasley is an Italian. God damn it! You better keep talking, or this is gonna be a Harry Potter podcast.
Okay,
I
so-
swear to God, I've read all the books
Yeah, so
27 times.
anyway, just to settle this argument, just outside of power scaling, like, just to continue it a little bit longer, like, if Potter is going into battle, like, what's his loadout? Like, he's got his wand, he's probably got his invisibility
Got his
cloak,
big fucking dick.
that too.
His broomstick, invisibility cloak, his wand. Hedwig's dead.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Definitely dead.
Did you say his broom?
Yeah, his
Did
broom.
you say his wand?
Yep.
Did you say his invisibility?
I'm about to tickle you real good.
Did you
No,
say-
that's all he like.
You really wouldn't need.
He if he really wanted to, could bring a time turner.
It's true.
Just kill Harry Dresden as a fucking baby.
Yeah.
There's that bullshit scenario.
He would also have to whip that out and turn it like 262,000 times or something like that, though.
That's fine.
Wait, how old is Harry Dresden?
Like, in his 30s?
Why 200,000? What?
I just said that one because in the how it should have ended Harry Potter, when Snape takes Hermione's time turner and goes back in time to kill Voldemort as a child, he has to turn it like 262,000 times.
Well, is it a full turn for a day?
I think.
Is that what it is? I don't remember.
think it
I
might
don't
be.
completely remember how it works.
He'd have to
Either way, though, if it means not dying,
Like, if I can just do like this while holding the,
just get it spinning.
Yeah.
That'd be hard to keep track of, though.
you could stop it and be like, you a baby, toddler. Keep going a little bit, baby. stab.
Toddler would be fine,
Yeah.
probably.
But so anyway,
I don't know. It would just be a hard fight.
Yeah. So that's Potter's loadout.
Let me one real quick point. I think the mass area of destruction kind of get cancels out by a wizard's ability to like depending on how strong they are, perfectly defend the immediate space they're in.
Yeah.
With Protego, like there's been some serious shit blocked by Protego, and it's like, is it that strong? Shit, I guess it is.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, the surrounding
Depends
5
on
square
how-
miles is on fire, but the surrounding, I don't know, 1 foot in every direction of every part of his body is fine.
Yeah. So anyway, so
Sorry. Yeah, no.
Dresden's normal loadout is, well, for one, he doesn't really even need one because he can just do magic whenever he wants. But he does have a staff, which is a magic focus, kind of like a wand. He has a thing called a blasting rod, which is basically a wand that's dedicated to fireballs, fire beams, that kind of shit. He's got his trench coat, which he has personally enchanted to be bulletproof up to like a 50 caliber round or something like that.
Whoa.
And he has these he starts out with one, but he has this little silver ring which just stores up kinetic energy every time he moves his hand, which he can then trigger to like basically do a force push. And just one ring alone, fully charged, is enough to like break people's bones. He eventually gets a full set of them where he wears 3 of them on each of his 4 fingers. So basically he's got like a set of fucking brass knuckles, which is 12 bone-breaking force pushes that he can trigger off all at once. And then he also carries a large caliber handgun. I think his last one was like a 500 Magnum or something like that. So like he is fucking loaded down whenever he even needs to go into battle. And he's just like a normal wizard. And then you get like into like the magical council where their leader is literally called the Merlin. And this guy,
The Merlin.
yeah, the Merlin. And this guy is so stupidly powerful that at one point in one of the later books, they're getting chased by like an army of, I think like 50,000 vampires or something like that. And the Merlin just takes the most basic spell that any wizard in this universe learns called a ward, which is basically like, you put a ward like on your door and nobody can get in. And he just stonewalls a 100,000 strong vampire army with just a ward.
Okay, at this point, I feel like I was focusing too much on a general Harry Potter universe wizard rather than Harry himself.
Yeah.
Harry's fucking dead.
Yeah.
You were right. I think Snape versus Dresden would be a much better. Like, because there's a scene in the a scene in the books and the movie where Snape fights McGonagall, who is like renowned as a really good duelist.
Yeah.
And in the space of like 3 seconds, casts 3 different spells, blocks 2, and deflects the last 2 to take out the fucking twins behind McGonagall, like the 2 actual bad people. Like, this all takes place in like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It's like like a dozen or more spells cast and deflected. Like, just like that.
Yeah.
And I feel like that might be too much to keep up with in like this kind of thing, where I'm guessing Harry Dresden isn't casting like fireball, lightning, tornado, deflect in like the space of 2 seconds.
I mean,
like all that kind of shit.
He can cast pretty quick, but he usually focuses on one spell at a time rather than doing like.
Well, in Harry Potter, you flow between spells, which is why like
Yeah.
shit gets crazy between 2 really good duelists. Where
Yeah.
it's like, I don't even know what 5 spells they just cast, but what?
Yeah. I think my favorite display of power from the Dresden Files was from a character named Ebenezer McCoy, who was basically Harry's basically Harry's stepdad. Like, he's the guy who adopted Harry after his parents died. And turns out, you find out later in the book series, he holds the title of Blackstaff, which is basically the Council of Wizards like designated go-to assassin.
Yeah.
And during this whole war that happened with the vampires, Ebenezer McCoy found out that the vampires kidnapped Harry's daughter, which he didn't even know he had for a while. They ended up getting her back, and he's just like, yeah, they just kidnapped my boy's daughter. I'm not about to let that stand. So he just used his magical power to reach into orbit, grab an old Soviet spy satellite,
and shut the fuck up.
And just dropped it on the vampire headquarters in South America.
Alright, fuck you. I'm just saying, Imperio.
Yeah.
That's a nice Harry Dresden you got. Would be unfortunate if he was mine.
Yeah. Yeah, mind wizards are a whole thing in that book, and nobody fucking likes them because of that very reason.
Well, the thing in Harry Potter, though, is that the Imperio thing is you can't really resist it for the most part. There's been a couple, like, you probably could Imperio Dumbledore unless you were Dumbledore's power.
Yeah.
So depending on how strong you are, you just can't... Talking way too much about Harry Potter. Let's please move on. Isn't this only the first half of your third choice?
Yeah. So we'll leave the Dresden Files there.
And we're at 2 hours.
And start.
Motherfucker, it's like 7, not even.
Yeah, we ain't late night yet. Anyway, so the next
I'm trying
one.
to cut it short when I'm home early.
I'm trying to cut shit short. I just have other things I want to do.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, the next one is the Night Sight series by Simon R. Green. Sorry. So, it's about this guy named John Taylor, who is a psychic, operating in an area of London literally called the Night Side, which is, it's on a map, it's a
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, it's a 1 square mile area of London, but because magic and pocket dimensions shit, it's basically a city hiding inside of another city. Like, full-size city.
Damn. So, Diagon Alley.
Yeah, it's pretty much
Sorry.
Diagon Alley, but it's the one place in Earth where technically God and the devil are supposed to have no power whatsoever.
Really?
Yeah. So like basically you can go there to like do like all the things that you wouldn't want your God to see, kind of an area. So like
Well, then why is the devil cut out of that? It seems like he'd be all over that shit.
because they don't want those large powers there.
So they do whatever their godly or devilish wishes are without the devil or God.
Kind of, yeah. And like,
Neat.
there's like a bunch of other deities that hang out in the night side. Like, there's an area literally dedicated to deities called the Streets of the Gods, where you can like go and meet like Zeus and Thor and like all the
Like
other
a tourist
pantheon.
attraction?
Yeah, pretty much.
How do they feel about that?
You can
Are
take.
they like totally thrilled that people are coming just to see them?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty much because
Oh shit,
like
okay. That makes sense.
because like
They're basically forgotten.
Yeah.
And then people are like, "You're Zeus, oh my god."
yeah, like you can. Anyway, so
Oh my you.
yeah. So main character John Taylor operates there, and he's a really bad detective. Like he's actually self-admitted shit at it. Like he said, I think verbatim once, "I wouldn't know a clue if I tripped over one in the gutter." Like he's an awful detective in like the normal sense, but his psychic gift basically allows him to like focus on something or someone and like basically psychically find them. So like depending on how much he knows about the thing or person he's looking for and how well magically shielded it is, he can either pinpoint it directly or can get
This is a really weird blank spot.
yeah,
Probably
get,
somewhere in there.
like he can pinpoint it, get like a general location for it, or find what he needs to get himself set on the path to finding it, pretty much.
Yeah.
And John Taylor might be one of the single greatest bullshit artists I've ever seen in a book.
Oh, you better bring something good for this.
Okay, so he ended up, like, he basically weaponized his own reputation. Because, like, he's even though he's a shit detective, he's, like, a very, like, hard-bitten, grizzled kind of detective. Like, he kind of knows what he's doing outside of, like, the looking for clues bit.
Is he kind of like the, I can't find out what happened through clues, but I killed this dude and he had a thing in his pocket.
Yeah, like, he is absolutely okay taking credit for somebody's death that he had nothing to do with if it helps his
okay.
own reputation. So, like,
So
there's...
he's a scumbag, kind of.
Yeah, he's like an honest scumbag, though. Like, here, I'll illustrate it very well. So, like, this one scene, he has to go to a club that's run by, like, actual demons. And he goes in and, like, says some shit. The demons are getting ready to kill him, and he just kind of holds up his hand. He's like, guys, listen, let me tell you about this thing. So, legend says that when God created the earth and said, let there be light, if somebody can look into that light and not go blind or insane, they can summon up that holy light whenever they want to. And the demons are like, you can't fucking summon the light of creation. And he's just like, guys, you know who I am. I'm John Taylor. Do you really want to put that to the test? And they're like, no.
No. The 2% chance you could actually do this is too much.
Yeah, so he gets by on bluffing, his psychic gift, and being horrendously overprepared for any possible situation. Like, he wears a trench coat that has literal pocket dimensions in the pockets that he just keeps a bunch of random shit in there that he might someday need.
He's Magic Batman.
Yeah, he's Magic Batman. Like, this is the one scene in any book that's ever actually made me cringe. So he has to, like, go to, like, this very rich people's club to, like, talk to some people and get some information. And there's this, I don't remember the creature's name.
This is bugging me.
Sorry. He's,
He's
the same kind of creature that Mr. Tumnus from, fucking Narnia is.
Satyr.
Yeah, so this little 5 foot tall satyr is standing guard outside this club, and he's like, hey, I need to get in there and talk to some people. And this guy's like, nah, like, you're not going to get past me. I'm here to keep people like you out. And then he's just like, well, I'm John Taylor. Do you really think you can stop me? So the satyr goes from being 5 feet tall, he enlarges himself to 12 feet tall. And it was a point made that the satyr was not wearing pants. His dick is just hanging out.
Oh, yeah, that's the satyr. They're basically partying fuck machines in Greek mythology. Yeah, keep going.
So anyway, he grows to 12 feet tall, so his dangly dick is hanging out right in front of John's face.
What a long schlong.
Yeah, and it's just right there, and John's just like, okay. So I reach into my pocket and pull out a mouse trap that I keep there for perfectly good reasons, hold it up, and just let it snap shut on that dick.
I would give my best Tom from Tom and Jerry Scream, but I don't think anyone alive can.
Yeah, so he just mouse traps this satyr's dick and then just walks into the club.
Jesus.
Yeah. So just random. He's basically.
Yeah, it's straight up Batman.
Yeah, he's psychic
Bat
Batman.
shark repellent.
Yeah, pretty much.
For the one time you might be near sharks as Batman.
Yep. But yeah, it's a very good fantasy noir series. It's one of my absolute favorites, which is why it's tied with Dresden File on my number 3. Which, weirdly enough, I got introduced to these series in the exact same way. I found book 2 of the Nightside series in the old Triumvirate bookshop, thought it sounded interesting, bought it. And I also found book 11 of Dresden Files in that same bookshop, read it, liked it, and then went and got the rest of the series.
It's really weird that you would read book 11 in a series.
Well, yeah,
really
that bugs me to the extreme, to be honest. If I read fucking...
What year was this that you found it, first off?
Shit, I think I was a sophomore in high school when I found the Nightside series, and it was
the Triumvirate bookshop, that would have been
it was a while.
Maybe my senior year?
Yeah, it was a while ago. I was still in high school when I found
So it was a bit
these.
harder, because it's now if I'm at a bookstore or something and I find a book that's number 4 in the series, and I'm like, well, this sounds really interesting. I'll normally look up some reviews and make sure that it's not just utter dog shit, and then I'll normally check Kindle and see if I can get it, because I've got the Kindle Unlimited, so there's a whole shitload of most books. When I look them up, I can just download them for free.
Yeah,
you pay $10 a month. There are some that I can't, but because I prefer reading books on my phone anyways. It's just I always have my phone with me, so it's I'm not having to carry a book around. I'm not going to accidentally leave it somewhere.
Yeah, this was before I had any electronic apparatus to read my books on. And also the nice thing about both of these series is if you can pick up any one book, and there's going to be maybe a few things for the overall series-wide plot that you might not get, but they're also very well done, their own little self-contained adventures, and they do a fine job of explaining who the main character is, why he does what he does, and you can read them standalone just fine.
I do find that annoying a bit in long series when, as long as I guess the recap isn't too long.
Yeah, it's not.
As long as it's just a quick thing, but a lot of the longer series I've read will have that same thing where it's just oh, we got to go over all this shit again. It's I just finished the last book, and now you're going to talk about it for 10 pages. Come on.
Yeah, if you just pick up any one of the books in the series, it'll introduce you to, all the relevant characters and happening within, probably, the first half to 3/4 of, the first chapter. Yeah. They don't spend too terribly much time on it, but just enough to get you so you understand what's going on with the stuff that's not related to the whole overall plot. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, both very cool series. I have all of them in paper or hardback because I got all of them before I had ebooks.
Yes. All right, Jimmy.
All right, so my number 3 pick is The Incarnations of Immortality, which I'm not going to get into the story too much because the way the story is set out through this entire 8-book series is confusing at best, what the fuck at worst. And so I'm just going to go over, for the most part, the mechanics of the story, I guess. The universe it works in.
Yeah.
My favorite is probably... There's, just gonna start with the story overall. So this universe takes place in in like a world where these certain like mythological figures or like deities, like Gaia, Mother Earth, time, death, the god of war. They kind of mix like classical Greek deities with like concepts rather than actual like gods and shit. So you've got like the incarnation of time who experiences time backwards, and they all experience time backwards. So the very first keeper of time is the very last. To him, he's the last. To everyone else, he's the first.
Right.
And then you've got like the incarnation of Satan, and by Satan I mean there's not really a name, because each one of like the stereotypical names you could give the devil is a different figure who took over the mantle of Satan, kind of. So you've got Beelzebub as a separate person. Lucifer is the original. You got Old Scratch, which is actually a different one. That wasn't in the office for very long. He was bad at being the devil. He just wanted to have fun. You've got like other like every other like Lord of Flies is one, which is really fucking gross. He's basically a weird toad monster who's vaguely humanoid, and he's just infested with flies. Oh, it's gross. But anyway, then you've got like the god of war, and each one of these like deities is less of like a individual person, more of like an office you can hold.
Yeah.
And you can only take office by defeating them in specific ways depending on which like aspect of the universe they are, kind of. So like you can only defeat death by avoiding being killed by death, and with Satan you can only become the new Satan by tricking him into releasing like his office. So in the book for the guy who becomes Lucifer, I think it's I think the book title is number 5, For the Love of Evil, which depicts a 16th century Lutheran priest like descending into becoming the devil, which is possibly the most fascinating, but not my favorite. Most fascinating, not my favorite. And he eventually tricks the devil by literally just like too much story, but he basically invades hell through some context stuff and some plot shit, and he very systematically takes down the different rings of hell, because they take the Dante's 9 circles of hell or whatever into consideration, and they like methodically move through hell, defeating each ring. And some of the people, like some of the demons and some of the people in hell, are like, yeah, let's fucking do this. And eventually meets Old Scratch, or what was his actual name? He's one of the weird names. It's not the devil or Satan. Anyway, his character eventually comes to a final showdown where the devil's like, man, you were a big pain in my ass. I'm just gonna fucking kill you. And he's like, no, you probably shouldn't kill me. I got something important to tell you. Keeps talking. And then he like insults him very profusely. And the devil's like, okay, yeah, whatever. And then like shoots like a fucking, I'm gonna call it a death bolt. It's a magic death bolt. And before, earlier in the book, you see this character getting a weird magical item that reflect all magic. And so this was his plan. As soon as the devil was like, boop, he was like, doink, and just killed the devil with his own spell, which counts as tricking the devil out of his position, because you killed him by using his own move.
Nice.
And then almost instantaneously, he's the new devil. And all these books in this series of 8 books don't have a timeline. They all interact or are featured or are a big story of each one. Like, you could literally read any single one of these 8 books in the series, and that's the first book. You could read it any order you want. Like, I mean, I think the first 2 have a little bit more of a stringent, like, there are 2 different stories, but they're rather connected, and the rest of the series is like, whoa. So, basically, you have to trick the devil out of his position. Mother Earth hasn't been replaced in so long, I don't think anyone remembers how to take her place. So that's kind of off the table. Then you've got God, which is the only incarnation of immortality who has never been replaced, because he's so vain, he refuses to give up his position. He just doesn't do it. And I think the devil in his book visits heaven and, like, twists the arm of fucking, who's the guy who guards the gates?
St. Peter?
Yeah, he, like, twists the arm of St. Peter in and, like, kind of bitch slaps Michael around a little bit. And he's like, I want to see God. Like, basically his whole like thing going through to become the devil is a lot of so much horrible shit's happened to me, everyone around me, like I want to talk and see God, and then he goes to visit heaven, like the top layer of heaven or whatever, and God is basically a giant reflection of him looking at himself. That's just it. God doesn't even respond to his angels or him at all. Just keeps looking at himself. And that's why no one's ever really taken, like, these are all interchangeable between people, but not him. And the whole story, the storyline is, like, so complex. Like, I want to look up the author, because he also writes a lot of other dope-ass, like, fantasy and sci-fi books. Like, there's Kilobyte, and there's, fuck is it called? I'd have to look up his name. But the entire Incarnations of Immortality is really cool, like, twisting and melding of different mythologies. There's, like, time travel that isn't some bullshit timey-wimey gonna tear a hole in the space of reality thing. It's like, yeah, this
it's a lot
is
more like a
normal.
rug, really, but never mind.
Yeah, it's more like a building with no fabric at all.
And Boone is the immortal incarnation of Chonk.
Yeah. And the book that I lent Noodle here was To Wield a Red Sword, which...
Nope.
What was it?
Necroscope?
Necrosphere one.
Or the book what was the name of the book you looked up?
To Wield a Red Sword.
Yeah, To Wield a Red Sword.
Yeah.
That's probably my favorite one because it's most character-centric on the guy who eventually becomes War, and he is not the kind of guy you would like expect to ever become the aspect of War. He's like a low prince, like, because the Indian government, like the Indian civilization, is a fucking mess at this like time era. He's like a low prince, and he has a stutter, which like makes him like ostracized because he can't talk right. And there's some weird like Satan-y like shenanigans. Like he eventually sends Lilith, the first demon, to talk to him, and she like teaches him how to talk without stuttering, which isn't talking. She's like, if you sing, you won't stutter. And like he like starts sing-songing his sentences and stuff, and realizes it's not making him stutter because they don't really go into it, but like speech and singing are different parts of the brain, and that's what she kind of points at. It's like, don't talk, just sing what you're gonna say. And so that's one of the few things. He's got a lot of like weird personal connections. There's like this bitch Helen. Her name's not Helen. It's a different Helena, something like that. She's like another freak circus performer. She's like the Lady of Snakes, got a boa constrictors and stuff.
Yeah.
And slowly throughout the story, like, if you haven't read any of the other books, all these events are like unexpected, like weird things that don't ruin the narrative, but they're like out of the blue, like holy shit. But they're all things that like tie in from the other books that you can see from a different perspective and a different angle by reading the other books without them ever really interfering with each other. You could literally read any book from beginning to 3, 4, 7, 8, like, doesn't matter. The 8th book is the end, but it's at the end of the 8th book.
Yeah.
And it's just an amazing series by one of the best sci-fi, not even sci-fi, just fantasy writers. Each one of the incarnations has, like, different, like, ways of becoming them and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
I think War, you just have to fight him. But if he gets killed by something else, the sword will fly to the nearest, like, most eligible, like, worthy person, and they just are the god of war whether they want to or not. Like, that's just, yeah, you're the god of war. No, what? Yeah, you're the god of war now. What does that even mean? You'll figure it out. What?
Yeah. Also, real quick, because you mentioned Lilith, I guess, spoilers for the Nightside series, Lilith is the one who built the Nightside.
Nice.
Yeah, she, in that universe, she was, the whole first wife of Adam who didn't want to bow to a man, went down to hell and fucked a bunch of demons, created monsters, and she's just like, okay, so I've got all these monster children, and I just want a place where they're not going to be fucked with.
Yeah.
Nightside.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot of, like, not mythology, but, like, fiction where Lilith is, like, the least demon-y demon.
Yeah.
Like this shit kind of sucks. I want to go somewhere else where they can't bother me.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, so Noodle, number 2.
Yes, number 2. The John Dies at the End series.
Hey.
Wait, series?
Yeah, there's.
There's 3 books.
Yep. That was in my.
I think I've already known that.
Yeah, that John Dies at the End was in my honorable mentions.
And I'm throwing futuristic violence and fancy suits in with it.
Cool.
So
does
all by the
everything-
same author. David
So every
Wong.
good book that guy wrote, basically.
Yes.
You cheated in a way that I didn't think was possible.
Well, I mean, it's a series, which we've all been doing series.
Yep.
Well, I thought you
I
said
just
there was a
tacked on-
3 and then 2 other ones.
Huh?
You said there was a series of 3 and then
Yeah,
J-
John Dies at the End.
has 3 books to it.
Yep.
and then you added on the other.
And then
2
I just
books.
said also one other book. It's called Futuristic. The title is Futuristic Violence and Fancy Suits. It's
Okay.
one book.
Yeah.
My bad. That there were 2 totally separate things to my ears, and I was like, wait, what? Nah.
John Dies at the End is just classic. I mean, we've talked about it a million times.
Yeah.
It was written by a dude called David Wong. Well, that's his writer's name.
Yep.
His real name's Jason.
Jason Pargin.
Pargin, yeah.
What he picked a fairly random name as his writer's name.
The 2 most popular names in the world, first name and last name.
Yep.
David
They're the
and
most
Wong.
common. David and then Wong's. I don't know if David is the most common first
I don't think
name,
it is.
but
Wong is
it's
the most
probably
common.
like Muhammad
yeah.
or something like that.
It was-
But Wong is the most common last name in the world.
Yeah, and John is the most common first name in the world. And yet, you'll never find a person named John Wong.
Yeah.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah, I looked it up. That's
Guy wrote it over a series of Halloweens while he was working a shitty cubicle desk job. I don't remember exactly what he was doing. I think like data entry or some shitty like that.
Yeah.
But so it was written in installments, and then
Posted
later,
on Pointless Waste of Time?
I don't think he had Pointless Waste of Time yet. I think he was just
Oh.
posting it on like there was some forum he was posting it on.
Yeah.
And then I think he eventually started posting once he made Pointless Waste of Time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's since been edited a little bit and turned into one just full-fledged book.
Yep.
But well, one, and then he wrote a second and a third book. With the second book being kind of depressing and
Yeah.
definitely my least favorite of the series, and the
Wait,
third.
depressing? I mean,
Yeah.
I thought his whole thing was like super dark comedy.
Yeah, but this one gets into a whole thing with like real like. There's always John's alcoholism and drug addiction,
Yeah.
but in the second book, it's like
Really bad.
really bad
Oh.
and stuff.
Oh.
So, like, but then the third one, which just came out semi-recently,
Yeah.
over a year ago, but
I'd say that's very fucking recent.
it's pretty recent. It was kind of a return to the form of the first one.
Yeah.
Um,
Any section written from John's point of view is just fucking comedy gold.
it's always very good.
Do you want to praise or talk shit about the movie versus the book? Because I feel like you do.
The movie wasn't bad.
Yeah, I don't want to talk shit about the movie because it was
Well, I
still
mean-
good.
You know,
They-
shit as a hyperbole. You know,
Yeah, but-
criticism. There we go.
They had to make it all fit. They had to take a lot of it out.
Yeah, it's another one. I forget what book you were talking about where it had
Ringworld,
like
6 different
a
plot
lot
points.
to it. Yeah, and that's very similar with John Dies at the End, where there's a lot of different stuff that happens in it, but then for a movie they just had to cut a lot of it out.
Yeah.
There's no way they could have had, especially because it was a pretty low budget movie and everything. There was just no way.
They spent all their money on Paul Giamatti.
I'm pretty sure Paul Giamatti didn't get paid that much to do it
Probably not.
because he wanted to be in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, just like pay me like
Yeah.
a few grand and like provide me with beer and shit.
Yeah, pay for my food and board.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just great, dark comedy. It's about 2 guys who take a drug. I mean, we've talked about it before, but it's about two guys, John and Dave. They take this drug called the soy sauce, which we
Yep.
open in doors to other worlds, man. And
Unfortunately,
then it
Another
opens
World
doors to
sucks.
other worlds.
Literally.
and they can see all the shit that you aren't really supposed to be able to see that's in our world, but
Yep.
our minds aren't adept enough to see. So they become paranormal investigators, kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, David doesn't really like to call it that, but John insists and
Yep.
acts all goofy about it.
Is David the straight man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or as straight as he can get in the
He's
series?
still,
Like he
still has all his moments, but he's definitely...
He's the guy in the situation who is like, I cannot believe what I'm saying. Why the fuck is this happening? What the hell am I even doing here? What is going on? And then John is just like, ghost party!
Just like,
Dick
this
jokes!
is fucking awesome that we can do this.
Yeah. Like, it's... Those two characters are perfectly illustrated at the very, like, last scene of the movie when they go into not Shit Narnia, the other world where they meet Vance McElroy and
they just see a floating orb
Yeah.
that leads them into this other dimension.
Yeah. And, like...
It's like a
It's-
post-apocalyptic dimension.
Yeah, and these guys are like, you need to, like, we've been waiting for you. You need to help us save this reality. And then John is
You're
just
the
like,
chosen one.
and then John's just like, yes, well, before we do that, we have to go back to our world and get some stuff. And then they just turn and walk away. And
Well, they were playing basketball and they
Yeah.
saw the orb and went through and were just like, this place sucks. Let's play a basketball game in this dimension. So they
Yeah.
just are playing a game of basketball in this shitty place, and like a drone flies up. I don't think it happens in the movie, but like a drone thing flies up and like asks for their identification and all this stuff. And
state your names, Assy Cocklord, Philippe Enormo Wang. Please state your place of residence. Your ass. The suburbs west of your ass. But yeah, in the movie, they're just walking away from Vance McElroy, and Dave has just like this resigned, sad look on his face. He's just like, I have to deal with this shit again. And John is just so upbeat and happy that he's about to go off on another adventure.
But they don't.
They don't.
They just go back through and they're like, fuck that place.
Yeah.
And then a group of like, what does it say? Like early 20-somethings
Yeah.
of different ethnic races like go through and have this huge adventure. And because time passes differently there, like John and Dave are still playing basketball when they come back through, and they're like, you guys wouldn't believe this. We just saved this whole
universe.
thing."
It's like, you guys will never believe what happened. And John says something like, you bored some poor passersby with your fucking idiot story until he whipped out his dick and whipped you with it like a stagecoach driver.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So, it's great stuff. Futuristic Violence in Fancy Suits is about a girl who finds out her dad was just a quadbillionaire, and she's getting his fortune, but there are like stipulations for her to get it, and there's a bunch of people who want to try and take it from her, and it's almost I mean, it's not really, but it's a little bit akin to Ready Player One in just the sense of like, hey, there's this huge thing, and there's this huge amount of money basically that's at stake, and look, all these people want to get it. It's like in the future, so everybody has like cybernetic enhancements and stuff. Like pretty much everybody has these like cameras in their eyes, so they can just like live stream all the time and stuff. But yeah, it's neat. There's not as much to say about that one. It's got a similar sense of humor to John Dies at the End because it's David Wong.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not on the same level, but it is very good. Did you ever read it?
I never got a chance to read it now.
I should let you borrow it. I have it right there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's those ones. David Wong basically is my fourth
Yeah.
favorite book.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, the
Cheating bastard.
shout out to the holy weapon of the Bible duct taped to the baseball bat. And the fur gun. Like, the fur gun is just great.
Fur gun. And the using Molly's diarrhea ass to just spray all the dudes and shit on
All
them.
right.
Shit the bomb, Molly. Shit the bomb. So my number 2 pick is Star Wars: The Darth Bane trilogy.
Keep going. And
Yeah.
slower.
And slower. Okay, so the Darth Bane
It
trilogy.
is I, Darth Bane.
No,
The
that
fire rises.
That's-
I'm also.
At least let him do the good
No.
voice. You want to go you mason jar real quick? I'll go get a mason
I
jar.
got
You merely adopted the dark
Ah.
side.
I made the rule of 2.
Yeah. No, so Darth Bane he's like I just said, he's the guy who made the whole Sith rule of 2 thing. It takes place about 1,000 years before Episode 1. So like the Old Republic, the Jedi are in full-scale war with the Sith, and Darth Bane, whose real name is Dessel, he's a guy who was born on a shitty mining planet to a drunk, abusive-ass father, and his life basically just sucks. His dad died. Dessel got stuck with his dad's debt because the company they're working for is like, yeah, like, we provide you room and board to work on this mining planet, but it means you owe us money, and because of the ore they're mining, cortosis, which is like one of the few lightsaber-proof minerals in existence, it's insanely hard to mine. The miners' paychecks are based off of how much they bring out of the mines at a given day. So they're basically just stuck in this rut where you're always going to owe more money to the company than you could ever possibly actually make working the mines. It's just bad fucking situation all around.
Yeah, that sounds pretty god-awful.
Yeah.
That's like some straight up outer world shit.
Yeah, the company is actually called the Outer Rim Ore Works Company, and because they're on the Outer Rim, they're not subject to, like, all the Republic's fucking, like, basically laws and shit like that. So he's living on this planet, working a shit job, which basically everybody there hates. He's pretty much resigned to the fact that he can't ever leave. So, turns out he's Force sensitive, doesn't know it because, like, the people there, like, don't even know what the Force is because they never get off the planet, like, period. So he gets into a fight with one of the miners, ends up biting off this guy's thumb because street fight rules, essentially. So they're like, all right, look, you fucked up one of our miners. Like, go home. You're done for the day. You can't make any more money. So he just goes and hangs out at the cantina, and a Republic ship shows up to pick up a shipment of ore, and, like, all the Republic soldiers come off. So he just, like, all right, well, I'll sit down and play some fucking cards with these guys and hopefully make up some of what I lost. And then ensues possibly the most intense fucking card game I've ever read in, like, any fiction ever. So it starts out, they're, like, going back and forth, and, you know, Dessel's making a bit of money, and then, some shit goes down where, like, on instinct, he does, like, I'm not going to explain the card game, but he basically loses really fucking bad at one point. And he stops...
What is it called, Sabak?
Yeah, Sabak.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm not going to explain that whole card game.
You can't. I don't think it's been fully explained, like, to the fucking point of the...
It's like blackjack. You're supposed to get a hand of 23, but there's a random chance that suddenly all the cards are just, like, flip-flop values, so you could be sitting on a
And the
perfect...
value changes, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sabak is fucking whack.
Yeah, it is weird. So he ends up losing really badly, and then he stops caring about, like, actually winning money and just wants to, like, fucking destroy his opponent. So then, guided by the Force, he ends up with a perfect 23 and wins the whole fucking thing. And then the guy he was playing against is like, what the fuck? Like, that's impossible. Like, you cheated, blah, blah, blah. This guy's drunk off his ass. So then, later, Des leaves the bar. The Republic soldiers attack him. He kills them in the streets and is like, fuck. Well, I can't stay here anymore. So he goes back to the bar. And, like, the bartender's his one friend on the planet. And he's like, yeah, you fucked up. I got to get you off the planet somehow. The Republic's not going to take you because you just killed, like, a couple of their soldiers. How do you feel about joining the Sith? And Des is like, you have contacts with the Sith? Why? And the bartender's like, dude, I got contacts everywhere. Like, just say the word, I'll get you off planet. Problem is, you have to join the Sith army. And he's just like, yeah,
all right.
Fuck it, it's better than staying here. So he ends up joining the Sith army as a foot soldier. Does some really cool shit, again, using unconscious force powers. Like, they have to attack this base, this Republic base, which is basically a death sentence for his unit. His lieutenant knows it, and his lieutenant's, like, so scared of, like, the Sith Lords that he's just like, yeah, no, we're going to do it. It doesn't matter if we die, because if we don't do this, worse things are going to happen. And Des is like, I'm not going to let you kill my homies. So he knocks the dude out and then, like, leads the attack himself. And he ends up sniping, like, 7 people in 3 seconds after being blinded by a flash grenade. Just because the Force. So he goes back to base. His lieutenant had woken up, gotten loose, and he was like, dude, you just did mutiny. Like, you're dead. You're fucked. We're gonna, like, throw you in a hole and leave you there. But because the other soldiers were talking, some of the Sith Lords found out about it, and this one guy's like, you might be Force sensitive. Hey, you want to come to Korriban and train to be a Sith Lord? And Des is just like, yeah. All right.
Basically, he becomes a Sith through, like, the laziest, like, yeah, sure, whatever type of way.
Yeah, like
all right. Yeah, that sounds better than this.
Yeah, so to, I guess, just get the story out of the way, he becomes a Sith Lord, some shit happens, he realizes that the Sith army is not how the Sith should be, and basically goes on an adventure, which winds up with him completely wiping out the Sith, until it's like him and like a few other people left, and he's like, yeah, so this whole Sith army thing, that's not gonna fly anymore, there needs to be 2 of us, 1 master and 1 apprentice. Then he ends up finding an apprentice, and, you know, that whole thing happens.
Wait, so did he murder the other few remainers and then go look for an apprentice, or how'd that,
Like, the only Sith that survived, like, 99% of the Sith army was on this one planet where they were fighting a war against the Jedi, and Darth Bane basically tricked them into killing themselves off, pretty much.
Oh.
Like, when he fucked off and went on his little adventure to, like, discover other stuff, he found a holocron by a very powerful Sith Lord named Freedon Nad. And basically it contained this ritual where, like, all these Darksiders focus their power into one area, and they create this thing called a thought bomb, which then explodes, killing off the people who cast the ritual and anyone within, like, I don't know, like a 10-mile radius or something like that.
If she breathes, she's a thought.
Yeah, pretty much. So he ends up giving this
Thought bomb,
ritual.
dude. Just spews thoughts everywhere, and the army gets distracted by them taking booty pics for their Instagram.
I'm down with that. I can be distracted by that.
Yeah, so he gives the ritual to Lord Khan, the guy who is leading the Sith Brotherhood of Darkness. He's like, yeah, because Lord Khan tried to do some mind tricky shit on him. He's like, yo, I need, like, all the soldiers I can get if I'm gonna win this war, and, like, you're here, like, fucking everything up. And then Darth Bane's like, ow, my head. Oh, no. I'm so sorry, Lord Khan. Please, here, take this ritual I found. I think it can help. This is my apology. And Lord Khan's like, good. Wait here for my return. And then Lord Khan leaves, and, like, Bane just, like, gets up off his knees, dusts himself off, and essentially says, what a mental pussy, thinking he can mind trick me. So he wipes out the Sith, finds his apprentice, who has one of the saddest origin stories I've seen in Star Wars. Like, the Jedi were bringing in, like, a bunch of Force-sensitive children to this planet to, like, hopefully, like, get them some basic training so they can be foot soldiers for the Jedi. And this one little girl, who is, like, very Force-sensitive, ends up making friends with this native creature called a bouncer, which is basically just, like, a big green fluff ball. And she's like, yeah, it's like, this is my friend now. And then after the thought bomb happened, most of the bouncers went insane because the thought bomb is horrendously destructive to, like, anything Force sensitive, and, like, all the bouncers are Force sensitive, and she manages to save this one by shielding it with the Force, and she's, like, wandering around with it trying to figure out what's going on. And then 2 Jedi happen to be just walking down the road, see it, and they're like, oh, fuck, a bouncer! And, like, all the bouncers went insane and were attacking the Jedi. So they just gunned down this big green puffball right in front of this little girl, and she flips her shit and just snaps both of those Jedi's necks right there.
Oh, boy.
And then Bane comes by 5 minutes later, like, looks around, sees what happened, and he's like, well, there's my apprentice. Yeah.
Nice. Down with that.
And then, time skip happens. Many years later, they're out doing their whole Sithy thing, and eventually it winds up with Bane's apprentice killing him, which is as it should be, according to the rule of 2. But Bane is just a very, very cool character, and I reread the series yesterday in preparation for this podcast, and it's funny, like, the little shit you can pick out of books, like, that, after rereading them, that, like, you hadn't seen the first time. Yeah, very cool little things. I'm probably going to piss Jimmy off right now and say that I think Darth Bane would be able to take Mace Windu in a lightsaber fight.
What about in a rap battle?
No. Bane is too white for that.
Yeah, no. That should be over. Over. I don't know, man. Like Mace Windu's specialized form of combat is especially effective against Sith. That's like the thing with the alteration of Form 7, or is Form 7 an alteration of Form 6?
Mace Windu made an altered form of Form 7.
Okay, so Sarisu?
Well, his style is called Vapod,
Vapod, there we go.
but it was based off Form 7, which was called Juyo.
Well, I mean, you have to understand that Mace Windu effectively defeated, like, Palpatine, the strongest Sith in a really long time, maybe even more than Darth Bane.
Yeah, maybe.
He also
That's up in
mastered
the air.
all 7 lightsaber forms and still got his ass whooped.
Yeah.
And there were people who were like, yeah, he was just faking it. It's like,
No, he wasn't.
Did he really need to fake it? There's no reason for him to fake that. He got his ass whooped a little bit.
Well,
And then,
the reason I
He
say...
got turned
Yeah.
into a ghoul.
Yeah.
from his own
Why would you
lightsaber.
want to get
Yeah.
Or, I
ghouled?
mean, electric rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why
The
would
reason
you
I
get
say that
ghouled?
is because both Darth Bane and Mace Windu use a form of lightsaber fighting that no one else has ever really seen before. So, like, Mace Windu has his variation of Form 7, and Bane uses a modified version of Form 5, which is all about brute power. But the reason Bane's is special is because of the type of lightsaber he uses. He uses a curved handle lightsaber.
Yeah, like Count Dooku.
Yeah. So normally people who use curved hilt tend to go for Form 2, like Count Dooku did. But the reason Bane's is different is because Form 5 is all about, like, brute power and stuff, but because of the altered grip he uses on his lightsaber...
Makes all the angles and strikes unpredictable, yeah.
Yeah, so, like, if you're coming in, like, for an overhead swing and,
Yeah.
like, someone blocks it, it would normally just, like, stop there. But with Bane's alteration, instead of just being a block, it would actually slide down the handle toward someone else's fingers.
Oof.
Yeah. So the reason I say that is because, like, if Bane came up against Mace Windu would whip out his style, and Bane would be like, whoa, like, I've never seen that before. But Bane is very good at picking apart his opponents and learning as he's fighting.
I mean, so is Mace Windu.
Yeah.
You have to understand, Mace Windu defeated General Grievous, the Slayer of Jedi.
Yeah, I know that.
He was literally built to kill Jedi.
Yeah. So the reason...
And he got his ass whooped
Yeah.
by a Jedi.
Yeah, the reason I'm saying Bane would probably win is because, like, he would take his stance, and Mace Windu would be like, alright, like, I see this Form 5, I've seen this before, I know how to fight it. It's the little things that are going to get you in trouble when fighting Darth Bane. Just that slight change of angle is what's going to end up getting you in the end.
I mean, you have to
Well,
understand that
wouldn't
Mace
he
Windu,
also Mace Windu see the curved handle?
And he also, like,
be able
Count
to be
Dooku.
like, I know what that means. Like,
Also, like, the advantage from, like, Mace Windu is that he feeds off dark side energy. That's it. You don't have to, like, oh, that's a weird type of dark side energy. I can't quite... No, it's all of it. It's not like, you know, trying to defend against a weirdly angled lightsaber. You're just making him stronger by being there and attacking him.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. The only other thing I would say about that fight is that it's confirmed in canon that Mace Windu hasn't really completely mastered his variant of Form 7. Like, getting that close to going dark side is very
I mean,
dangerous.
he invented it, so
Yeah.
technically he's the only standard you can compare it to, so he's
Yeah.
a master. I mean,
Well-
if you get better than him, then you might be the master. Until then, it's still Mace Windu.
Yeah, but, like, going that close to the dark side is very, very hard for Mace Windu. That's a confirmed thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But Darth Bane has literally mastered doing exactly that. Getting
What,
that...
Going towards the light side?
No, getting that close to going full-blown battle rage, but not going over the edge.
not Kylo Renning it.
Yeah, like, that's his thing. Like, in the Book of the Sith, right over there, Bane literally said that doing that, like, the dark side power is the mastery of control, not the loss of it.
I don't know, man. I feel like it's still a struggle. Like, they both have very similar-ish dark-siding, like, styles. And one is, like, they got the weird arced fucking lightsaber handle. And then they're equal until you just take in the fact that Mace Windu feeds on dark force. That's what Vapod is. It feeds on the dark force, and it uses it against itself, and also within the user a little bit without getting too close to the line. So I feel like Mace Windu would be overwhelmed and would be like a movie situation where, like, the last third of the battle would be him, like, just fully, like, absorbing Darth Bane's immense dark side power and since I'm sure Darth Bane, like, isn't used to a Jedi all of a sudden fighting him with the ferocity of a fucking Sith Master that he doesn't fought in too many of those.
Yeah, not really. Like, it's a weird thing. Like, I'm not, like, just base Darth Bane against Mace Windu would be a very close fight. I deliberately did not give Darth Bane his full suit of lightsaber-proof armor for this fight, because if he had that...
Alright, well, Mace Windu would just crush the armor into his organs like he did to Grievous. I mean, like...
Well, Darth Bane knows how to defend specifically against that. Like, it's a very big point in his training where you basically wrap yourself in a bubble of the Force to keep people from doing that exact kind of thing. Which is why it worked against Grievous, because Grievous didn't have the Force.
Good point. Good point. But yeah, so Darth Bane trilogy.
Yeah, it's very, very good. It is technically canon.
Who actually killed him? Like, who was his apprentice that actually took him out?
Oh, Darth Zana, the...
Gary Goomba.
Yes.
Gary Goomba?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that terrible motherfucker.
Yeah.
Gary
No, his apprentice Darth Zana, who is probably the most powerful Sith sorcerer next to Palpatine.
Yeah, I can't even dispute that because I'm sure you're right.
Like, I would almost say more powerful? Maybe?
I thought Sidious was pretty much like the strongest, like, Farseer when it comes to dark side stuff.
It's a weird nebulous zone because Darth Zana has access to a lot of straight up forbidden Sith sorcery, like kind of shit that if you fuck up with this,
forbidden Sith, like forbidden to regular Sith, that bad.
Because
Holy shit.
if you fuck up trying to use this, it will kill you. Period.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So like,
you think they'd be still kind of gung ho about it, weed out the weaklings?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like under Khan's Brotherhood of Darkness, that was definitely like, don't fuck with this shit. But now under the rule of two, it's like, if you think you can handle it, if your master thinks you can handle it, sure, give it a try. But like, I don't know, weird nebulous zone. Like a lot of the shit that people do with the Force is the Force. Okay, I'll wait till you get back then.
Yeah, you and Noodle can talk about
Some bullshit.
Poo poo.
Talk about Boone over there being a living incarnation of the light side.
Yeah.
I see you, Boone.
He's a good boy.
Biggity biggity Boone.
He's been sitting there all day.
He was over there. He was over here a little while ago.
I know he was over here a little bit, but I've been out in the living room all day, and he's been right there.
Yeah.
Futuristic violence. Oh hey, I must have used my ordering strip as a thing. Yeah, I bought it used. It only cost $10 with
Nice.
the shipping, and it's in like perfect condition.
Yeah.
Yeah. So fucking keep it that way, Andy.
I will.
Fucking God, dude.
I'm pretty good about that.
I didn't do a very good job of explaining this book, but it's because I haven't read it in a long time. So,
Yeah.
like, since I got it. When did this get in? Let's see. There's got to be a date on this somewhere. Yeah, November 25th, 2016. So, it's been about 3 years since I read it. So, don't have the best memory of it, but it is a very good one. I should read it again when you bring it back. Although I'm just so many books to read.
Yeah. I still occasionally bring up the third John Dies at the End book just to read the segments written by John.
Yeah.
David took off his shirt to expose the chest of a badly shaved bear. Anyway, so...
All right, Jimmy.
Wait, hang on. I wasn't done yet. So,
It's fine.
yeah, what I was going to say was that a lot of the things people do with the Force is the Force acting on something else. Like, you know, Force push or Force grab, you're using the Force to grab, like, a physical object. If you do Force lightning, it's you using your own body's electric shit to make lightning bolts. What Darth Zana could do was a ability called Dark Side Tendrils, which is actually a full-blown physical manifestation of the dark side. Like, bringing it into physical existence. And, like, if this tendril touches you, like, if it touches you on the arm, your arm just rots off right there.
Oof.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oof.
Sith sorcery, especially the forbidden stuff, is fucking nasty.
So it's like the bad guy from Ghost Rider 2, kinda.
Yeah, but way cooler.
Yeah.
Way fucking
considerably
cooler.
cooler.
God, my next book's gonna sound so lame compared to what we just talked about. Fuck.
Hit it.
Evan's familiar with it because I lent it to one of his exes, but it's The Girl Who Owned a City, which is a very small, not well-known
She
book.
ever read that.
No, she never read it, but I gave it to her, and then she kept it for like 9 months. And
No, she kept it for years.
it wasn't years.
We lived together,
for like
but it was
2.
just sitting there.
Yeah, no, never read it, but she fucking should have.
I always saw it, and I was like, that book looks stupid.
It does look stupid.
The cover does make it look dumb, but
It does. I
no,
know.
it does. Go on.
Yeah. Anyway, the not the theme. The setup for the story is that a plague wiped out everyone over the age of 13. So it's like the Lord of the Flies, except the kids don't leave civilization. Civilization leaves the kids.
Oh.
Yeah. So the story basically starts out. I'm just gonna make up names because I don't remember the actual character names. They're very vaguely like standard female little girl names, and like John, like Kathy, Liz,
Slappo.
whatever. And they got kids named like John, Ryan, and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna assign them names because I can't remember what they are.
Bubsy the cat.
So Kathy, the older sister, basically is 11, and it's been a slightly under a year since all the adults just like kind of dropped dead, and she's taking care of her little brother, who's only 7, and he still doesn't really understand what's happening. Like I think he was like it was like 6 when everyone just died off. So he's like, "Where's mommy? Where's daddy?" All this stuff, and like she's like trying her best to like scavenge for food. She's fucking 11.
Yeah.
So like I think they had a really good
So
dinner.
they cannibalized their parents who died?
No, they didn't drop dead in the house. I think they left or something like that. Like they didn't want to die in the house because like the disease didn't wipe everyone out overnight. It was like a recurrent like weeks of it happening where like people were like warning the kids like, hey, everyone under like 13, like you're gonna be fine. You're gonna have to prepare to be without your parents and stuff. Like there was actually shit building up to this that is explained throughout the entire, albeit short book. And Kathy's taking care of her little brother Ryan, and he's only like 7. And I think one of the first things that happens is she prepares a really extravagant dinner from what she could find, and it turned out to be Kool-Aid, a popcorn bag that was ripped open that she cooked over a skillet over a fire, crackers, and like some protein shake stuff, like a mix, like the dry powder stuff.
Yeah.
And like that was amazing compared to like their usual meal of like crackers and water.
2-day-old coyote. It's better than 3-day-old coyote.
But anyway, like they're both trying to survive on their house on the street, and like it's not nearly as dangerous as like a usual apocalyptic type thing, because other kids don't just immediately arm up with knives and guns and start killing people for food, but they eventually do. Eventually. And so she's just kind of trying to keep her and her brother safe, trying to make sure that the other kids can't leech off their stuff, because like they see other kids on their street, but it's really rare. They know they live in that house, but they almost never come out, as no one else does, because there's a real big gang of 13-year-olds roaming around. The big kids.
Yep.
And so a lot of the story is really setting up the connection between the older sister and the brother, and like their relationship with like 2 years ago I was in like 4th grade getting ready for my like Girl Scout trip to whatever, and all this other stuff, and they're like constantly reminiscing about how like close it was to where everything was normal. Now everyone's gone, everything's fucking horrible, and so everything's pretty natural. They're just staying in their house. There's a house across the street that is called, I think it's like Claire's Orphan House, and it's just like an 11-year-old taking care of a bunch of like 5 and 4, 6, like just basically toddlers barely.
Yeah.
And they are failing horrifically. Like she's always begging other kids for food. Like she's taking care of all these kids, trying to be a good person, but they're all fucking starving because it's a bunch of kids. And like there's a very small town, like small time gang, like kind of roaming around, like a really tiny one. It's like 5 to 7-ish, like older kids who kind of like roam around. They got like the worst thing you've ever seen, which is a really sharp pocket knife and shit like that. And she's like trying to teach her little brother how to be safe when she's gone out to, like go scavenge for something or whatever. And one day, like the very first scene chronologically happened when I first started talking, but this is the first thing you read in the book. And she kicks through a glass door into a house and opens the door, and like the first thought she had was like, man, I wish I could just ring the doorbell and they would just open the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, and so she kicks through the door, opens it and closes it, and then locks it, and she realizes like, why'd I lock that door? And just kind of unlocks it real quick. Like, there's no one around left, really. Searches through the house, opens the fridge. Yeah, everything's rotten. Got some crackers, I guess. And a couple cans of soup. Leaves. And then she kind of, like, spots, like, way down the street, like, more than 1 or 2 kids rushing into a house, which means there's something happening. So there's, like, a group of, like, 5 or 6 kids rushing into a house, taking everything, and you see another little kid running out, like, begging for his, like, toys and his food back and shit, and, they shove him away, and they just run off laughing and stuff. And she comes home and starts, like, teaching the little brother, like, okay, this is Dad's gun. Doesn't have any bullets, but this is Dad's gun, and this will scare any other kids from messing with you. Like, all you have to do is look real mean and real serious when you point this at other people, and they will believe you. And so, like, she gives them the empty gun that has no bullets in it, because fucking there's no bullets. And, like, it starts slowly building gradually towards where, like, she starts, like, inviting other kids from the neighborhood over, and, like, hey, bring something you found, and we'll, like, share with you, and you bring something you found, and we'll have, like, it's kind of like a potluck. And the potluck turns into, like, the first stage of, like, a rudimentary child government, sort of. And, I mean, she's not dumb, she's a kid, but she's still smart for a kid, so she's like, alright, this is, like, a lot of people, there's some gangs roaming around of, like, the older children, and we gotta be able to protect ourselves. And so they start setting up, like, rudimentary traps around, like, the houses, like, little tripwires, like, soda cans attached to it, and, like, she eventually does find an actually working gun, and it's a 22. Like, a little, like, fucking pheasant shooter,
Yeah.
And, that's, like,
Kill
her...
a human.
Yeah, it's, like, her Excalibur, basically. But that's actually way later in the story. And, basically what happens to her, like, building her influence throughout this little neighborhood to bring, like, basically a kingdom of children together in, like, a rational and, like, this is how kids would think if they were in life or death situation. Like, she was like, we need to find someone who knows how to garden. Like, can we plant stuff? Like, how do seeds, like, do? Like, we need to start planting seeds. We need to start finding weapons. And there's a very not revolutionary, but a trip she takes to like a farmhouse on the edge of town. That's like, it's not that big of a deal. She like brings a little fucking one of those kids' toys you drag by the handle that has 4 wheels on, like.
Wagon?
Oh yeah, it's like a little wagon.
Yeah.
And she's like walking down the street and she realizes there's like a farmhouse. Yeah, I know. But it's like one of those little tiny red ones, like the stereotypical kid.
Yeah, the Red Riders or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Radio flyers, that's what they're called.
Yeah, she has one of those. And she knows there's a farmhouse on the edge of like the town. She's actually gone way farther than she usually does, but like there's nothing fucking left in her neighborhood, and like even like the store, she visits it and kind of like laughs to herself a little bit because all the candy and junk food is gone, but there's lots of canned vegetables left. And she just, like, starts piling that shit into her fucking, like, little wagon thing. Brings it home, leaves again, runs into a farmhouse. And these old farmers must have been one of the last few adults to die. Because they write a very poignant note to, like, whoever might find this note. Like, we know you're alone. We know everything's scary. All the grown-ups are gone. Like, all this stuff. But please take our farm. Use the animals here. They'll be able to feed you. There's also a treat in the cupboard. And she goes in the cupboard and it's a bunch of like stale chocolate chip cookies. It's only been like a few months since everyone died. So like big old jar of stale cookies. There's all the animals are dead though, unfortunately. Except for the chickens. Chickens are still alive. So she's taking all these eggs and stuff, and she's like feeling like after reading that note it kind of fucks with her a little bit. Like she's a child and she's trying to come to grips with the fact that she doesn't know what to do. And so she takes this note as almost holy gospel and is like, okay, I will do whatever I can to protect other kids and like all this other stuff. And I forgot what kind of like story, like aspect or like a reference or some sort of thing that tipped her off to the location of this place. But you know, to us, it's an obvious spot to go look for. But you know, 11-year-old, you don't really think about it. There's an untouched warehouse right outside of town. And so she goes there and is unbelievably like, what the fuck is all this? Like, just one pallet of food is just retarded. This place is still full. None of the kids are looking to break into a warehouse. They don't really know what that is.
Yeah.
They don't care. They're all trying to, like, not die. So she gets into the warehouse and is like, holy shit, this is enough food for almost everybody. Well, actually everybody. Way more than the people we have. And so she starts, like, carting some. She's, like, walking back home from the warehouse back home. And she passes, like, by some, like, cars that are, like, you know, obviously stalled. You know, they have no gas in them. She's, like, talking to, like, and if only the cars, like, still worked. If only I knew how to drive a car. Well, I kind of know how to drive a car. My dad showed me how to, like, change a shifter and, like, the gas and, like, the brake and stuff. And, like, she gets home and brings all the supplies home. And the car still kind of works. Like, there's still some gas in it. It hasn't evaporated anything, and the car isn't broken.
Yeah.
And so she decides to, like, start the car and slowly drive down the street and kind of, like, learn how to drive and shit. And once she gets down, she, like, just drives straight to the warehouse and loads that shit with a bunch of other stuff she couldn't carry home by herself. But this brings a lot of attention. Yeah, bigger, like, child gangs start, like, there's a bunch of, like, inter-group, you know, it's Lord of the Flies.
Yeah.
But the entire world is post-apocalyptic, not that little island. And so there more stakes are at hand, which forces these young children to grow up very fast. And at a certain point, she has, like, the entire neighborhood, and then, like, whoever's left in the town, like, in her group. And she lives in a very, like, not a very, but, like, a small suburb off of Pittsburgh, and learns of a guy who's named the King of Pittsburgh. And he's only, I think he just turned 13. Because, like, you don't turn 13 and die.
Yeah.
At the time, everyone over 13 died.
Right.
So, like, if you're 14, you're not going to drop dead or anything. And so she runs into this dude who's, like, the King of Pittsburgh. And he's got, like, a whole, like, way. Like, when you meet these guys, like, they outclass everything she ever did. Even though up until that point, she was outclassing everyone else. So it blows your goddamn mind. Like, you got kids with guns. What the fuck? And some other story stuff happens, and eventually a lot of stuff happens in this book, even though it's so short. It's a fast-paced book. It's kind of loose with the timing or the pacing of like the book. It's very loose with it. It's a kid's book for the most part, but there are a lot of aspects of it where, like, this is not something a normal child would think about, because this is not a normal child. A fucking person trying to not die. And one of the biggest points in the book is where, like, she's, like, finally accumulated the King of Pittsburgh's people. Yeah. And there's this one really big, like, piece of shit douchebag. Like, the word, like, he's Minkus. He's fucking Minkus, who leads another group from, like, slightly out of state. And she's giving this big speech. Like, she, like, somehow finds herself, like, not somehow, but if you read the book, it's not somehow. Somehow finds herself as a leader of, like, this entire town and takes over the high school, which was just the perfect spot. And, like, is doing this, like, big speech thing after defeating initially the forces of the Pittsburgh King. And she's just standing up there, and no one's actually shot anyone yet at all. She's up there giving a speech and just gets fucking by 22 and just, like, falls off the tower. And that was supposed to be, like, her death scene. And at that point, when I was reading, I was like, oh shit, she got shot. What the fuck? Yeah. It's a good book. It's a simple book, but it's good. It's really good. Anyone of any age could read it and be entertained, if not, you know, enthralled a little bit. And this somewhat unique portrayal of, like, it's basically Lord of the Flies with like a bunch of different twists on it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, I got to take a piss, and then we'll get to honorable mentions.
Yo. Well,
Oh no, he left us alone with the microphone?
pee pee poo poo, ha ha.
Somebody's in the bathroom, and I really got to piss.
Ha ha. Pee off the porch.
I don't want to.
No, don't pee off the porch. Go
Why?
downstairs and
I'll pee under.
Nobody
the porch.
goes right out there.
that is that neighbor's.
I've never
downstairs
once seen
bathroom.
them open the door.
Yeah, because you're never out here.
Yeah. You haven't seen them open the door either.
Yeah. I mean, think I've heard them open the door before.
No, you're a liar and a snake.
I'm not a liar. I'm just mistaken.
Yeah,
There's a
you're
difference.
just a snake.
I said mistaken, not misnaken.
Yeah, you're Mr. Snake and
Also, is that just John
that's
Dice?
the futuristic violence and fancy suits. I'm letting him read. That's the one that had me down. It's too late to get I'm sorry.
I'm guessing the description of the book is a parody of descriptions of books.
Where is it?
Nightmarish villains with superhuman enhancements. An all-seeing social network that tracks your every move. Mysterious, smooth-talking power players who lurk behind.
I mean, it is.
It gets funny with the very
it is
smelly
a dis-
cat.
yeah, it is like a description of the book, but I mean, it is like amping it up on purpose for comedic effect. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I thought that was like a serious description of the book, and I was like, this doesn't seem right.
Baboon on the cover. Skinny baboon. Baboon ain't that fit. You're fit, but my gosh, don't you know it?
I'm glad you follow the light side.
Cold over there.
It ain't warm out.
Alright. Honorable mentions.
Everyone, Noodle.
Yep. I'll just make these pretty quick. Game of Thrones, everybody knows.
Yeah.
You've read
I
all the
mean-
Game of Thrones books?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I've even read some of the other shit outside of the main story.
Oh.
Everybody knows it. There's
Well,
still
I mean, everyone knows the show. The books, from what you said, are very different.
not very different, but there's differences. And besides the fact that the books are on like a different timeline,
Yeah, an
in the show,
anachronistic, like weird, yeah.
so it's different. They did the show the way they did so that it made more sense because they're only so far in the books. But great. Winter's coming. Sex.
Do you think the entire series would have been much better if the book series was done? Or do you think they might have still fucked it up?
The ending probably wouldn't have been fucked up as much. It probably wouldn't have been as rushed. Even though I still thought the ending was fine. It was fine. Ready Player One. The book is real good. That book is significantly different than the movie. In
Well,
just a
we must
lot of
have
the
to talk
way,
about this.
a lot of the ways, like the challenges.
Want to switch me spots?
Sure.
The challenges are different.
So cold.
Like all of the challenges are different. They I think the first challenge is he has to play. Damn it, what's the game called? Joust for Atari against this like lich, and he has to beat him in Joust, and
Kill me.
that's like the first challenge, because I mean,
Joust.
in a book format, writing about that race they have at the beginning of the movie probably wouldn't work that well. Writing about a race just seems weird, or at least a race car race.
They take a left turn, And another left turn.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they're taking another left turn. Oh my god, folks, you should see this.
The characters are a bit different. I mean, of course, they prettied them up for Hollywood. Like the chick who plays H, his friend.
I'm guessing she's ugly nerd.
Well, I mean, in the movies, she's ugly too, but she's not ugly, but in the books, she's like fucking precious. She's like 400 pounds and everything. So, is that. And same with like the main character is super fat. At least at the beginning, he's real fat, but then like after he gets the first like key and gets endorsement deals and stuff, and he like is able to get apartment and make money in game and everything, and he gets like the super good suit with because he doesn't have the actual like treadmill shit to run around at first. Yeah. That's super expensive. Why would you have that? He only has the gear that like his school hands out because you go to school in the Oasis too. So
damn.
Yeah, and the first key is actually hidden on the school grounds in the Oasis. So eventually, once he gets all that stuff and he's playing like, 18 hours a day, he never leaves his apartment. He just orders food through the Oasis and gets all his money from the Oasis and his sponsorship deals from getting the first key, and eventually loses all the weight because he's constantly running around on the pad and everything, and because it just makes him better at the game when you have that much more control. I don't know. It's different, but I watched the movie when I was like 2/3 of the way done with the book, and I still love the movie.
Yeah.
The movie's great.
Gundam versus Mechagodzilla.
Yeah. Let's see. Scott Pilgrim, the actual Scott Pilgrim versus the World, the graphic novels.
Yeah.
Actually,
it's not a book, you cheated.
It's fine.
I know, I was giving her shit.
They're really great. The movie did a good job of capturing it. Of course, it doesn't have every single detail, but the movie has like a lot of fucking nods to the book. A lot of the little details they did get right. So that's a great series. I've got all of that. World War Z, the book. The movie is good, but holy fuck, is it not World War Z?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Because
no.
I haven't read the book, I've seen the movie.
I have the book.
I read Max Brooks' Zombie Survival Guide 27,000. Yeah, I saw that 27,000 times. Read it 27,000 times.
But no, World War Z, the book, is actually like a reporter going around. It takes place like after everything, so it's a reporter going around and interviewing people who like saw stuff
Lincoln Park
at the beginning of it and their reactions. Like he's interviewing like different generals and stuff like that, and then just going all the way through up into the like cleanup and how they had to like dive underwater and go through like sewage systems so they could find them all and put them all down.
Yeah.
It's real good. It's significantly. I think it's better than the movie, but the movie is still fun.
Yeah.
It's still a good movie. It's just said a million times. I don't know why they had to attach the name World War Z to it when it could have just been a zombie movie.
Yeah.
Because the movie, like, I know it takes a couple names of generals, and I think Brad Pitt's character is
and like
named.
A few small references. I think like the North Korean references in the book too.
Well, and there's stuff like stuff that when he's interviewing people in the book happens, like them climbing the walls and stuff like that. Like, yeah, they talk about that, but it's not like the reporters there on the ground floor fucking running from these waves of zombies. Also, I don't think they were even fast.
Really? Pissing right there?
I don't think they were even fast zombies in the book either. They were shamblers. So, but no, I mean, they put a few names in there and put a few of the events, but a lot of it was just made up. It was just like, why?
Yeah, why does this collection of interviews and stories have a main character?
Yeah, which I mean, actually, I don't even know. It's been so long since I read the book. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anyways, last honorable mention will just be the Redwall series in its entirety. If you've ever read any of those books, it's kind of like the medieval setting, but it's with like mice and like rabbits and stoats and fucking moles and shit like that.
Anthropomorphic.
And it's like they're actually that. It's just for whatever reason the writer made them mice and stuff. But it's actually fucking like gets brutal and it's really good. I can't believe you've never read any of them. I used to read them all the time when I was younger. There's a shitload of them. Just really good. There's like badgers, which are like fucking big orc style motherfuckers, and then like otters are like super skilled warriors, and hares. Otters are basically black people in the books, I'm not gonna lie to you. Rabbits are like, or hares are like English people, and just generally speaking, like those are all good. Same with like mice and moles. And then there's like stoats and fucking ferrets and rats and stuff that are generally the bad characters. But there's all sorts of stuff in the different books. Like there's like seafaring teams of rats that are just pirates, and like it's really cool. Like you really kind of like, I guess it doesn't really let you forget that it's animal characters, but it just doesn't matter. And it's like the hares were always my favorite because they're all just fucking cheeky English motherfuckers, and they're good. Like they're definitely written for kids a bit, but like motherfuckers get chopped up all the time. So like there's one about the Badger Lord who just cuts through fucking swaths of enemies because he's a badger fighting rats and ferrets. He's just got a giant battle axe that he just fucking destroys everyone with. The original one, Redwall, the first one's Mossflower, which is how like Martin the Warrior, who was a mouse, like established Redwall, and then which is like a safe haven, but of course it's always getting attacked. And then the other books that don't even end up taking place there or anything, but they're really good. They're definitely worth reading. Actually just talking about it makes me want to read them again, and like pretty much you don't have to read any of them in any order. They're pretty much all, I mean, there are a few that are like 2 or 3 books long, but for the most part it's just like you can just pick one up and read it. Like they'll be like, yeah, this is happening at Redwall Abbey, which is the place that Martin the Warrior helped establish with Goth the Thief. And it's good stuff.
Nice.
That does sound good.
Yeah, it's. I can't believe neither of you have read even one, especially you. I said to Andy.
I'm completely unfamiliar. No,
that's
the
strange.
gravy doesn't know.
Yeah, I think you told me about him like years ago.
Oh, I'm sure I did.
And yeah, no, when you said Redwall, I'm like, I haven't heard of this, but there's a little bit of memory there. Yeah. All right. So for my honorable mentions, I got a few.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, the first one, the S.D. Perry Resident Evil novels.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, they're non-canon now, sadly, because they were being written pretty
Were
much.
they ever canon?
Technically, yes. They were being written like as the games were coming out, pretty much. So it was the author kind of trying to keep up with the games, but also having to kind of like move some stuff around to make it make sense, like chronologically and shit like that. Like, I think the Code Veronica book came out just like a scant few months after the actual Code Veronica game did. So, but no, like it's the story of the Resident Evil games up to Code Veronica, and then they were declared non-canon once Resident Evil 4 came out.
Those ones, and also Caliban Cove.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was about to.
Other one. What was the other one? In the underground facility.
Yeah, Resident Evil.
Wasn't it something underground?
I think
it didn't have underground in the title.
Yeah, I think it did. But yeah, there were 2 books that were not based on the games, which is Capcom basically said, yeah, no, like you're doing good work with these books, like make some more stories, use the universe. So they actually introduced a lot of really cool characters that just didn't ever appear in the games, like David Trapp and John Anderson, the 2 stars guy from the Maine team. Maine, the state, not Maine like main team, but
Yeah.
like those 2 guys. And my fucking favorite from the books, the mysterious Mr. Trent.
Right.
That was a really fucking cool character that we never saw anything like him in the games. Like the inside man in Umbrella, who was like basically on the board of directors.
Yeah.
It was really fucking cool, and he would just sporadically show up throughout the books to like help out the heroes.
Give the stars some information about where, because I think he's the one that told them about Caliban Cove. He told like Barry and them about it.
Yeah, Caliban Cove was an adventure that Rebecca had with the Maine stars team. Again, Maine, the state, not you. You get it. I'm not gonna call them Bravo team because Bravo team's fucking dead, but
Yeah, they did.
but just an out of state stars team where they had to like go up to a cove in Maine because there was a facility up there, and yeah, it makes me real sad that we never saw Trent in the game because he had one of my favorite scenes in any of the books was the scene at the end of the underground one where he was just like hanging out in his penthouse thinking about the day when he's finally gonna get to completely fuck the board of directors. Like he's sitting there thinking about it. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna like go walk, like when Umbrella's tanking and going under, I'm gonna like walk into the boardroom and I'm gonna start telling the board of directors about this one guy that they killed off for stupid corporate reasons, I think. And he's like, oh yeah, by the way, that guy was my dad. You guys killed off my dad and I completely fucked your company for it. Just really fucking cool character. I would love to see him surface in the games somewhere. Then John Dies at the End was on my honorable mentions, mainly because I know John Dies at the End isn't for everybody, which is why I wouldn't really include it on a list of books everyone should read. Like, I could probably hand some of these books to like, I don't know, my
Okay, yeah, no, your Star Wars book series is not for everyone.
No.
Or Crisis.
Or Crisis.
I mean, really, it's more. I don't know. Mine's
No,
just
just
more
Crisis
a list
and
of
Darth Vader.
favorite books for me. But
yeah.
I know you've been doing it a little bit different your own way.
But yeah,
Either way.
But
yeah.
like, I could, okay, I retract myself. I could give quite a few of the books on my list to like my mom or my dad, and they would probably enjoy it. But I feel like if my mom tried to read John Dies, then she'd just be like, "What the hell even
Dick
is
Doorknob,
this?"
I'm done.
Yeah, just what is this? What are you trying to have me read?
Would it really take all the way till the Dick Doorknob for his mother to be done?
not far in the
Yeah, that's
book
like
at
the
all.
first chapter.
Oh, shit, okay.
Yeah. It just wouldn't. Its brand of humor is just not for everybody, and I understand that. So the next one is a book series called Apocalypse Now.
Oh.
And
See, I was wondering if you just fucked up there.
Yeah,
No.
no,
The
so was
whole
I.
time I've been
I was
like,
like,
Nope.
that's not...
No, that's it's it was gonna be tied with my number 4, but the only reason it's an honorable mention is the book is written by a guy, like I think an Englishman who lives in
Oh, a guy?
Yeah.
Fuck.
he lives in like
Fuck guys. Guys are the worst, right,
Yeah.
guys?
Englishman too? Fuck.
Yeah.
Ah, the goddamn English. Those murderous bastards.
yeah, so
Tea and shit.
it was written by a guy like an Englishman who lives in Cape Town, South Africa. So a lot of the book has to do with like South African mysticism and like deep dives into that shit. And when I was reading it, I had to like have my iPad sitting next to me with like a Wikipedia page going like, wait, what the fuck is this creature? What are they talking about?
You ever heard of mulatto?
Yes.
I don't think you have. Never
Like I
mind.
know it's a
You ever
word.
heard of Watto?
Anakin, what do you know? But no, it's a very
Galactic critics will be fine. Republic critics will be fine.
no, they won't. Credits will do fine. No,
Waving your hand around
do you think
like
is
you're
gonna
some
Jedi?
sort of Jedi.
yeah, no, it's
Fucking Watto, man. My fucking dog.
yeah, but yeah, it's a good book, but a lot of people I know, including myself, don't know a whole hell of a lot about like African mysticism and mythology.
Especially South African specifically.
Well, I mean, all you need to know about that is racist as fuck.
Yeah,
Which is where the term mulatto comes from, so,
Yeah. but yeah, no, the
Literally all I know about South Africa.
But no, the main character is really entertaining. He's this real shitball of a high school student. And basically he runs like an underground trading ring that he just distributes porn to his fellow school students.
Yeah,
like,
sounds about right.
like
For
almost-
his brethren.
A
like-
nice 90s racket before the internet.
Yeah, so he's like got that whole business, and he's like very proud of himself. Like, yeah, like I'm the shrewd businessman. Like I don't give a shit about anybody but myself. And then his girlfriend ends up getting kidnapped, and he has like a full blown schizophrenic break.
Whoa.
Yeah, where like half of his mind, like the business side, is like, yeah, like fuck her, I don't need her, I'm doing just fine on my own. And like his his subverted conscious mind is like, no, like you should really like,
We really liked her.
yeah, we really liked her, we need to go rescue her. And like occasionally like just straight up like internet chat boxes pop up, and it's these two sides of his personality fucking talking to each other. It's really
Oh,
fucking
so this
cool.
is not in the 90s. How the fuck is he selling porn and making money during the internet? What?
Yeah,
What?
there was internet in the 90s. Just not everyone used it.
Yeah, I
But
don't
there
know.
were still chat rooms and shit.
Like I don't know, maybe it's a South African thing where people
Chat bubbles seem fairly recent.
Yeah, but you know, like he'll like go and like pirate porn and like distribute like little thumb drives to people with it on like
okay.
for cash. So like he's like walking down the hallway, and this like one guy walks up to him, and they do like the very like subtle like, you know, like give him like a man hug and like slip a little thumb drive. Just like, here's that Asian girl on Girl you wanted.
Oh, nice. Okay, I got it now.
Yeah, and then
I thought you were talking about like selling porn mags or some weird shit, or like VHSs or something. I thought
but-
this was like a weird time difference.
it was like he's like distributing like DVDs and thumb drives and shit.
Oh,
I remember
nice.
somebody gave me the Paris Hilton sex DVD.
Nice.
Ugh.
There wasn't
She's
much
just-
porn at the time, man. I was good with it.
Well, no, I'm not judging you on
Watch
the
that shit
time.
into the ground.
The things I've done with Miley Cyrus look like porn.
But yeah, he ends up going on a quest to save his girlfriend. Finds out that he is like heir to a magical bloodline of basically like seers, of like when like the English like came down into Africa and started intermingling. Like there's a whole bunch of African mythology shit that I literally had to pull up a Wikipedia page to fucking understand.
Sears is a funny word.
Yeah, but
Sears.
Just, yeah, he's a seer.
Seer.
Yeah,
He sees.
sees.
Ers?
He sees.
Yep.
So he's a
Oh, he can see the airs.
seer.
Seer.
No,
Seer.
see, like he's a seer. You know how you're like a carpenter? Because you carpent?
Because I carpent, huh?
But yeah, and then he basically ends up going to like South African magical Hogwarts at one point, and it's just
South African magical Hogwarts.
yeah,
As opposed to a non-magic.
You know there is an African Hogwarts, right?
yeah. I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, me neither.
I know there's
You know, in most English and Australian schools, they actually have houses. It's not just like a made-up thing for the books.
I actually did not know that.
Yeah.
Did
have-
they divide them by
They have
merit
real
or just?
magical hats.
Okay.
I mean,
No, I don't know how they actually divide it. I was actually just reading a thing about it the other day that it's a real thing in most schools. Which I don't know how they actually divide it. If it's just by
Probably just like
By
organizational or something like that.
it's
or
probably
grade.
just by grade, I would imagine.
Yeah, kind of like a Boys and Girls Club. You know, you got the mystery group for the middle age, you got the peanut butter group for the older kids, and I forgot what the first one is.
Yeah, you got the boys and the girls, and the clubs,
yeah.
One of those doesn't fit.
and
But anyway, it's Apocalypse Now. Very, very good book. Next on my list is a Predator Turnabout, which I picked mainly because it's a Predator novel that takes place in Alaska. Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool.
Real quick, before this podcast started, it ended right about here.
Yeah.
And then all of this was added while we were talking.
Yep. But yeah, no, it's about a predator hunting like grizzly bears and shit has to face off with a park ranger somewhere up in the interior. It's pretty cool.
That actually, what? The Alaskan interior. What?
Yeah.
Explain more for a little bit, because, represent.
Yeah. But yeah, it
Or
starts at
frozen Texas, get used to it.
yeah.
way
Yeah,
better than that.
it starts out like the park ranger guy's finding like a bunch of like dead grizzly bears and shit, and he's thinking like, all right, it's poachers. You know, I got to figure out how to deal with this. Turns out it's not poachers, it's a fucking predator.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, there's really not much else to say about that particular
I
book.
imagine it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Then the Metro 2033 series, which spawned a very, very good video game series, also called Metro 2033.
I've been meaning to read those because I hear they're really good.
They are.
And I very much enjoy post-apocalyptic things.
Yep. So, not much else to say about that one. It's post-apocalypse in Russia.
And they live in the metro.
Yep.
And use bullets as currency.
Yep.
The good bullets.
Yeah,
as currency.
the military-grade bullets.
Yeah.
As opposed to the shitty homemade bullets.
May not work, may kill you kind of bullets.
Yeah.
These ones will work every time.
Yep. And then the last one, because you brought up Larry Niven's Ringworld, I threw their Larry Niven's Inferno, which is a book written by Larry Nivens about a science fiction author who ends up dying and going to hell.
And riding Ringworld.
What? Yeah.
No.
No. He ends up dying, going to hell, and he basically has to take Dante's journey from Dante's Inferno, get down to the ninth level of hell in order to escape.
Get down with the sickness, my dude.
Yeah. And the whole time,
down with the
because
syndrome.
he's a sci-fi
I knew
author.
you were gonna fucking say that, you piece of shit.
Yeah. But because he's a science fiction author and an atheist, like for the first half of the book, he does not believe that he's in hell. It's like, nope, this is all just alien technology. This is probably some kind of alien amusement park that they built. I'm gonna call it Inferno Land. This is not real. There's no way I'm actually in hell. This is fucked. Then eventually he figures out, okay, I am actually in hell.
I
This
want
is
to read
terrible.
some Larry Nivens now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Larry Niven is... He's the granddaddy of modern sci-fi. Well, okay, maybe not the granddaddy, but the daddy of modern
He's
sci-fi.
at least a normal daddy.
Yeah.
He might not be the granddaddy, but he's a daddy.
Yeah. So what do you got for honorable mentions there, Jimbo? Okay.
I know one.
Yeah,
of
so
them.
I have no honorable mentions. There's no such thing as an honorable mention as long as it takes for Andy to give me... Oh, thank you.
I know one of them. One of them was mine. Was one of mine as well, but I scratched it off since you were gonna do it.
I mean, I've got 3 runners up. Harry Potter?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harry Potter. One of my runners up. The reason why it's not actually on the list is I've read the series several times over, even though it's been a while from now. The first 4 to maybe 5 books just don't hold up in comparison to writing dialogue and plot material of 5, 6, 7. Like,
I agree.
I
disagree with you.
I mean, like
I would
the
say
Goblet of Fire.
I would say the first 2 books maybe don't hold up that well.
Prisoner of Azkaban, the book. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's really good.
Real good. So is
Goblet of Fire is
Fire.
really good.
Yeah.
But,
What is the next one? Is the next one
Order of the Phoenix.
Order of the
'cause
Phoenix.
Half-Blood Princess 6.
Order of the Phoenix is where it gets really good. Where, like, Harry starts, like, really realizing the true impact of just his existence
Yeah.
is. And, like, he realizes that all the adults around him are kind of, like, conspiring, not against him, but, like, they're talking secretly about his role and everything. And, like, goes through a bunch of shit. Like, this is, like, Goblet of Fire is when, like, you reach puberty, and then, like, immediately later, it's just, like, you're an adult. Like, this shit's fucking real. Yeah. Like, Cedric dies, traumatizing. Order of the Phoenix, ooh, Umbridge.
Yeah.
Fuck that bitch.
I will not tell lies.
She's worse in the books by a
Yep.
little bit. By a good little bit. The movies
we've-
do a really good
all
job.
read them. So.
Yeah.
Well, I know. It's just it's Harry Potter. I don't know what to tell the audience
the-
if you're looking for a
I
book
would
to
just
read.
say that the world of it is really well made and
Oh, it is, yeah.
like I know some people don't like it. My buddy Jake doesn't like it.
Some
because he
people think
thinks
it's
the
too
stuff-
childish or whatever.
He just thinks the stuff. He doesn't like the overly British shit in it. Like
It's a fucking British series. What?
Yep. Well, it's fine. He's allowed to not like that aspect of
Yeah,
it.
good
I
point.
mean, but I don't get why he's just like Hogwarts, fucking. I don't know.
Hogwarts is kind of a dumb name.
Yeah,
It
I
is.
kind of hate it.
It's so ubiquitous that we
I
don't
kind of
notice
hate
it,
it, but I
until
don't
we
think about it because
Yeah.
warts are fucking disgusting to me, and
And they're on a hog.
so yeah, it's gross. But if I don't think about it at all, And I guess because it's so normalized after reading these books.
It also seems kind of like,
Since I was
stereotypical witchy, like, wart a frog and, hog's nose or whatever,
Wart of-
hogwarts. No.
Give me the wart of the hog.
Yeah, why couldn't you have a cool fucking name like Durmstrang?
I'm sure it's some bullshit in a different language.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here. It's probably like Toad Dick or something.
Where were those guys from?
Ukraine? I think?
No, it was Bulgaria.
Oh, I was close.
Eh.
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 It was over in that area.
Ukrainians are about to murder you.
Probably.
When they're done getting murdered by the Russians.
It means fucking witch's cock over there.
Yeah, probably.
But at least it sounds cool.
The Harry Potter world is just one of the most
It's really cool.
just like the magic system is one of the most well-defined type of things I could think
it's
of.
it's very well defined, but it's very basic.
Yeah.
I mean,
Kind of.
it's very basic. I mean, it's
It's
basically
wand and
you
you
get
say
better
the
and better,
thing.
and you gotta do the thing, and then if you get good enough, you don't even need to say nothing.
Until you needed to say something.
But
Thank you.
it is great. The fucking Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets Xbox game, where you could actually just run all around the castle. And it's not like the castle was overly big, but it was cool as shit for the time. Because you could also just go outside and get on your broom and fly all around the castle and go everywhere. And there was the Whomping Willow, there's the Quidditch pitch, and you could go there and play Quidditch. Not as good as the Quidditch World Cup game, which I still have, by the way.
God, that game's awesome.
We should plug it in after this, dude.
Oh yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
Fucking
I'm
just
down.
gotta hook up the Wii. So, all right, let's. Well, now I'm excited. Let's.
Harry
fucking
Potter says, all right. Here's one everyone may or may not be familiar with: Fear Street by R.L. Stein.
Yeah.
Not
I've heard of
Goosebumps.
it. I've heard of it.
Fear Street.
I've never read it. Isn't that the
It's the
kind of
it's the
for
older kids.
teenagers?
Yeah,
type one?
it's like for teenagers, and it's been so long since I've read some of these
I've never
any
read
of these
any
books.
of
It's
that.
been a long time, but I do remember the grotesque, brutal deaths in these books. Should not have been in my classroom library when I was 13.
There was fucking freaky stuff, even just in regular Goosebumps.
Yeah, Don't Go Into the Basement gave me nightmares as a kid.
Fucking the very first one he wrote, Welcome to Dead House. That one scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, well, Fear Street is a weird, the entire Fear Street series has recurring characters and a weird esoteric plot line going through them. You can read them in any real order you want. There's a few where it's this is a 3-part book, this is a 2-part book, this is another 3-part book. But it's Goosebumps, but for older kids, and it's fucking horrifying. My God, the way that some of these high schoolers die, even to this day, is fucking traumatizing as shit. There's a kid, I don't know the whole story behind why he was there, but there's a kid with his girlfriend at an amusement park, and just wandering around. I think the girl is a Fear, which is it's Fear Street is the name of a street, and the Fear is the name of a family that's lived on a mansion that is the first house on the street for 200 years. So they have some weird superstition about them. Anyone who's ever associated with them is either dead or missing. And so this girl's with this dude at the amusement park, and some weird shit starts happening, because it always does in a Fear Street book, especially if you're a Fear and just shit happens around you. Okay, because we got cursed 300 years ago. Whatever. Well, the amusement park starts going haywire, and shit starts failing, and not failing mechanically, but failing supernaturally, the target shoots where he's trying to shoot the circle out of, real guns now.
Oh boy.
And they just blast out the back of the fucking target thing and just start killing people behind it. And I think the older kid's little sister is on the Ferris wheel, and shit starts going wrong, so they start going that way. And I don't remember if he trips or falls or something happens where he's on the ground, and the Ferris wheel just comes off the fucking little supports and just starts rolling, and it slices his head off, and very detailed shows the or explains the facial expression and the blood spurts coming out of his fucking neck stub. it's not Goosebumps level shit. Like, it's freaky. So, Fear Street is possibly one of my favorite, like, young book series. Like, even today, I'd probably read it and not be too disturbed. But, like, it's still, like, fucked up. Like, there's another one where, like, they discover a baker in her home, and she's been killed very ironically, where, like, her entire body cavities have just been stuffed with rising bread dough, and it's, like, coming out of her eyes and her nose and her mouth and her ears, and implied other places as well.
Yeah.
She's completely inflated with rising bread dough. It's just rough.
Move my truck here in a minute. Continue.
Maybe. That Fear Street is really good. Goosebumps is amazing, but if you're ready for something more than Goosebumps, Fear Street by the same author. Basically, literally the evolution of Goosebumps.
Nice.
And my final honorable mention, I named them runners-up. I'm going to go with runners-up. My final runners-up is The Libriomancer, which I've talked to your ear off about it.
Yep.
And
really cool concept.
it just is. It's one of the few magic, like, systems / techniques that I have never heard or thought of before I read this book, where I'm just gonna skip over the plot doesn't matter, the magic thing does, where he's the Libriomancer, so he can books, he can reach into books and pull out their unique items or like events. It gets real esoteric when he's not just pulling an item out, where it's like he's running from a bunch of like monsters chasing after him, and he's running through a library and pulls off like a 1930s mafia book and like flips through it real quick and finds like a big shootout scene, and he turns it around and opens it, and a bunch of like Tommy gun bullets like pour out of it and like blast these monsters to pieces. And then later on, like not a dragon but a wyvern, one of those like smaller, scary flying fucking dragon monsters.
Wyverns.
Yeah, wyverns. And he drops the mafia book because the bullets are like either missing or not doing much, or like the magic's kind of run out on that book. So he throws it down, keeps running, skips past Star Trek and Star Wars, and reaches into like a weird different like sci-fi book and pulls out like this giant laser pistol and just like blasts the fucking wyvern out of the air with one shot. Like, his magical skill is not just ridiculous, it's almost unfair if he has the right book in his hands. He can either pull an item out or expose part of the story, like make it real, kind of. I don't know how to explain it. Like, people aren't just popping out of the book. There's no people coming out of the books.
Yeah.
Except for one time towards the end, but that was a really super popular book, or like one of the really well-read classics, and so it was strong enough that his magic actually summoned that character. I think it was some Shakespeare shit, like something like that. Like literally, like it was either Macbeth or one other like classic character. But this book is really good. It does a really good job of melding what would happen if the modern world was suddenly like, I guess nymphs and centaurs are a real thing, and they're just people. I guess we have to start figuring this shit out. Like, yeah, nymphs are just, they have human rights. Like, centaurs have human rights. Basically, if you're sentient, you kind of have human rights, but if you're super magical, there are limits. Like, you cannot, like, do crazy shit for no reason, like, for fun. Like, if you're I don't know, just like a fucking, like an elven wizard, sure. You can't just decide to change the night sky to whatever you feel like. You're fucking ruining the natural order of things. Like, you can't do that. Yeah. Like, you just have to... Yeah, everyone knows you're an elf. Everyone knows you're a wizard. You can, go to the bar, go to work, whatever. Just don't fuck up the natural order of things. Don't destroy the sunset. Don't toss everything into a weird magical chaos. Like, I'm not for you. Chill. No one knows what's going on, even you guys. So let's just keep it chill for right now. It's only been like 10 years since all of a sudden the fictional world merged with the non-fictional world. So it's not even just magical characters. Like, I don't know, let's pretend Saving Private Ryan was a book. Private Ryan would be a real thing, even though he wasn't real. So, like, it's not just magical characters, it's fictional characters merging with the non-fictional world. It's really fucking good, and this guy's magic is just, mwah. Like, So good.
That's dope.
I don't check out the Libromancer. I don't remember the author's name. He's not like prolific. He's not even really well known, I think, at this point. It's been about 5 or 6 years since I read it. I've never seen anything by him yet. Again, so it's just just the way the modern world like handles / embraces the sudden like input of like these things weren't real and now they are, but we know what they were when they weren't real. So like, how do we like nymphs are kind of like they're people, but everyone knows nymphs just kind of want to fuck, and the nymphs are okay with that. They're just like, sure, okay, cool, hell yeah. It's kind of like stuff like that. And the centaurs are kind of like solitary. Like they don't think humans are beneath or below them. They just don't feel like they fit in.
Yeah.
So they want to live in the wilderness. Like they're not hostile to humans. They're just kind of like, yo, what up, dude? Oh, just hunting for some pheasant. Nice. They're over that way. Bye. That kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah. All right. Number ones.
Right. My number one is a 12-book series.
Holy
There
shit.
is more that goes on in the series afterward.
Are you about to tell the truth?
From what I read about the follow-ups is that they aren't all that great, and it's kind of better just to read the original story and let that ending be the end.
And if you're really curious, keep going.
But which it's I don't know. The Sword of Truth series by Terry Goodkind.
I'm so down with this only because of he audio read the book to me over the course of like a few months.
Nice.
Boy, 12-book series, and each book is long. It's a fantasy series. It follows the main character. The main character is Richard. Richard Cipher.
Cool.
He
I'm gonna get up or yes, thank you.
he starts off living in a land that basically has no magic. There's a barrier between his land and the land that has magic. That, you know, every now and then something comes through the barrier, but there's wardens that kind of put him down. And
Funny enough, that's the name of the group in the Dresden Files. The Aurors of the Dresden Files are called Wardens.
Wardens, what a unique name to pick for your defenders.
Well, Grey Wardens makes it a little bit more unique.
Whatever.
Yeah, continue.
Well, one day Richard is out hunting. He notices something's different. He finds a plant he's never seen before and gets a thorn in him, and comes across this woman running from a group of men. So he helps the woman out. They kill the men together, which freaks Richard out a little bit, but whatever. So it turns out the plant was poison. It's a bad omen. There's a cloud attached to the woman whose name is Colin. And Colin is what's called a confessor. And a confessor... God, there's so much to this.
I know. we can edit out the you
There's
thinking
so
noises.
much.
Oh, good.
Colin's a confessor, which basically means she has the power where if she uses her power on a man, like if she touches a man, she can completely just take that man over, and he'll literally weep at her feet and he'll want to die if she's not giving him anything to do or anything. So, like, basically the reason she's called a confessor is because they're used in her land because she came through the boundary, in order to, like, they go from town to town and, like, if somebody's been accused of a crime or anything like that, they're there, and, you know, a lot of the time, if a person's truly innocent, they'll just be like, you know what, fuck this, you're gonna touch me anyways, fucking touch me, and then watch me be right, and it'll always be, like, a punishment on the accuser, because they basically condemned that man to death. And the confessors, because that man is no longer himself. And Colin is, like, the most powerful confessor since the first confessor.
Wait,
so,
can they
like,
not undo their
she
own?
can, no. Once that happens, they're done.
They can't even stop.
And
their
that's
own
why
magic.
it's like the same way they can't really have sex or anything, because if they do, then they'll probably just end up releasing their power and destroying. So confessors never marry for love. Basically, they find a good mate and someone who's gonna make a good kid, basically. And there's no male confessors because male confessors were fucking evil and almost took over the world. And so, like,
I'm gonna guess super rapey.
if they have a male confessor, no, they could one confessor in a palace like
Takes over the entire
can just
kingdom.
fucking take over the entire thing without anybody knowing, like. And the males were very prone to doing that, so there's no more male confessors. If a confessor has a child and it's male, they just kill it.
Oh,
Damn.
Yeah,
that's some Spartan shit right there.
Because they're
quite literally.
they're
Almost
evil as
literally.
fuck. In any case, so the Thorn poisoned Richard. They go to his grandpa Zed. Now Richard's mom and dad had both died long ago, so his grandpa Zed kind of helped take care of him and his brother, with
I forgot Richard had a
Zed
brother.
living out in the middle of kind of the woods. And Richard isn't a warden, but he's basically a warden.
He's a
Like, he wants-
moonlighting as
He
a
kind of
warden.
wants to join the wardens, but he just hasn't done it. He's just young. So in any case, they go to Zed's and they have to make this potion. And Zed knows who, Zed being Richard's grandfather, Zed knows who Colin is. I call her Kaylin because I fucking hate
You've
the name
always
Colin.
called her.
I
Kaylin.
know, but apparently even Terry Goodkind was like, no, her name's Colin. It's Colin. Which it's spelled Kahlan.
K-A-H.
Yeah, Lan. So, I mean,
Okay,
I
that's
get
a
it,
bullshit spelling.
but
of
I like
Colin.
Kaylin a million times better.
Yeah,
So
I'm
just
sticking
call her
with Kaylin. I'm sticking with Kaylin.
So they heal Richard up. She's brought Richard this sword. Guess what it's called?
The truth.
The Sword of Truth.
It's the truth.
I was about to say Truthbringer, but whatever.
Which basically, it's a whole. You have to mean what you're doing when you use the sword, and it'll like give you power, but it takes some out of you. So basically, what they need is called a seeker, and a seeker, fuck me, a seeker.
It's okay.
Again,
we can edit everything you fuck up out. It's all good.
a seeker is basically a seeker of justice, and the seeker holds the sword of truth. And there's been pretenders as
Switching on
seekers
cold.
because seekers can only be named a seeker by the first wizard, which, hey, that's Richard's grandpa. So
Zed?
yes, Zed is a wizard, and he was the first wizard. He's the one who put up the barriers because of the evil Dark and Rawl, ruler of Dahara, who turns out raped Richard's mom. He's Richard's dad. Don't find out that till later.
Evan's about to start this.
Oh.
But so I'll probably wait a minute.
How about we just all,
Scoot over here.
yeah.
So
Sorry, Alaska Wilderness is taking us over.
Yep.
So Zed reluctantly names Richard the Seeker because he didn't want to do it because he's like, you know, that's kind of condemning you to this life, and Seekers generally die, and you know. But okay, you got the Mother Confessor, with the Mother Confessor being the confessor that's in charge. But at this point, Dark and Rawl had sent out these squads. They were called quads. There's 4 people. That was one of the quads that managed to follow Kaylin through the barrier that they killed. But they were apparently very efficient at killing confessors because they killed like all the other confessors. So like everybody Kaylin knew and stuff dead. But so they got to go through and confront Dark and Rawl. Now during this, so they get the help of this bone shaman lady.
Bone
I
shaman lady.
forget her name, but she ends up being a pretty big part
Does
of
she
the
read
series.
like chicken bones thrown in a pot or something?
Yeah, but she can actually like magic too.
Oh, okay.
But she lives like right next to the barrier, and people leave her alone because they're like bone shaman, my dude. And so they get her help to go through the barrier. They almost get lost in there and they get through. And I'm mainly just going to describe the first book and then do a quick jump over the rest of the events because Jesus.
Yeah, it's certainly.
It's so good, but
it's
fucking there's
certainly
so
a Jesus
much.
It's so good, but so much.
So they get through. They they find this cave that there's supposed to be something in there. Richard ends up getting trapped inside, and this is where he meets his first Mord Sith, which the Mord Sith are from Dahara, and they're women who are basically the most cute, beautiful, pretty, innocent babies from the surrounding villages around Dahara, the bad land, and they take them, and Darkenrall just tortures and rapes them and basically turns them into torturing machines. And they have this thing called an agil, which is like, they describe it as like a thin rod with a ball on the end. And and that thing, like, touching someone with that is just like the most unbearable pain you could ever get. And they also have this ability where if someone tries to use magic on them, then that person is just like under their control. Like they don't use magic, but if somebody tries to magic them, they're like, yeah, no. So she captures Richard because he uses the sword magic, which basically functions on rage only at this point, and pretty much completely drains Richard whenever he tries to use it, which is basically involuntary most of the time. So he goes to attack her, and you know, she gives him the agil, and then he's just tortured for a long time. And she like makes him have sex with her at one point because fucking of course she does. But he does this thing where he like locks a part of himself away that she can't get to, which apparently is a big wizard trick, because guess what? He's got magic, because Darkenrall is like a great fucking sorcerer. But because Zed and Darkenrall can use subtractive magic, Zed can use additive. Subtractive magic, extremely rare. People don't use it anymore. Mostly. Only motherfuckers in the old time, the war wizards did. Richard, the first war wizard born ever, but he doesn't have any.
How about you just explain additive and subtractive magic?
Additive is like building stuff from something, but you can't just like be like, this is gone. You could like light it on fire and turn it into something. Subtractive is just like, beep, and it's completely erased. Except normally on a, you know, bigger scale. They also use like black lightning and shit.
Black holes and shit like that. Something.
Yeah, it's freaky, and it has like a huge advantage over additive magic. But Richard doesn't know how to use his powers. Whatever. He ends up, he kills the Mord Sith and escapes, but like, it's a nice thing how he kills her. He's able to make the Sword of Truth glow blue because he uses the sword's magic with love instead of hate. This sounds corny, but it's not.
Yeah, context, motherfucker, context!
So he gets out, hooks back up with the other motherfuckers, when because Kaylin and Richard obviously have a little bit of a love thing going, but they can't be together because she's a confessor, and that would destroy Richard's brain. But she goes into this, I forget what it's called, mega confessor mode, where she's just using subtractive magic. When she learns they got Richard. Oh, Richard also, God, I forgot about this. So the main thing, Darkenrall is trying to open these boxes of Orden. And there's 3 boxes, but you gotta open the right one, or you're gonna either just completely destroy the world, or you're gonna destroy yourself. And the only way to know which one to open is with the Book of Orden. Now, when Zed put up the barrier and escaped with Richard's dad and Richard and them, he took the book. And Richard's dad made Richard memorize the book, and then they burned the book, and there's freaky ghosts coming out of the flames. It wasn't really ghosts, but it was like shrieks and shit. So the only place that book is known is in Richard's head. So Darkenrall gets Richard back. Kaylin's coming, lightning blazing, and
shoot to thrill.
Richard ends up tricking him because Kaylin like touches Richard with her power when they get there with Darkenrall, and like Zed's like, one day, and fucking But the one thing, if it's true love with a confessor, then hey, you good, fam. But it's gotta be real, like crazy true love, and it was. And so Dark and Raw thinks Richard is under the confessor's power, so he's like, tell that bitch to tell me what to do here. And she's like, and she's telling him, but he's like telling him the wrong stuff and tricking him. So he opens the box that just kills him, does a dead, and Richard's brother had been like secretly working with Dark and Raw, like, so the border,
Subcontracted under
a
Dark
fucking
and Raw's government.
bit in the border had opened up so that they could come through and like help the Daharan forces. And Richard's brothers came through, and was like on Dark and Raw's side. Richard's brother was super skeevy from the get-go, so Richard kills his fucking brother because he's like, this bitch. That's pretty much the first book.
Keep in mind, Andy, I listened to that for like 3 months straight.
Except I'm trying to even cut it.
Yeah,
short.
I know.
Yeah.
But
It's so good from what I've heard, and I've heard all of it.
But then after that, Dark and Raw, like second book, Dark and Raw kind of comes back. He goes away again. They do all this stuff. There's this whole thing with the old world where there's this barrier of like desert that you can't cross because it's where like war wizards fought. So it's just fraught with like
Random
you're
leftover magic.
you basically,
and,
they say you can only cross through it like once. And because if you do it a second time, no way in hell you're making it through twice. And Richard gets taken away again, and then bang, he learns about this guy. There's a lot I'm skipping over, but learns about this guy Jagang in the old world.
Oh, Jagang!
He ends up being kind of the main bad guy. of the series.
Jagang! Sorry,
And
Jagang is a big
he's
name
a
for me.
fucking.
He's a Jagang, that's for fucking
He's
sure.
a Chris Angel mind freak. He
Oh,
fucking.
Okay, that's a bad way to describe. No.
I forget what they call him.
I am the
I forget what kind of, like, he's something that the war wizards made to fuck with each other. Because basically he can completely get into your mind and just control you.
Dreamwalker? No.
It might be Dreamwalker. It's something like that. But he
Yeah,
can
'cause I remember-
get in your mind and basically completely control you. Like, he's in your mind and he can just torture you that way.
It's kind of like the chicks you were talking about earlier, the confessors. It's kind of like that, except like they don't have to touch you, right?
It's kind of similar, except they also don't completely take over your mind.
Subliminal.
He just goes, like, into your mind and he can, like, talk to you and just torture you like crazy there.
Oh, okay.
So less mind control, more
And-
mind torture.
Yeah, so they basically do what he wants because they can't do shit about it. So the bitches he's in control of are the Sisters of the Dark. They figured out how to use subtractive magic because they pledged themselves to basically what amounts to the devil, although he's described as more freaky than your normal devil, I guess.
More freaky?
I don't know. He's not a fucking goat. Anyways, so he's in control of them, and he's leading a massive army up into the New World. Richard goes back. He gets captured by the Sister of the Dark, Nikki, and she tries to show him, like, hey, like, Jagang makes everybody work equally. Like, it's basically communism that he's trying to do. And Richard's like, well, it looks like only these high-ranking people profit, and nobody else can get bread or anything.
Oh,
So while
shit's
he's
like
down
real-life
there,
communism.
he's completely under her control because she does this blood bond thing with Kaylin. So, like, she's just like, everything I feel, she feels. So if you try and kill me, she'll die immediately. And so he does what she... Eventually, he wins her over, and it's like, this is why this is wrong. Like, I did all this extra work so I could get extra money, and now they want to tax me more. They want to take my money. Like, if you're not going to work for your shit, you don't deserve it. Like, why should anybody... Well, some people can't work as hard as you. Why does that mean I shouldn't be able to... He's just explaining why communism is bad, basically. And he eventually wins her over. She joins him. The last 3 books, Jagang has the Sisters of the Dark cast this spell that shouldn't be possible, that basically makes everybody forget about Kaylin. They just forget she existed at all. But because when Richard was asleep... And they take Kaylin.
No, real quick. It's not that they just forget Kaylin. They just can't recognize her as a person once they leave her, like, their sight or something like that. Like, they can see her. And
Yeah,
as soon as she passes by, they
she
forget
basically
about
yeah.
She's those things from Doctor Who.
And they don't but they wouldn't even recognize her if they saw her.
Well, that's what I meant.
But also you're right, they do just completely forget about her when she leaves their sight. Except for like the Sisters of the Dark that Jigang's controlling. So they do that thing. Richard's protected by it because he's holding the Sword of Truth while he was sleeping and it happened. And so that somehow saved him. So nobody believes
I've
Richard.
definitely gone to sleep with my sword before.
They
It's okay.
they think Richard is like going crazy and stuff because when that happened, they also like attacked Richard in his camp and he got shot like in the heart with an arrow. And then Nikki used subtractive magic to take the arrow away. And then they used additive magic
To heal his heart.
to heal him. But it like you aren't supposed to be using subtractive magic on people if you want. So everybody thinks Richard's crazy forever, and Richard's like, no, she's fucking real, you faggots. And so eventually Richard gets like purposely captured by Jigang and goes onto this sports ball team in his
ball.
camp.
What was the actual name?
I forget.
It was something like kind
It
of
was something
hilarious,
cool.
ridiculous.
No,
Like
it was something cool.
Was it like Smash Ball?
But it's like,
or...
no.
That's a Star Wars thing.
But basically the game is like,
Is it really?
it's kind of like football, but people die in it, and you played with
Oh,
this
and the ball is a
fucking
weapon.
heavy-ass ball.
The ball is a weapon.
And you can just chuck it at people. So Richard, like, gets his team trained up because, like, nobody really recognizes...
This part of the story.
Nobody really recognizes Richard, and, like, his team is winning games, and then he goes to play...
Wait, how is he training them, though?
He just
Like-
trains them up and is like,
makes
hey,
them strategic?
instead of us just being fucking dumb brutes out there, how about we run some plays so that we can actually fucking do stuff? Because basically, he wants to play Jigang's team because then Jigang will be there at the match and he can fucking get a shot at Jigang. And keep on. So Richard can also just do insane magic, but he can't really control it. It's basically in times of need, he does fucking ridiculous shit when it's like really dire, but he can't just like
Teleport,
fucking
fireball,
do it. Yeah.
lightning strike, soul traps.
So
whatever.
he can't just fucking explode the whole place. Even though if he did, they'd be fucked if he knew how to do it, but he just doesn't. It just happens. So he ends up playing Jigang's team. It does talk about several different games, and like a couple of his players die, and like one of them gets like purposely targeted, and by this guy. This guy fucking kills
like the
his
big fucking brilliant
kills
like,
his
the biggest
teammate,
guy.
and Richard fucking just immediately murders that guy, like within the rules of the game, and like so basically anybody who tries to actually like kill his team, Richard will just fucking kill them. So when he's playing Jigang's team, there's this weird rule where like one guy can touch the ball and there's a circle where nobody can touch you. And so he's got the ball in that circle and there's like 3 guys running at him and he just whips a ball at one of their face, which just breaks their face and kills them. It bounces back and he catches it, whips it at the other guy's face and kills the other guy, and then the last guy's running up towards him and he just fucking breaks that guy's face with like his arm and kills him. And it's just like, okay, that was fucking dope. Like, shit.
A double ricochet plus melee kill? Yeah, that's going on the highlights.
In the end, because Jigang is now trying to open the boxes of Orden, in the end, Nikki puts this thing called a Radahan on him, which is something she used to control Richard. Well, doesn't matter. It can control people. Like it makes it so they pretty much have to listen to you, or you
Like
can
a
just
slave collar,
you can just
basically.
like send. If you're magic, you can send a thought into it, and it's gonna give them a ridiculous amount of pain. So she manages to get that on Jigang by basically tricking him.
And remember, that Jigang is like the almost even worse Voldemort of this world. Like, fucking Christ.
Oh, yeah. And so Richard opens the right box of Orden. First off, he doesn't even give Jigang the time of day once that thing's on him. Jigang's like, it's not going to matter. I can die, but there's still that ridiculous army outside, and somebody's going to step up. And Richard's like, yeah, Nikki, kill him. And he's like, yeah, I'm not going to give him the fucking time of day. I don't give a fuck. He's terrible. I don't want to hear his last words. I don't care. And so he opens it, and he basically puts all of Jagang's followers who truly want to believe in his shit of not being able to make a better life for yourself and not deserving a better life. He just puts them in their own world where there is no afterlife because he has just ultimate power now that he has that. And he's just like, and you guys know forever. So, hey, maybe now you'll start valuing life. Now that you know you only get one and you aren't fighting for some bullshit afterlife shit. And that's what he does with the power, and he uses it up, and then they live happily ever after. And then apparently there were more books, but I was like, God, I can't see him go through any more shit. Like,
Yeah.
let the man.
Once
live in
he got
peace.
done
I
telling
have
me
to
the end of
pee.
the story right after he read the end of the story, and then I think a week, maybe a few days later, he was talking about the sequels to these books, and they just make no sense. It's like a Game of Thrones season 8 situation, except not nearly as bad. Not nearly as bad, but that same kind of direction where it's like, are these characters only here so we can keep seeing these characters and that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I wait for Noodle to get back before I open up my number one?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Unless he's pooping.
In which case he might be gone for a bit. I don't know, I'll crack open the Book of Sith or something over there and read some shit out of there.
Yeah, a good time killer.
Yeah. But no, there's a hilarious thing about Smash Ball in your Jedi book that I gave you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Shit.
it's
Smash Ball is such a generic term. I'm surprised that's actually.
yeah, I don't actually even know what it's all about, but there's like a little segment about like defensive tactics or something in there.
In the Jedi code book.
Yeah.
If you really want to play Smash Ball, here's how you do it.
No, they're talking about like defensive stuff for like lightsaber fighting. Like I can't remember. It's been a while since I read the book, but it's a bunch of those handwritten notes where like one guy, I think it was Dooku's master, likens it to something out of Smash Ball, and then Dooku writes under there, it's like, yeah, no, like nothing can stand up in the face of like a 5-point defense, and then Anakin's like, Dooku doesn't know shit about Smash Ball, and then under that Ashoka Tano writes, who still plays Smash Ball?
Oh, it's like an outdated game? Like
Yeah.
cricket?
Probably.
So yeah, that's my favorite book series, and I know that was a bit long-winded.
No, it was great.
Yeah.
It really was. It was a much better,
And if it could have been more detailed somehow.
there's no way it could have been. You went max detail. Like, you made the rest of
Oh,
our
it could have
stories go
been
to shame.
So
Probably.
much more detailed.
God, I feel like...
I skipped so much.
I know, but it was so good.
Yeah.
You skipped way too much, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie.
That was already like
So, as good as you
20
thought that
minutes
rough
of talking.
outline was, just compound it with 10 times more shit, 3 times more quality.
yeah, but it's all good. There's
Yeah.
a book or two in there that are a little bit
Like,
slower
yeah,
than
you were
the
saying
others.
that. They were kind of slow,
But
but
there's
character
still a lot of
development and world
Good
development.
stuff in them, and yeah, there's neat stuff. There's one of them doesn't even have Richard in it at all. It's about his
Really?
sister.
Oh, nice.
Because Dark and Rawl raped tons of people. So he has a sister out there who
Man,
she's
Dark and
somehow
Rawl and
resistant to
Jagang.
magic.
What was
I
their-
don't even want to get into it.
No, real quick. What was Dark and Rawl and Jagang's relationship? Are they completely unrelated?
Yeah,
Like,
they're
they're
not
not
related
even
at all.
even like philosophically, like they're not even the
No,
same.
Dark and Rawl just kind of wanted to take over everything. And he was
Jagang-
also just crazy powerful.
Well,
So, like, if Jagang coming up to try and fight Dark and Rawl would have been a different thing entirely. But Jagang probably would have won because Dark and Rawl was kind of stupid.
Ah, okay. He was like Frieza,
He
natural
also couldn't
born
use
power.
like insane subtractive magic. He
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
crazy at it. He could use some because it
But-
was still like a forgotten art. But
Yeah.
it was the Rawl family mixed with the Cypher family that fucking or the Zoolander Zoolander family that like
There's no Dana, there's only Zoolander.
put it together. All right, somebody else go because Jesus, we're
Okay.
at 4 hours.
Yeah. So my number one favorite book series is called Monster Hunter International. So
Wait,
does
they
not
like hunt monsters around the world?
yes.
What?
Is the Sword of Truth series about a sword that is the truth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
So Monster Hunter International is about monster hunters internationally inging.
Yes. Yep. So, like, yeah. So, like, I'll start off
We
with
did it, boys.
a brief preface about.
Roll credits.
Yeah. I'll start off with a brief preface about like the main character and
How brief?
How
No, it's fine.
pretty
No,
brief,
just
like
keep going.
literally the first chapter of the book. So the main character is a guy named Owen Pitt, and I'll give you a brief description of Owen. He's like 6'5",
Hello.
300 pounds of muscle.
Goodbye.
Yeah. So like he was raised. His dad was an army veteran and basically turned into like a doomsday prepper. So he like trained both Owen and his brother David to like use weapons, got them in shape, and like basically turned them into warriors. And Owen ended up like going out on his own, took a bunch of jobs as like a bouncer, even got involved in like illegal underground pit fighting at one point, and damn near killed a guy who shows up later in the book series. And after that experience, he's like, fuck, like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be what my dad wanted me to be. So he took literally the most boring job he could think of. He became an accountant.
Nice.
So first chapter of the book, he's working at this business in Austin, Texas, and he stayed late because he's the new guy, so they dump all the shit jobs on him. And he trying to leave. It's like 8 o'clock at night, and his boss calls him into the boss's office. He's like, oh, fuck, what shit assignment is he going to give me now? Well, he goes into the boss's office, and the boss turns into a werewolf.
Oh.
Yeah. So they have this brawl throughout the whole of the
A
office.
brawl. How do you brawl with a werewolf?
Not very well, because Owen ends up in the hospital afterwards.
Okay, well, keep going then.
Yeah, so it ends up, they wind up back in the boss's office. Owen ambushes the werewolf. He, like, climbed up on top of some filing cabinets, and when the thing burst through the door, he jumped onto its back and, like, broke its neck to paralyze it. And then he shoved the werewolf and the boss's desk out a window. The werewolf landed on a double-parked Lincoln Navigator. The desk landed on the werewolf. Splat.
Wow, you memorized that scene very well. A double Lincoln Navigator.
Yeah, double-parked Lincoln Navigator. I've read this series a lot.
God. So this is your sort of truth.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, that makes it a little more interesting.
Yeah. So Owen winds up in the hospital, and he gets visited by these two not-so-nice, basically men in black people from a government agency called the Monster Control Bureau. And their job is...
Oh,
Jesus, man, what are you doing?
trying to move the chair.
Go over here. Okay. Ah! I turned around and there was a chair leg in my face.
Wow.
Yeah, so...
Gotta be more careful.
Yep, the Monster Control
More
Bureau
charitable?
shows up at the hospital that Owen's in, and they're like, yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on you because it's rare for anyone to ever come out of a fight with a werewolf and not get infected.
Or dead.
Or dead.
Mostly dead.
Yeah.
Slightly infected.
Like, if you
you were unnatural.
Yeah, if you survived, it's almost guaranteed that you've been infected with lycanthropy.
Did he not once get a scratch or a bite, or did he just like...
He never got bit. He got torn the fuck up by claws,
Oh, okay, so it's
though.
only bites. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, there's a small risk that you can get it from, like, claws or, like,
Mostly liquid
blood.
transfer for the most part. Like, if his claws weren't bleeding, it wouldn't really...
Yeah. So that he's in the hospital, and they tell Owen, they're like, yeah, so monsters exist. It's our job to keep a lid on the whole thing. Don't ever fucking talk to anybody about this, or we will come back and kill you.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so...
just, you know, like, hey, be thankful we're not putting you in a fucking camp forever.
Yeah.
Just, you say a word, we'll know.
Yeah, so...
Go about your life, motherfucker.
Yep. So they're there hanging out with Owen. Then this other guy by the incredibly awesome name of Earl Harbinger shows up, and he's like, "So I heard you got in a fight with a werewolf and you survived. Good job. Here's my business card. When you're out of the hospital, look me up. There's something I want to talk to you about." So Owen eventually gets out of the hospital. He keeps the card in like his dresser drawer for a while, like thinking about like, should I call this guy? Shouldn't I call this guy? And eventually the guy, Earl Harbinger, comes and visits him at his house. He's like, yeah, no, I just wanted to, check up on you, see how you were doing. Maybe we could have that conversation. And then he hands Owen a check for $50,000. And Owen's like, what's this for? And then Earl's like, well, it's not widely known because of the Monster Control Bureau, but the American government will pay private citizens a lot of money to kill monsters. So you killed a young werewolf, that was worth $50,000. Here you go. You want to do that for a living? And Owen's like, fuck it. Yeah, I do. So he goes and joins up with the Monster Hunter International group, which is exactly what it sounds like. They hunt monsters for money. And I'm not going to go too terribly into the plot because this book series is like, I think it's on book number 7 or 8 at this point. There's a lot of shit that happens, but it's very cool how they kind of modernize some of the more classical monsters. Like, orcs are a thing, elves are a thing, gnomes are a thing that I wish was not. But, yeah, they
just got gnome.
yeah,
Remember that?
like they took a modern spin on it. Like the elves in America are literal white trailer trash. What?
Not all the way, motherfuckers.
Yeah, like elves are literally like white trailer trash, and like the European elves are the more classical kind, like Lord of the Rings elves, and they just fucking hate American elves. They think they're like the worst fucking thing to ever happen. Orcs
Sounds about right.
Yeah, orcs are very tribal, and Monster Hunter International actually has a tribe of orcs that lives on its property that they rescued from, like, Uzbekistan or something like that.
Yeah, it sounds like they need rescuing. That's for goddamn sure.
Yeah,
Living in a country with Stan at the end of it.
yeah.
Yeah, you're fucked.
And gnomes are straight up gangsters, and like it's funny.
I'm okay with that somehow.
It's
I don't-
funny, but
like,
I also
straight up like
thug life gangsters.
thug life gnomes. Oh my
Yeah,
god, that's amazing.
Yeah, the gnomes came over from like Norway or Switzerland.
Noodle, take a shot. Let's take a shot.
Yeah, yeah.
So slow though.
Yeah, the gnomes came over from wherever it is. Gnomish folklore is a thing, and they just fell in love with like rappers and shit. So they just became straight up thugs out of the hood.
Oh no, the thugs out of the rap song.
Yeah,
Or are they actually that?
they are
brutal?
that.
Brutal?
Oh yeah, no, gnomes will straight up kill your ass if you look at them wrong.
Oh, okay.
Like-
So actually thug life.
Yeah,
Not just I like this Tupac song, Thug Life.
Yeah, no, if you call them garden gnomes, they will fucking murder your ass.
Damn.
Yeah.
Are there any actual garden gnomes?
Like, is there a stereotype based off of actual, like, peaceful, calm garden gnomes that just don't do anything? And
Like
then,
the stereotype came from the fact that gnomes tend to distinguish like what clan or area they're from by the color of like the pointy hats they wear. So
Okay.
like the red hats, which is basically the Bloods, do not get along with the blue hats, which is basically the
no
Crips.
shit. Who would have fucking guessed? My god.
No, it's God. Like, so anyway, Owen joins up with Monster Hunter International. He goes on monster hunting adventures and ends up kind of becoming their accountant because Monster Hunter International doesn't really have an accountant at this point. So like, yeah. So in addition to this, we're
I
also
think
gonna.
they would, because they're paying people, and paying means payroll, and payroll means numbers, and numbers means files, and whatever.
Yeah, like they can subcontract that out to like other agencies, but they tend not to because the way Monster Hunter International recruits is they literally find survivors of monster encounters and be like, "Hey, you want a job that's horribly dangerous but will pay you a lot of money?"
Oh, is that their only recruitment strategy?
Yeah, pretty much.
How the fuck did they start?
It started way back in the 18.
Okay, let me rephrase. When did that policy start, where you only like recruit survivors of random monster attacks?
Well, that came about because of the Monster Control Bureau, and their whole thing was like, you can't talk about monsters, so you can't really like.
You're gonna have to distinguish for the audience between Monster Control Bureau and Monster Hunters International, because it seems fairly the same to non-learned listeners.
Okay, sorry. So the Monster Control Bureau is they're basically the Men in Black. They work for the U.S. government. Their whole job is to keep a lid on monsters. Like, they can't let anybody know that monsters exist. Because there's a whole thing where monsters are connected to, like, Cthulhu monsters, like the Great Old Ones. And the more people that know about them, the greater their influence in our world becomes.
Ooh, so an actual good reason to keep things a secret, not just because, civil unrest. It's more like, no, for real. This isn't a secret, we're all dead.
Yeah. So because of that, private companies like Monster Hunter International, which I'm just going to abbreviate as MHI, as they do in the books.
Go Mihi.
Yeah, they can't put out ads because they're literally not allowed to talk about monsters.
Okay.
First rule.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Monster Control Bureau is like the actual official overarching government concerning monsters, and Monster Hunters International is a private company
Yeah.
skirting through the loopholes of the Monster Control Bureau.
Yeah, the reason they can even
Nice.
operate at all is because good old President Theodore Roosevelt knew about
Hell yeah!
monsters and realized this is a fucking problem and we can't be everywhere at once. So why don't we pay private citizens to kill monsters? Problem fucking solved.
Noodle.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So basically that's why they recruit from monster attack survivors, because like, look, you already know the truth. Monsters exist. You want to
You
make
were attacked by the truth.
Yeah, you wanna fucking make a lot of money killing monsters is how all the private hunting companies got started.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, so Owen winds up with them, goes on lots of adventures, makes a lot of money, and guns in this universe, because the author of the book is actually a full-time firearms instructor, so when it comes to like all the guns and shit, he knows what the fuck he's talking about. It is, I'm gonna call it gun porn, because it's basically that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like Owen ends up...
Stowaware? No, nothing. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, Owen ends up getting this customized shotgun, which he calls Abomination. It's a full automatic, drum-fed Saiga 12-gauge shotgun with like really good.
Saiga 12 gauge. What?
Yeah, it's a Russian automatic shotgun that's based off the pattern of the AK-47.
Makes sense.
I think you should have started with that.
What the Russians do.
Yeah. So he gets it. It's got like crazy ass holographic sights and a underbarrel grenade launcher mounted on it.
Why not? Just, hell yeah. Say hello to my much bigger than you friend.
Yeah, pretty much. So some shit starts going down. Monster attacks are on the rise, more than they normally are. Nobody really knows why. And it turns out that this monster from like the Conquistador days is after this artifact, which can literally like control time and shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so
Time stone.
yeah. So MHI goes on a quest to stop that, naturally, and it turns out there's a prophecy involved. I don't remember the entire prophecy, sadly, but it turns out Owen is basically the chosen one of his generation.
The most powerful accountant
Yes.
to ever live will come forward in Earth's time of need.
The only part I can remember about the prophecy is that the chosen one is going to be named after the weapon of his father. So his dad actually named Owen after the Owen submachine gun that he used in his fucking army days.
Nice.
Yeah. So turns out Owen is the chosen one. He ends up stopping the Conquistador monster from breaking time and shit. And that kicks off a whole chain of events where the end of the world is coming, and Owen, being the chosen one, is like the chosen champion of one of these cosmic factions that's basically vying for control of all reality.
Sounds nifty.
Yeah, it gets very, very fucking intense. So, in book 2, you find out because Owen is the chosen one, he has this amazing superpower where he can't be turned into a werewolf or a zombie or a vampire because magic, but it is hinged on the fact that as long as Owen is willing to keep getting up and keep fighting the forces of evil, he won't be turned, period. But it's
Willpower.
Yeah, it's completely tied to his willpower. He almost breaks at one point and then has kind of a near-death experience where the ghost of the guy who founded MHI back in the Theodore Roosevelt days basically shows him, he's like, dude, the fuck are you doing, man? Like, you gonna sit here and die? No, you're a monster hunter. Get your ass up and go kill some monsters. And Owen's like, Jesus, okay, I'm
And
sorry.
Teddy Roosevelt is just staring over that guy's shoulder the entire. Says nothing. It's just
He's just got a big stick.
Yeah.
and a big mustache.
Yep. So anyway, that's book 2, more cosmic bullshit.
I can't believe you haven't mentioned Frankenstein yet.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. You actually find out that one of the agents that visited Owen in the hospital, his name is Agent Franks, is actually Frankenstein's monster. A government-funded and upgraded Frankenstein's monster.
Nice.
Yeah, so, like, you, like, he gets into a big fight with, I think they're Oni from Japanese mythology, and the character Franks just gets completely fucked up and, like, smeared across the road. And then, like, a chapter later, he's just hanging out at Monster Hunter International's compound in the cafeteria, just eating a sandwich, and Owen is like, what the fuck? Dude, how are you even here? What are you? Are you even human?
Wait, I thought he didn't eat.
No, he eats.
Does he need to, or does he just like to?
A little bit of both. He doesn't need to eat as much as a normal person, but, like, he's...
Leftover, human traits.
Yeah,
just eat.
like,
Have breakfast, lunch.
he's
dinner, maybe
still,
just,
like,
lunch.
Got like a super slow metabolism.
Yeah,
so
like...
he can eat and then it'll take
Like,
days.
he does actually eat technically a lot because Frank's is even bigger than Owen, and it takes a lot to fuel his body, but he usually just subsists on, like, Monster Control Bureau brand, like, super dense protein shake. Because he's just, like, he's not concerned with, like, eating good food. He's just like, I need fuel. I need fuel.
But every once in a while, he has a nice little sandwich.
Yeah, and he's just sitting there eating a ham sandwich, and Owen's like, dude, are you even human? What are you? And Frank's just looks him dead in the eye and says, don't be a racist. Yeah, so he...
He would just be like, no, I don't know.
Yeah, so anyway, later on, after a big fight, they take Franks out to, like, a warehouse that they temporarily set up on the MHI compound, and he's just sitting there on an operating table, his rib cage is fucking spread open, and they're just, like, putting new organs in, and Owen gets a look in there, he's like, dude, it looks like you have a fucking bulletproof vest bolted to your rib cage, and Frank's is like, yeah, man, government upgrades. Yeah, so there's Frankenstein. We'll get to his book in a minute. So the third book in the series is actually about Earl Harbinger, who turns out is a werewolf. Which, hang on a second.
Werewolfies.
Yeah. So, Earl is actually, his real name is Raymond Shackelford Jr. Raymond Shackelford the first being the guy.
Yeah, I was going to say, Evan, why'd you put that back outside?
Yeah. So,
I don't know. He just finished smoking.
So, anyway, Raymond Shackelford's the guy who started up Monster Hunter International in the first place, and Earl is actually his son from way back when who was bitten by a werewolf, and because werewolfness, his aging is basically slowed to a crawl. And he's been pretty much running the company in the background ever since, and every, 50 years or so, he'll fake his own death and get himself a new name. So, turns out in Book 3, one of his old opponents from back in, the Cold War or something like that.
Oh, shit.
Because Earl has fought in pretty much every single war that's ever been since he was born, pretty much. So when he was operating over in Russia, he met this guy named Nikolai Petrov, who's basically Soviet Russia's version of Earl without a moral compass. He's just a killer werewolf who does whatever the fuck he wants. So he came over to the United States for some reason. I can't... Why did... Shit, it's been a while since I read Book 3.
I mean, probably because Cold War, Russia, oof,
Well,
sucks.
He was there for a reason, and Nikolai was actually operating as a mercenary over there ever since, the Soviet Union went under.
Infiltration? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
So
I have no
anyway,
idea.
so he comes over, and Earl's like, well, fuck, I can't let this guy be running around the United States. So he goes on his own adventure up into Michigan to stop Nikolai from doing his thing, and, great scene that happens. The one that really sticks out in my mind is they, basically, zombie werewolves happen for reasons I can't remember because it's been a while since I read Book 3.
Werewolves, fucking Christ.
Yeah, so Earl gets one of those, I think they're called a snow cutter. It's like the big snow blowers that people mount on, the front of a fucking,
Tractor, or
Yeah.
a bulldozer.
front-end loader kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically gets one of those and then just drives it through a crowd of zombie werewolves. And just blood spraying fucking everywhere.
Nice.
And he's running around up there. Also, his main weapon is a Tommy gun, which he's
Tommy gun.
yeah, he specially modified it for his self,
The mask.
the mask. Yeah. So people give him shit dude, why do you use a Tommy gun? And he's like, well, a lot of people have trouble with the recoil. I don't because I'm a badass. And they're like, where'd you even get one? And he's like, well, after the World War, when the U.S. was getting rid of a lot of its weapons, they were just going to dump this crate full of Tommy guns into the ocean. But instead, they dumped it right onto the deck of a boat I hired. So I've got a crate full of Tommy guns sitting back at MHI compound in case I ever lose one. Then Book 4, Monster Hunter Vendetta happens. They go to Las Vegas because bad cosmic shit's happening. And there's basically a meeting of all the Monster Hunter companies worldwide show up at this one place to discuss what's going on and trade secrets and shit like that. And this casino they're at basically gets sucked into a nightmare dimension. So, yeah, that's fun. And
Nice.
they have to figure that shit out. And
Casino Royale, you're fucked.
yeah, pretty much.
Y'all are fucked. Royale are fucked.
Yeah. So this
There you go.
this casino is
Royale.
this casino is actually called the Last Dragon Casino because it's run by an actual dragon.
Is it the Last Dragon?
One of.
I was about to say false advertising.
Like, I don't know, that it's the only one we've seen in the book series thus far, but he's like, because he's a dragon, he's got a horde, he's rich, but he's also like a super fucking shrewd businessman who like owns a bunch of company all over the world, and he's the one who set up the Monster Hunter conference. And Owen ends up meeting him at one point, and the dragon's like, you can't talk to anybody about me. You can't let him know I'm here. Like, I don't want the Monster Control Bureau to come and kill me. And Owen's like, oh shit, if I say something, you're gonna kill me, aren't you? And the dragon just like slides a piece of paper at him. He's like, no, I'm just gonna make you sign that non-disclosure agreement, and if you talk about me, I will sue your company into the fucking ground.
Oof.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so
21st century problems
Yep.
require 21st century solutions.
yeah. So then we get to the book that's all about Frankenstein's monster, aka Frank's, and you learn that in a really cool bit of actual Mormon mythology here, weirdly enough, because the guy who wrote the book is Mormon. I didn't know that until like earlier this year, because I wouldn't have fucking guessed. But basically, Frankenstein's monster is actually a demon from like the beginning of time who just happened to find an empty body that was being built by Dr. Frankenstein and took it over. And he ends up
Isn't he like one of the least worst demons?
Like-
Or like the least, like something about him makes him worthy of not being in the. Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
yeah, so basically like way back in like the war in heaven, he was one of Satan's like top dudes.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so like really fucking powerful demon. Okay.
Keep going.
So-
He needs to hear it. You already told me this part.
Yeah, okay, so super powerful demon. Because Mormon mythology, demons don't actually have physical bodies, which is why they have to possess like people or constructs or what have you. He senses a great gathering of demons in like the 17th century. He goes, checks it out. Turns out Frankenstein is building Frankenstein's monster, but there's no soul in that body. So Franks just decides, I don't want any of these other demons to have this body, so I'm going to take it for myself. So he takes the body, ends up getting horribly wounded, and he's about to die. And he sees with eyes a sunset for the first time, and realizes like, wow, so this is what God was trying to create. Man, I feel like a real shitball trying to fuck that up. So then an angel comes to him and is like, well, look, you realize you fucked up. We'll allow you to keep this body, and you have to use all of your existence to fight for the forces of good, and when you eventually finally die, we'll weigh your accomplishments in the mortal realm versus all the bad shit you did before, and we'll figure out what to do from there. So, you got a pretty good deal. So, he ends up going over to America, meets George Washington, of all people, and Benjamin Franklin, and they're like, what the fuck are you? And he's like, I'm just a monster trying to do good. So, George Washington's like, alright, tell you what, you're gonna fight for me and for America. And Franks is just like, alright, cool. So ever since then, Franks has been running around for the U.S. government, just killing the absolute shit out of every evil thing he comes across.
Ooh, you should talk about
Just looking this up on Kindle. Fucking $7 for the first book.
Dude, I have the first book if you want it. I don't have it here, obviously, but I've got most of them in paperback
I
form.
know, I just like to read on my phone.
Here, let him buy the first book. You let me borrow the first book.
Fair
'Cause
deal.
I will read it. Well, gotta read. I'm putting Jedi, the Handbook Jedi, like first.
Yeah, you could probably read that in like a day.
I kind of don't want to.
Yeah,
Does
I
that
know.
make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it. You want to take your time with it. I
Yeah.
completely understand.
And the Darth Maul one is like probably later, but if I get that first book of this series, I'll read that first.
Okay. I will go home and dig it out of my box when I get home.
Oh yeah. Also, you should probably talk about the heavy metal orcs.
Oh, the heavy metal.
Oh yeah, the heavy metal orcs.
Yeah, I'll cover that once I get to the end of all the
Oh,
shit that I was talking
thought
about.
you were at the end. I'm sorry.
So basically, Frank's working for the government. He formed a contract with them that says, look, I'll work for you and do whatever you want, but you are not allowed to research into my origin. You're not allowed to replicate Dr. Frankenstein's experiments. If you do, I'm going to turn on you and kill you all. And he never explains why. So they're like, okay, sure, we want a superpowered killing machine, so we'll let that lie for a minute. And then this guy named Stricken, who runs something called Special Task Force Unicorn, which, great acronym, by the way, that basically the American government's like, hey, monsters, you want to be off the hunting list? Come work for us as our Black Ops agents. So he starts up experiments.
I mean, STFU.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Super secret, don't ever fucking talk about it. So anyway, he starts up the Frankenstein experiments again, and Franks finds out about it and just goes on a fucking rampage against the US government. They're like, dude, why the fuck are you doing that? So finally he has to explain to someone, I'm a demon. I inhabited this body because it was empty. If you start making more bodies, more demons are gonna start showing up in the real world, and we can't fucking have that. Yeah. So the book after that one, Monster Hunter Siege, they find out who, like, the big overarching villain of the story is, an ancient Mesopotamian god called Asog, is sleeping on this island in northern Russia, and they need to go kick his ass. So they basically get all the monster hunting agencies in the world to launch an all-out assault on this island. And also, props to the Polish hunters for what they did. Like, the German hunting team is, like, one of the best in the business worldwide. They send, like, all their dudes over there, and the Polish... Yeah, and the Polish are like, we don't have that many guys, but how about this? We're gonna lend you a fucking tank. And they're like, yeah. Mm-hmm. So they end up using a tank to kill a frost giant.
I'm down.
Yeah, so while that whole thing is going on, sieging Asog's home, you get another side story about Owen's now wife, Julie, who ended up having Owen's baby, and the baby got kidnapped to get sold off at an auction in, like, Africa or some shit like that. So that whole book is basically a mom rampage trying to get her baby back. And, like, I get that now. I read that book at the perfect fucking time now that I have a kid. So anyway, heavy metal orcs.
Yeah.
This is the good shit. So the orcs technically are monsters, but the ones...
They're like an accepted-ish race of monsters if
Yeah.
you fall in line at least. Something like that.
Yeah, like they were almost hunted to extinction over in Uzbekistan or wherever they were, and Monster Hunter International brought this one tribe over to America, and basically as long as they hang out with Monster Hunter International and follow the rules, they're not going to get hunted. So the orcs, like all of them, fucking love heavy metal music. They're just absolutely over the moon about it. So Owen's brother, David, is like the lead guitarist for this very, very famous in-universe heavy metal band, and the orc pilot who flies the MHI helicopter, who we didn't know is an orc at the time of this scene, was blasting this music in the helicopter because this helicopter is pimped out with like the best sound system ever. And Owen's just like, hey, you know, my brother plays guitar for that band. And instantly the orc Skippy's just like, oh, and like starts bowing to him, and Owen's like, what are you doing? He's like, you are brother of great war chief. And Owen's like, what? And Earl just pulls him aside. He's like, yeah, look, they basically worship heavy metal musicians as gods, so, like, you're in with that tribe.
All hail Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah. So, orcs in this universe are... Each orc has, like, one singular talent that they're literally supernaturally good at. So, like, the pilot Skippy can do things with a helicopter that essentially break the laws of physics. Like, at one point in book 5, I think, the chopper gets damaged for some reason, and everyone on board is like, oh my god, like, our tail rotor's fucked, we're gonna die, we're going down, and Skippy's like, no, I got this, I just have to make the tail rotor spirits happy. So he just pulls out a live chicken and chucks it into the fucking rotor. And
what?
yeah.
I don't remember that part.
Yeah, he's just like, we must make sacrifice to the tail rotor spirits, throws the chicken into the tail rotor, and instantly the tail rotor's just fucking fine.
Oh.
And then there's
I guess that works.
Yeah. Then there's Skippy's brother Ed, who is just the single greatest sword fighter to ever live. He's described in universe as a murder blender.
A murder blender.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, wait a minute, my feet are cold.
All right, fine. Yeah, you feel.
Nigga, you wearing slippers.
God damn it.
Also, when the fuck did the no shoes upstairs rule end?
Hey, these are
Not
sandals,
your
they
shoes.
don't go outside.
Not your shoes, motherfucker.
Yeah. No, anyway. So yeah, that's orcs in a nutshell. Edward, the Swordmaster, actually ends up getting into a relationship with this elf lady. And orcs historically just fucking hate elves and vice versa, because of course they do. And
One's ugly, one's pretty.
yeah, during the Monster Hunter Siege book, Owen basically has to get the orcs and the elves to work together. And they hired this one elf named Tanya who wants to be like a legit monster hunter, and she's also really good with magic. So they're basically at this peace summit that takes place in like a fucking barbecue restaurant because good food, why not? Instantly, the elf queen just starts shitting all over the orcs, and then ends up shitting on her daughter pretty much because she's dating an orc. And Tanya's like, Ed, are you just gonna like just let my mom diss your girlfriend? And Ed's just like, I don't talk much. What do you want me to do? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just great characters all around. I can't think of a single bad character in that series. And it's just action and gun porn and monster lore, just all in one book. There's a fucking reason it's my favorite, and I read the series at least once a year.
Alright, cool. Mine's much shorter.
Yeah, go for it.
Much shorter, but only because, God, you guys almost memorized the books. I did not memorize this book. Ender's Game is my number one.
Yeah!
Holy shit.
Ender's Game!
Ender's Game.
Starring Harrison Ford and Ben Kingsley.
No, starring a very
Orville
bad,
Redenbacher.
a very bad author.
Orson Scott
I'm
Card.
gonna meme until he gets back.
Okay.
Yeah, Orson Scott Card fucking hates gays and wants them to be sent to electrotherapy camps and.
Well, when
Yeah.
did these books come out? Like 70s, 80s? Something like that? Yeah, so...
No, Orson Scott Wells was until the day he died probably one of the worst bigots in author history, which is so bizarre because usually if you're personally and publicly that outspoken about your particular beliefs, your writing usually reflects it somewhat or pretty clearly. But Orson Scott Card's books, even as he was talking about that shit publicly, his books as he was writing, releasing, was non-existent in his writing, unless there is some much more deep reading into it that I didn't catch. But Ender's Game is probably my example. I'm sure there's gonna be every single person in the comment section, so saying something would be a better starter to sci-fi. But for me, Ender's Game is the perfect introduction and maybe the perfect end to sci-fi. It's just so good.
Yeah.
I'm basically waiting for Noodle at this point. Everyone in the comment section just rewatch the movie in your head.
Yeah.
You get the gist, but
There's so much more in the book.
Oh, there is. And not even just that. They change scenes that they keep in the movie, but they make them less good, which is hard to explain.
Well,
But also, they take out a lot of stuff that, thank God, was not in the movies, obviously, because if it's after Lights Out, naked.
Yeah.
Everyone's naked. Yeah. Thank God for that.
The scene from the movie, which I am a little sad they changed, was basically the paintball scene. You know the one I'm talking about? The training. It's been a while since I've seen the movie and read the book, but that scene where they're in the zero gravity chamber and they're shooting at each other and shit, and
It's not paintball, it's laser tag.
Yeah, laser tag. My bad. They changed the laser tag scene, which
Laser ball?
I understand why they did, because in the book it was basically just Ender figuring out that hits to the leg don't count, pretty much.
You're oversimplifying it
I know I
and
am.
misplacing an event. Because in the book there are several of those kind of fights. The one you're talking about is his first one where he was told to not do anything. You're only on our team by a technicality. Don't fucking do anything.
Yeah.
And he sees someone in the the 3-dimensional game.
What is that? Continue.
Anyway, he sees another player on the other team get shot in the leg, and it just freezes the limb. Well, the guy explains them the rules. He's like, hey, shot to the chest or head, you out. Yeah, if you get hit in the limbs, it freezes you. And so the first game, he's watching all these people like do their little battle game or whatever, and he realizes that like getting shot in the leg a second time literally does nothing.
Yeah.
And so this is kind of melding the movie and the book, because this doesn't happen like in the first fight, like the first anti-gravity room simulation in the book, but it happens in the movie where he's like, all right, well, we'll build a weird like little wall, like shield phalanx, but it's all just crippled legs facing towards the firing enemy. It just does nothing.
Yeah.
So he's like taking advantage. He's like metagaming almost. He's literally metagaming.
Yeah.
Which is what immediately sets up Ender as Ender.
Yep.
Exactly. Like he metagames and no one else knows how. Unless you read the sequel / co-current story alongside him. Ender's Shadow is also a really good book. Just a quick side story. Do you remember a character from the movie named Bean?
Yes.
He's much more influential in the books.
Nice.
And he's got like, there's Ender's Game, which is the original story.
Yep.
And then Ender's Shadow, which is an entirely separate book taking place during the same time from Bean's perspective.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Oh.
So, Speaker for the Dead was the actual sequel of Ender's Game, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaker of the Dead is so far removed from the theme of what's going on and during Ender's Game that you can't even talk about it. It's a totally different thing. And Ender's Game is a great book because I'm just gonna like take examples from the movies and explain them how they happen in the book. That seems easy right now.
Yeah.
It makes it a little bit more, digestible. In the beginning of the movie, he eventually stands up to his bully and gives him a good old head smack with his little project.
Yeah, he does.
No, in the fucking book, he almost kills the kid because he hits him once, gets him on the floor, and just starts whack. Almost kills this kid. Like, brutally maims this child.
Bullies deserve it.
I know. That's why I love this book when I was like fucking 13 and I
You
was
keep
fat
fucking
as
with
fuck.
somebody and then they fuck with you back and you're surprised? Like,
Yeah, no, they don't just fuck with you back. They're gonna fucking kill you.
Yeah.
they got all this pent up rage from what you're doing.
And they're a child, so they have
Yeah,
no
fucking think
concept
about
of
that
consequences really yet. And so they'll just kill you and be like, oh, that was really bad. But hey, you're still dead. Anyway, yeah, so just that initial scene.
She's laid down, yeah. I don't know if she's still awake.
But yeah, that initial scene, the little fight where he beats him up a little bit and scares him off. Yeah, no, in the book, basically puts him in the hospital.
Yep.
And in this world, I guess for newcomers in this world, I think 30 to 40 years ago, the Earth was invaded by some vaguely bug-like species, insectoid or whatever.
Yep.
And
Bebop and Rocksteady, yeah.
yeah, Bebop and Rocksteady. I rock the mic, stuck like a pristine nunchuck. Whatever.
Thanks!
But anyway, they like miraculously win, and like the public only sees it as like a heroic victory for Earth Fleet.
Yeah.
Leave it at that. And it's been a while, and they're trying to they feel like that wasn't the first invasion, and there's going to be a second bigger one. And so that's when a weird blend of like authoritarian weird shit starts happening, where they start super breeding children to make them super smart, super adaptable, basically super soldiers without just injecting you with a needle.
Yeah.
They just start
Spartans minus the
it's
needle.
half selective breeding, half
And-
engineering kind of.
Yeah.
They can't quite perfect engineering to make a perfect human, so they do kind of both to get the best of what they can do. And Ender's older brother, Peter, I think he's 3 or 4 years older. He's old enough to have been accepted into the program that tests you if you're gonna go up to what do they call it?
Space.
Yeah, the space school up in Ender's Game world. It's a space school. I forgot what it's called.
It's called the Fleet Academy.
Yeah, the Fleet Academy. He fails the initiation to go up there, and oh boy, Peter's a psycho.
Yeah.
And he fucking hates Ender for Ender seemingly doing good in the program to be accepted.
Yep.
Fucking hates him. But it's also implied he's a fucking, like, total psycho. But in the movies, it's implied he's just a really mean older brother who really, like, tortures his younger, like, a little too much. No, in the books, he's a straight-up psychopath.
Yep.
Like, it's, oof. And,
Is Ender's name actually Ender?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
His name is Ender.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Because he's gonna end the war.
That's not why they named him that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's something to do with when he was born. Something like that. I don't
Something like that.
Not
He
important.
ended his mother's life.
No, well, no. Is his mom still alive?
I think she is in the
I have no
movies.
idea.
She is in the
Yeah, I
movies.
think she is, yeah.
I think I read like half the book, and I watched the movie when it came out. So
Anyway, almost kills a kid in school. His brother's a piece of shit. His little sister is the only thing, like, you know, keeping him grounded because he feels, you know, kind of secluded from his mother and father because, like, they're all basically hedging on the bet that, like, their child's going to be taken away, so they're, like, kind of sort of distancing themselves a little bit.
Yeah.
So, you know, he feels pretty much all alone, and the school fight is actually what gets his implant removed. That's supposed to observe all of his shit to, like, see if he will qualify for the stuff. And so, like, we're taking this out of you. You failed. This is also going to really hurt. And so the nurse is like, oh, this is going to be just a prickle as she tears out basically a small, tiny little fucking spinal cord out of his, like, fucking back.
Yeah.
And, of course, it's horrible. And, eventually, the military, the Earth Fleet, Van Graff, takes him from his home, and his parents are like, do you really need to take him? And you're like, yeah, no shit, these bugs are going to come back anytime, we're trying to, the thing. And so they take Ender up to the Fleet Academy, and of course, almost immediately is horrible.
Yeah.
Like, what is he, like a drill sergeant? Some sort, like the guy who is introducing the launchies to, you know, what they're about to come into, and he's like,
Yeah, Harrison Ford.
yeah, and so everyone's like literally trying to figure out their like fucking like seatbelt and stuff, and like how to like orient themselves in their chair, and like Ender just like sits down, just already got it, and he gets pointed out in class by the teacher because secretly, you don't find this out later in the movie or the book, that they're all expecting him to succeed, not anyone in his group, but just him.
Yeah.
So they point him out to be a bully target, so he'll be isolated. And like this game is like some serious sci-fi, like mind trickery.
I'm good right now. I just ate,
Yeah.
but it looks good. More than one chocolate?
Bullshit. No, Ender's Game is a really good sci-fi book. The series, I haven't read the whole series, but apparently it's pretty...
Okay.
It's really long, but I haven't read past the actual sequel of Ender's Game. I've read Ender's Game, Ender's Shadow, and Prophet of the Dead.
Speaker of the Dead.
Speaker of the Dead. Speaker of the Dead is a little bit more fascinating in how esoteric it gets.
Yeah.
Like,
I really like Speaker of the Dead.
it almost like it doesn't make sense at all. Like, you have to finish the book for like most of the book to kind of make any sense.
Yeah.
And it's a tough read, and I guess I'm lucky I read it when I was really bored, had no access to internet, didn't really go anywhere.
Yeah.
So, just Ender Game, probably one of the, like, if I was gonna like introduce someone to a sci-fi book, I would have a hard choice between Ender's Game and like
Ringworld.
Dune, Ringworld. It would be like
Oh,
Dune,
not
Ringworld.
Don't. No. Dune. Dune is so hard.
It is.
It is. Dude, I've tried several times to read Dune, and I can't fucking get through it.
Oh, is it that bad?
Oh, dude, it's such a rough read.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Like-
Thank you for the cake, Chris.
I would say
Thanks,
it's
Chris.
worth it because I have read Dune. But, go watch the movie instead.
Exactly.
I mean,
Even though the movie's kind
Even
of
the movie is like hard to like. Okay,
Yeah, I
yeah,
don't wanna
no, it
sit
makes
there-
sense. The movie was hard to watch because it's basically space Shakespeare,
yeah.
but somehow more boring.
I mean, I
I'm
still.
sorry.
I guess I'm the odd man out. I did enjoy Dune the book. Yes, it was hard to read, and I did enjoy Dune the movie because.
You read the book.
Yeah, and also probably because for some reason my dad liked it, which is weird.
Dad, not usually. Well, I mean, it's basically a classic Shakespeare play put
Yeah.
in space, so that's probably why I liked it. You probably read
With
Shakespeare in
spice
school.
trade information.
Yeah.
A lot of it. You
But-
just keep reading and reading about it.
I feel like Dune is the uncle that like did so much for the family, but he's such a fucking weirdo you can't like him.
Yeah, it really is.
He's like, yeah, I'm glad we're alive because of you, but man, could you shut up?
Like I'm
He-
glad.
he's super weird because he taught your sister how to strip, but now she's
Whoa.
like the most famous actress on the planet and just funds the whole family. So you're kind of like, I guess I appreciate you, but you're fucking weird, dude. Stay away
Your
from me.
analogy was eerily specific and also mind blowing.
Although it did give us the Dune RTS game on the Sega Genesis.
Oh, there's a fucking no, there's not.
Like no, there is, and it
This is basically over.
like it is actually it's a good game for its time, but at the same time you're trying to play an RTS game on a Sega Genesis controller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, like Dune's good. I liked it. I'll probably never read it again. Maybe I'll watch the movie with
It's
my
so
daughter.
Well, how about
long.
fuck Dune? Go read Ender's Game.
That
Just
too.
read Ender's Game. It's so good.
Yeah.
Like,
Tackle Ender's Game, and then if you really feel like it, well, read Dune after you've read everything else we
no,
put on your
attempt to
reading
read
list.
Dune. Read another 20 different books. Go back to Dune. Almost finish it.
Dude,
quit,
Ryan,
and then spend
see
your
those
49th
fish?
birthday reading Dune.
did you see those
Yeah.
fish? Yeah, dude. Sweet.
He's been seeing the fish for a while now.
King's looking a little tiny.
You're looking a little ashy, boy.
Oh, yeah. Is that what you're going for? Fucking Christ, Evan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, anything else to say on Ender's Game?
Hair.
I feel like the brutality, like, portrayed in the book is just accurate.
Yeah.
Like, it's... I can't really say anything about it. The whole thing has been destroyed. I can't think of anything really.
Yeah.
I guess I never really paid attention to like.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's been
Yeah.
like 4.5 hours.
Yeah. But the movie's good. It's got Harrison Ford and Ben Kingsley in it.
Oh, the movie's good. It keeps some of the main plot points, but a couple of the main plot points are completely unexplained
Yeah.
that are explained in the book. Like the whole, the brood mother
Yeah.
Dan is basically given actually no fucking context in the movie, but in the book, you actually are not super surprised, but you're like, I'm glad that happened of all things that could happen.
Yeah. Yeah, good.
That's about it.
Good shit.
All right, 5-hour podcast. Welcome to Die.
All right, how about welcome to start fucking drinking?
I'm gonna go check the mail real quick.
Really? You can go
It's
check the
literally
mail.
right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm still waiting on that In Search of Darkness DVD to come in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna like walk halfway around the block to a mailbox or something. I don't know.
Right outside.
So, what is our next one that we're doing?
Fuck if I know.
We did
5
games,
favorite
movies, books.
chairs. There's
Well, I mean, I really like
Beans-
recliners.
Beans chair. That's at number 5.
Recliners chair.
Grandma's chair. That's at number 3. She doesn't like you to sit in it because she's kind of hollowed out a perfect butt seat there over her 90 years.
All right, I got it. We're gonna do a combination because both of these topics I think are probably gonna be really short. 5 bands or songs you think people should listen to.
Oh, fucking Christ. Really? This is going to be so hard. And
And
so easy at the same time, depending on how you go at it.
yeah, and depending on how that goes, we can attempt to combine the 5 video game weapons you would like to own in real life.
How about we just do that one first and then maybe think about the other one?
Think about the music.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do the 5 weapons in real life you'd like to have, and then the music, because the music one is just going to be a mess.
Probably. Yeah. Yeah, so
All right.
that will be our podcast. Should be on for next week. I will let you know if that changes. But assume we will be doing a podcast next Friday.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for listening. Like, subscribe, comment, go donate to the Patreon page, and we will see you next time.
Woo!